Hey, Charlie, I remember when we were starting these out, and
it was like that.
You know, it was like this. It was like your average
first 3 rows.
It was like your average political meeting where there was like 12 people in a room, and this is awesome.
This, in my personal opinion, was the most over-the-top Trump event that I've ever covered.
This is the #1 boots-on-the-ground operation in the country. We're working directly in harmony with the Trump campaign. It's been vetted, it's been cleared, it's been blessed, as you can see there, and we're going to try to win this thing. No guarantees. It's what we do that matters.
Mr. President, I can tell you this room is 100% with you, and we have your back. God bless you. We really do. Thank you.
As you know, we are heading on campus here momentarily at the University of South Florida, throwing it down with the students. It's going to be a lot of fun. We are excited to continue this cultural movement that we have started at Turning Point USA. More high school chapters, more college chapters, and disagreement is not just welcome, it is invited. We want to have those tough conversations. That's what it's all about. You're not supposed to be involved in this. You're supposed to just kind of be on the vote for me every 4 years, give me more political power, and stay out of my business. And what has happened is we are seeing an explosion in citizen participation.
There is nothing else I'll ever need. All of my days, your mercy follows me. Oh, there is nothing else I'll ever need.
Knock on that extra door. Go that extra mile. Talk to that extra friend. Because throughout voting month and culminating on the 5th of November, I believe it will go down as a day that people remember, as a day that is written about in history books, as the final battle from the golden escalator on down, from defeating Hillary Clinton, from the nonsense of 2020, from Butler, Pennsylvania, November 5th, it all culminates where we restore the promise that the founders gave us. And they said, hey, if the people want it, the people get it. And we, the people, take back America. God bless Arizona, and thank you so much.
Every day, the American people demand certain accomplishments and victories. Disagreement is what keeps a movement alive, keeps a movement fun. Here in this country, we are a country of flourishing. We're a country of risk-taking. We're a country of building. We will achieve American greatness, and we are just getting started.
All of my days, your mercy follow me.
Welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. This is Andrew Colvett, filling in for the one and only Charlie Kirk. Nobody can. And we wanted so badly to do this show for all of you today. And I wanted the friends of this show and of Charlie that knew him best, the Thought Crime crew, to be here in the studio to commemorate our friend, our dear brother, for this sacred, this solemn moment, this occasion none of us ever dreamed we would have to do. And here we are, because Charlie would want us to be here. He would be upset if we weren't here. And we, of course, have left his chair open and empty, because nobody will ever fill it. Nobody could ever hope to. But by all of us together, we want to honor him, and we want to be more like him, and we want to be inspired by him, and we want you in the audience to know him like we knew him, and to be up close and personal to the front row seat to history, to a legend, to an American icon that we got every single day. And I don't know why we were so fortunate and blessed to be those people, those few. I got to see it so up close. He touched millions. He personally knew tens of thousands. And somehow we were the blessed ones that got to be close to him. And in the chats, we got yelled at by him. We got pushed to more and to be better because of Charlie and by Charlie. And so we have, to my right, Jack Posobiec, Blake Neff, and Tyler Boyer, and myself, Andrew Colvett, the executive producer of the Charlie Kirk Show. And we are so honored to share what we know about Charlie, and to do it on a day where the authorities tell us that his killer has been brought into custody. And I want to say personally thank you to Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, Governor Cox. You told us you would not stop until you got him, and I admit that my faith wavered at times as the hours stretched on, but you appeared to have the suspect in custody, and we're grateful that you have not slept, you did not rest, just like you promised, and you are men of your word, and we are grateful to you. And so with that, I just want to, again, welcome my friends, and Jack, I'm going to start with you. Tell us what's on your heart right now, brother.
Well, you know, it's like, I know the seat looks empty, but it's not. The seat isn't empty at all. Because in a way, Charlie is the only thing we're all thinking about right now. We can't think of anything else, really. We can't think straight. I mean, we can read and we can talk, but at the end of the day, all we're thinking about is Charlie. And we know that Charlie is looking down on us. And I know that when we all gather here, it's like he's here.
Yeah.
And that's why no one wants to sit there, because he is there. We were saying thank yous just there, and the only thing that I guess I would add is, you know, we're hearing these reports that family members of the suspect were involved, particularly the father, in bringing him to the police, bringing him to the authorities. And if that's true, I'd just like to extend a sincere thank you and gratitude to something like that. As a father, I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine what that must be like. But to have done that is it just shows the ultimate goodness and the ultimate righteousness that still does exist in this country, and the fact that people are willing to step up and do the right thing even in impossible odds. And that's the Charlie Kirk spirit. That's always been the Charlie Kirk spirit, is to stare down impossible odds and say, I'm going to do it anyway, when everybody told him he couldn't. And that's the Charlie Kirk I know, that when you told him he couldn't do it, he'd say, figure it out. Tyler, I'm sure he told you that more times than you can count.
It's been really hard. I mean, we've been able to lean on each other, I think, talking a lot to one another about the memories, and that's probably, I think, the most important thing that we can do today is share those memories. I've been telling everybody that's reached out on our staff. I mean, we've hired thousands of people in Turning Point, and it hasn't been easy. That's been part of the battle on Charlie. It's like, I'm going to miss those, right, Tyler? You know, conversations when we are sitting around, because you don't really know the battles unless you've been in them. But there's so many people that have looked at Charlie along the way as a mentor, and that all have different emotions and they have different stories. And I've told people, write them down. Every single person that's reached out to me, I'm so sorry, Tyler. I'm just like, please just write down your memories that you had, because some of these stories are so unbelievably funny. They're so unbelievable in general because God's hand has been such a big part of Charlie's story and legacy. I'm so sorry.
No, it's we're all right there. We're all right there.
And for those of us that have been close, like we've talked about, we've seen Evan's hand is part of that, and that has to be accentuated, because that's what Charlie wanted. We talked about that all the time with people invested in Turning Point, all the major stakeholders. That, you know, a lot of people look at this as political dynamo, the dynamics of all of that, but all of this has been, you know, even through this tragic week, I believe that God has been with Charlie from day one, and will continue to be.
Blake, I want to. You're next, buddy. So get ready. But I want to just comment on what you're saying, because one of the last trips that I took with Charlie was a couple weeks ago, and we were flying all over the country, spent hours on the plane, and I said to him, "Isn't it crazy? Like, you know, we were talking about South Park, we were talking about just everything. Like, we just kind of had a moment," and he's just like, "Yeah, it's all God." He just instantly goes, "Yeah, it's all God. It's all God." And as I was driving to the office of the studio this morning, I thought to myself, it was always God, and God has not pulled his hand away from Charlie Kirk. He did not pull his hand away from Turning Point. He did not pull his hand away from this country. It was always God that got us here. There were so many times, and I want the audience to know this, there were so many times where we felt like our backs were so against the wall that we were not going to get through whatever it was.
Yep.
That, you know, this thing happened, or, you know, it was just so many things. It's impossible right now. Now's not the time to get into the details. There was just so many things, and Charlie and I would feel the weight of the world when we would talk to each other. And I know you felt it, and I know you felt it, and I know you felt it. And then we got through it, and it was God. And somehow we came out stronger and better. And Charlie had more influence, and our reach and our staff and everything just kept growing time and time again. And he knew that it was all God's hand. He knew it was all the blessing of God on him and on this organization and on the show.
Yesterday I said Charlie's on assignment from God, and he always has been.
Every time you filled in for Charlie, you said, well, Charlie's on assignment. And
so now he's on assignment from God.
He's on.
And he always was.
So we are live on national radio right now, and so we have to take a quick radio break for the stream. We're going to keep going, and Real America's Voice, we're going to keep going. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, Blake, it is your turn. And I want everybody to know that probably nobody traveled with Charlie more than Blake. And the last, I'd say, 18 months, except maybe Mikey.
Mikey, for sure.
Mikey, but you traveled to London with him. You went to Korea with him. Blake, the floor is yours.
Thanks. I feel unworthy to be here. You guys all knew him a lot longer than I did. Compared to a lot of people here, Charlie entered my life pretty recently. I remember you called me out of the blue almost exactly 3 years ago, first week of October 22. And I don't want to get into the details of it, but I can say Charlie had a drastic impact on my life. He basically gave me my life back. And I don't know how to express how grateful I am for that. And how just over the past 3 years, how much I came to admire him. Not just for how talented of a person he was, but how good of a person he was. And how everything he fought for was because he believed it would be good for the country and good for every single person in it. And I'll always think one of the final things I was doing with him, I mentioned with you, Jack, yesterday.
Yeah.
The last speech he gave was in Japan to an audience.
Buddhists.
No Buddhists, Shinto, no
Yeah.
Christians in it, or maybe a handful, but not many.
Christians.
And, it was about immigration. It was about other stuff, but he wanted to include, I should witness to the faith, regardless of where we're going. And we talked about how he could do that, and we put it into the speech 5 minutes before he went up there, and he did it. And because it was that important to him that he do that. It wasn't about just, he wasn't catering to any audience. This is a speech almost nobody in the U.S. would ever see or watch, and most of the audience in Japan might not even get it, but he wanted to do it because it was important to him. And
Are we going to get that?
Just a minute before
that footage
when it happened, he was witnessing to the gospel there at the college. And
Blake, it gives me some solace and some comfort to know that you were there with him on campus that day. And I was just grateful to be able to call you and know that I at least had somebody that was there and that loved him and that was close, and I could call you. And I'm just glad you were there, man. It's not good. It's not fair to you that you had to be there, but I'm glad that you were. And you and I and Charlie were texting literally moments before he went out to the crowd, and we were talking about arguments and finer points that he could make, and he going over, this kind of question.
What it was about. What are the good arguments in favor of marriage?
Monogamy,
the Christian version of marriage.
Yes,
and it was, that gets back to, one of the other core things, how much he loved Erika, how much he loved their children, how much he cared for them, and how it really demonstrates the power of that, familial love, because we all talked about how they made him better too. And
man, isn't that the truth?
You see Charlie like pre-Erika and then Charlie post-Erika, and it's still Charlie, but it's like more
better clothes. They actually fit him.
No, we were just talking about this yesterday.
And he's a father, and
no, it was like night and day difference. So we used to I used to be worried about Charlie dressing
Erika is
himself.
legitimately the real MVP.
I don't just mean the fashion.
We were talking about against Charlie's birthday.
Let's talk about that.
It's rough.
It's the visible part.
Charlie's birthday is in about a month, and I used to buy him clothes on his birthday as an excuse to buy him like sneakers, because he wouldn't wear sneakers. He would only wear dress shoes.
That's right.
And then Erika came, and then I was like so relieved, because he would wear clothes that like he looked better than anyone,
like a normal person.
No, he looked better than everybody, because Erika's incredibly stylish and great. And
she
it was just like
that.
He went from like the Stone Age to like he now had this incredibly well manicured dress.
Let's I love this vein. We want to tell you about Erika, and we're going to welcome back National Radio, so we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. This is Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show, as Charlie Kirk has gone on assignment with God, and we, his friends, are here remembering him. And we were just talking about Erika Kirk and the before and after Erika Kirk story is a really amazing story. And I was
trying to make a poignant, emotional, spiritual.
I have been basically crying for 2.5 days, and I'm remembering Charlie being when I first met him. It was like everything was baggy, and like the suits didn't fit, and like the collars were always like out like this.
Because they're playing those videos now.
Yes.
When he's younger, and
I was showing Andrew an image. It was so funny because
studio. Can we get like an OG CK shot with his? baggy suit?
I'll send one that's like a perfect one. But he was.
You need the before and after shot.
It was like a very baggy suit, and it just. But you know what?
This is kind of very. This isn't with a suit, but this was like.
No. I've got a perfect one. But anyways, the point is like, but his spirit shined through so brightly.
It didn't.
That didn't matter.
No,
like
of course.
That's what it was like. I remember being in some of these meetings. I was like, oh my gosh, like because he would carry around the backpack. He had this big black backpack that had his initials on it. He had that forever, and he had forever one pair of shoes, dress shoes that he wore, and then these big. But it didn't matter. Like none of that mattered.
Nothing.
Every single person that talked to him, every one of these big time donors, early on, like big time. I mean, he would just be able to break through to every single one of those people, and
it was always
so special.
It was his unique voice, and this is why Charlie would go viral on campus. He would never pull any punches. The guy would say, he would say the truth with 100% fidelity. Do you know what I mean? It was like men and women, like, are different. Two sexes. Like, there's
no equivocation.
No, there was no like, well, some people feel this. No, it was like, it's wrong when people steal. Does it make it okay that they were poor? No, it's wrong, right? And it was just, he had this moral clarity that he was just blessed by God with, and he would not cut any corners with it. And so, it didn't matter the suit he was wearing. It didn't matter his fashion. Although I will tell you.
But Erika
made his looks much better. And I will also tell you that his friends, Don Jr., Gentry Beach, they gave him like a gift card at one point, a $10,000 credit at the Trump tailor in New York City, in Manhattan, to get him some proper suits. It was like one of these things. That
Charlie, if you're going to be around,
if you're going to hang around with us, Charlie, we need you to. You gotta look a little bit more put together.
We're going to take care of that a little bit.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it was a.
Oh my gosh, Tyler, get this up.
You have to see. This is the pre Erika, and then Erika came in, and then. Looked immediately.
I love it.
I mean, immediately better. I mean, I'm not even kidding. It's like
sorry,
overnight.
Charlie, we got to.
The real miracle is that Erika went for it. You know what I mean? She's seeing the baggy shirt. No, I mean she knew. He knew.
No, but that's female, right? That's the female. Tanya was the same with me. It's the female. I see the thing, and I want to nurture it. I want to grow it.
Michelangelo could see a block of marble,
and he would chisel away.
He would just bring the David out. He's like, the David's already in there. Right. I just have to reveal it.
I want to say it's typically not a good idea to say, I think I could change this man or something for the women watching, but you can polish.
They're not. Yeah, they're not
the deeper. No, not the deeper.
Bringing forth.
And you could never change Charlie's spirit, right? But
that's exactly right.
But what she did, I think, if anything, just in terms of this, is make it so that the external match the internal.
Yeah, sure. And I will say as well, though, that Charlie's faith became so much stronger as soon as Erika came around. And he started vocalizing it more. And for those of you in the audience that don't know Erika Kirk, the woman is a lioness. She is fierce. She is strong. She's obviously like distraught and hurting, as we all are, but she is fierce and she is strong. And I want you to know that about her, that I've seen her up close. And Tyler, you've been there as well with us. She is so strong. And Charlie wanted to marry her because of how strong she was. And ultimately, he knew that she could do this life that he was leading. And Charlie was already leading a crazy life when they met and when they fell in love and when they got married. And he knew that she had the strength in her core. And she is also such an incredible woman of faith. He knew that she could do this, and he was 100% right about Erika Kirk. She is truly something amazing, and we all love her dearly. Radio, we'll be right back. Tyler, why don't you tell the story of how you inadvertently connected Charlie with his wife?
So this is the miracle of the entire thing, which is incredible, and I don't think we can talk about it enough. It's Trump, it's Erika, it's Arizona, it's Turning Point.
You couldn't script this any better. Let me just set 2 points.
I told a little bit of it yesterday.
Yeah, Tyler, I think you've told this story a few times on the show, so let's big picture context here. Tyler pulled off the first Trump rally, the very first one in Arizona, and there's a lot of crazy details that go into it. But the first one, Tyler gets the credit.
But the most important part of that, truly in the background, is that Erika Kirk is at that rally, and we don't focus on it. We've talked about the rally and all that with Trump being reelected.
She's in the background of the main shot.
So right behind Trump, people don't know this. We can put it up. There is right behind Trump on stage, first Trump rally ever. And again, they were expecting this to be 100-person rally. They were like wanting to give refreshments.
You didn't even call it a rally, right?
Well, so the original was supposed to be
Corey Lewandowski.
Corey Lewandowski was like, "Can you get 100 people in a room? We'll provide refreshments. We'll give you money, whatever." And I'm like, "No, we don't need any of that. We can get lots of people there." And we started doing this, and it starts to go bonkers, right? Because I'll give credit to Jake Hoffman, who is the president of the Freedom Caucus here. He's a state senator. He was my unpaid comms director, who was actually the guy that helped start Charlie's Instagram with me and start all the Turning Point, like all the Turning Point assets that we have on social media now, by the way, too. But we started just going bonkers with all the media. And so then I started fielding calls from everywhere. It was crazy everywhere. And one of the calls I got was from Erika. She's like, "Hey, I was Miss Arizona. I love Donald Trump. Can I be involved?" I'm like, "Absolutely." So I met her, and I was like, "We've got to put her behind the president." So I had my family behind the president. My grandpa, who just passed away just a few months ago, who loved Charlie, loved the show, everything, listened daily. It was my grandpa, my dad-in-law, Lauren, my wife, and Erika is up there.
Yeah.
So Erika, afterwards,
we got to find the picture.
After this, I'll pull it up. After this rally, I meet with Erika, and I'm like, "There's a way that we can." She's faith-based. So this is the funniest part. She's faith-based. She's so centered on Christ. We've got to lean in and involve her here because we were starting the initial talks about Turning Point Faith or TPUSA Faith, and I was trying to recruit her hard to come work for us. And so through all that, I had introduced her to Charlie. I was like, "I think she could be great. She could be wonderful." And Charlie was immediately in love, absolutely in love. And I was like,
it was straight
Charlie, hey, going back, and that's where it's like the tee up with, the clothes, everything else. I was like, "Charlie, I don't know, like this is
So he was trying to impress her a little more.
This is Miss Arizona, so I was nervous.
Right.
I'm like, I don't know if we don't want to scare her away, right? Like we don't have to work for us, So, but like that's great. Let's feel out. And so Charlie did the right thing. He did everything perfectly, as Charlie always does. Did everything perfectly. I dropped him off. He was at the office here, which he was rarely at the office because he was always on the plane. And he had set up a date to go meet her at the gym, because it's a fancier, nicer gym that's in the North Valley. And I took him over and I dropped him off there. And it was the whole car ride over there was pep talk. So, all right, this is what you got to do. This is what you got to say. Hey, if she says this, don't do that. And he's like, well, what do I do if because Charlie had a number of dates, but not that many people. He's busy. He's a busy guy. He just didn't.
Yeah.
And so it went immaculately. And after that, they'd met again in New York, where she was living at the time. And he had made a special trip just to go there.
Yeah, he made an excuse. This is what Charlie would do. He would go somewhere and he would make an excuse that was like a formal reason to be there, but there was always kind of like an ulterior motive where, you know.
But it was I'll never and these are the memories. I'm putting out a tweet right now that's saying just write down these memories, because until just now I just forgot about that. Was like driving him over in my car, just having that conversation, which was just like, and again, Andrew, I know you've had many of these, all of us have had many of these conversations one-on-one with Charlie, of just like the pep talks. Because, you know, even though Charlie was such a lion of a man, it takes a village, I think, of like having those conversations with one another.
It takes a family.
It takes a family.
Yeah, but he would position people in places to be able to speak to him and give him like that, like before he took the stage, like, okay, you know.
But he would always, it's like, he would always just want that, even though you knew that he didn't need it.
And but you know the other thing is, you'd think you had a really good idea, and you're like, no, and I give it to him, and be like, okay, and then he would always chew the meat and spit out the bones. He was always so good at filtering out your bad ideas without like making you feel terrible. We got to Welcome Back Radio, so. All right, welcome back to our national radio audience at the Charlie Kirk Show. We are remembering the one and only Charlie Kirk, and it's his friends that are doing it. I'm joined by Jack Posobiec, Blake Neff, another producer on the show, and Tyler Boyer, the COO of Turning Point Action, who helped Charlie meet his lovely bride, and that's what we're currently talking about.
Well, and that's like, to that point, Erika became that person. Like you were saying, right? Erika became the person that would, you know, and it was a two-way road. You know, you'd have to filter out some of Charlie's bad ideas too at times. And Erika is, you know, has become the best at that. She is the go-to, and I know that that was the most valuable thing. But to put a pin in it, that weird situation though, which was that moment where I was sitting there with Charlie, and the Trump rally culminated, and Erika was there, and then became his wife. Like, the entire thing is like, again, you talk about God things. Clearly, God has his hand, had his hand, and watching over Charlie constantly.
Well, this is the Charlie Kirk Show, and we played. Sorry, we played an opening, but radio didn't get to hear that. And we put together a Charlie Kirk. Which number is it, Blake? Do you have it? We put together just a montage of some great Charlie Kirk moments, and I think it is 443 is the number. We put together a montage for the audience of Charlie in his own words, and he loved this show so much. He loved this show, and I remember one time when I talked to him, and I said, who's your greatest hero? And this space, you know, obviously Donald Trump's the president, and, you know, that was the obvious answer, but like, no Trump, you know, like, well, who? And he said Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah.
And Charlie got to know Rush personally. I think we had basically the last big event that Rush did was introducing the president. Yeah,
the last two.
Yeah,
so he never made public appearances.
Yeah,
and
he's a very private person.
He came to our event at Mar-a-Lago. So we were one of the first groups to do anything with fundraisers, things like that at Mar-a-Lago. People don't know that we actually did it very small. But Rush had such a personal connection with Charlie, and this was kind of early too, before Charlie was kind of a known quantity everywhere. Really leaned in and showed up.
Yeah, and Charlie actually went to Rush's house, picked him up in the car, and drove him there. And we gave.
He lived right up the street.
Yeah, in West Palm Beach, or he lived in Palm Beach. So he yeah, but Rush was his hero, and he listened to Rush. Rush was so influential in just the way Charlie thought about politics. And if you want to know why Charlie never lost the grassroots, he was always so into the grassroots. It's because you emailed him. It's because he looked at all your emails. He looked at all the comments. He could do 48 things, it seemed like, at once. The most amazing multitasker I've ever seen.
When I would be here and we'd be on the show during breaks, even, I'm going to say it, even sometimes when interviewing people, he'd be looking at the camera and yet somehow also on his computer, switching between tabs, texting, emailing, reading faster than you could even grasp what was going on.
The amount of emails he would share, like in the middle of a show segment, like right after you came out, or even like in between someone else giving an answer.
Like, oh, Jack, you got to check out this email.
Here's this email I got from.
Look at this. And you're like reading the last 3 things that he sent you.
No, he's always 2 steps ahead.
And his speed was, I have no idea how he did it. And what's crazy too is you could see it would be like, oh, hey, I got something from the Speaker of the House. Oh, here's the president's son. And then here's a guy I met walking his dog and he needs a ballot. Tyler, make sure this guy gets a ballot, you know? Yes. It didn't make any difference to him who he was talking to.
But he never lost sight of the grassroots. And one of the guiding lights for that, and we set up freedom@charliekirk.com, and please send your tributes to Charlie, your thoughts, your prayers, anything that's on your mind to freedom@charliekirk.com, and I will do my best to read them. And Blake, you're going to help read them, and Jack and Tyler, and we want to see what you have to say to Charlie. That's freedom@charliekirk.com. And Rush always had his email dialogue with his listeners, and Charlie took note of that, and that it kept him close to the people, because this world can get very insulating, and Charlie never let that happen. That's why he went to college campuses, because he learned and he knew and he saw what kids were really thinking. He always made such a point to stay so close to the public, even though he was so stratospherically famous. We couldn't take him anywhere. I mean, it was really at that point of stardom and fame that we couldn't take Charlie anywhere. But it all started with a love of the spoken word and what Rush Limbaugh told him, and he would take lunch breaks from school just to listen to Rush Limbaugh. And so to have this show and to be behind the microphone was one of the greatest honors of his life, and he did not take it for granted. He loved it, and he saw it as a way to pipe the vanguard of the current thinking on the current debates into the zeitgeist, and to keep the base steady and keep the coalition together. So without further ado, I want to play the show tribute that our team put together. I haven't seen it yet, so I can't wait to watch it. This is 443.
I want to thank my great friend, Charlie Kirk. He's done something that is just incredible for somebody really of his age. You need tremendous talent to do what he's done. Building one of the most powerful youth organizations ever created, Turning Point USA, and I want to thank you, really, Charlie. Incredible job.
I have the greatest job in the world. I couldn't be happier. Every day I feel as if what I'm saying, what I'm doing is making a difference, giving people meaning.
Charlie, you should have emotion. This is a moment. You totally reformed the GOP, and look what you guys have done. I hear some words here from you, Charlie. You put all this together, my man. Let's hear it.
I am just humbled by God's grace.
It's all God. It's all God. God alone.
It's done.
It's beginning.
We did not earn this. This is God's mercy on our country.
Yes,
you're on the Lord's side.
Last week, we welcomed our beautiful daughter into the world. Most important thing that one can do, except giving your life to Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. Erika and I and our family were celebrating the birth of our son.
I'm finding out how honest you are, Charlie, and so far I think you're doing good. And I hope I'm doing good with you.
Candace Owens, welcome back.
Yes, good to be back. I'm a Charlie Kirk show.
So, Megan, there's a lot happening right now, and I recently went on the Bill Maher show. I want to get your reaction. Matt, walk us through the decades-long journey from 2015 to today on the public opinion battle. Michael, why are people going back to church?
People are going back to church because the atheism ran out of steam.
Ben, thank you for taking the time. I was moved by your podcast on Monday about how we must stare the evil in the face. Pete, you're doing a phenomenal job. I just want to say that from the American people that you don't get the credit that you deserve, obviously, in the mainstream media. We are here with Stephen K. Bannon.
Charlie, I never roll through this town without seeing you. Well, it's always the highlight.
That's the advantage of being in Phoenix, is that you're like one of the only shows in town, so everyone kind of just comes on by.
I'm sick of people stealing my stick.
Wait, so a campus thing I've been doing for 13 years to debate random college kids has now been so important that it gets prominent primetime placement on Comedy Central. I think the whole thing is just awesome. Bobby Kennedy, welcome back to the program.
Charlie, thanks for having me.
They canceled the president of the United States, the most powerful man in the world, when it was my father. If they can do that to him, they can do it to anyone. If they can't do it, if we're all banded together and we're fighting one battle.
Don Jr., everybody. Very special hour episode for you today. My wife joins us, Erika Kirk,
Hi,
the beautiful,
everyone.
legendary Erika.
I love you so much.
I love you.
You're my best friend.
Welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show.
Thanks, babe.
Was blind, but now I see.
Thanks so much for listening, everybody, and God bless.
Ooh, that's a great job, guys.
Really good job.
We miss him.
That last shot of him walking off stage.
I miss my friend. You know, one of the things that Charlie was kind of interesting early in Charlie's career was he wasn't, he's a prolific speaker, obviously. He's a genius on stage, but he wasn't really interested in, you know, spotlight. It's a really interesting piece to him was that I think that's kind of like almost like I was talking with people, and the best analogy to Charlie was that he was very much in the come follow me spirit of Christ. I think that's what the most Christ-like thing about him was that people wanted to follow him. Sorry, I just can't get through all this. But he didn't want spotlight. And I think that was part of his, and so when I had suggested with our events team that we do bigger things, that we do consider, because we have more people who want to show up and we have more kids and all that. It wasn't about that for him. It wasn't, people watch these things and they're like, we went rock star. We went full rock star on Charlie Kirk. And a lot of that is thanks to Andrew. I mean, without a doubt, you know, we give Erika 100% made him rock star.
I give you more credit for that because
Andrew,
you forced him to do it, and then eventually he embraced it. But
he wasn't interested in that.
But he
though.
also wasn't your sort of central casting character to do it.
No,
and you made him embark out on a much bigger vision.
But this is the point with Charlie, is that he was a very humble person. Yeah. And I don't want that to change with how people start to take the memory of Charlie because he's big. He wasn't interested in what the stage looked like or who was there, what the spotlight looked like. He just wanted to tell the truth. He just wanted to tell people what they needed to hear. And he was really good at that. Really good at that. But everything else built around him for the right reasons. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm spitting tears everywhere and everything else. It's like splash zone. But his legacy is going to be what you said, Andrew, is that he was a incredibly humble person that was thrust into something that was so much bigger than all of us, so much bigger than him. But he was the perfect person for the perfect time.
He always told young people, be a part of something bigger than yourself, and he is the most iconic example of that I think any of us can imagine. And we're going to take a break from radio. We'll be right back on the stream. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I wasn't going to do this, But I think the team was absolutely spot on. People want something to remember Charlie by.
I've been getting message after message, email, comment, this huge outpouring of people saying, and because Charlie, as we all know, he loved T-shirts, apparel,
He
hats.
was always like, get me one that says that, get me one that says that. Like literally the team would screen press them almost on a 2-hour turn.
And it's because he understood that is a physical, real messaging platform that you can wear in the real world, in the real space.
That would be seen billions of times in Charlie's instance.
And he wanted, so whatever the message that he wanted to send or what he was thinking about would usually be what he would wear. And there'd be times where he'd have, a different one on 5 days a week if you watch the show. And that was all very, I just didn't mean to say, it's very deliberate. It was not like some random thing.
No. He loved his different shirts. And so please put them back on screen, guys.
So
here they are. And they are available for purchase. We're going to, as many as everybody wants. We don't have them made yet, so please be gracious with us. We're going to get them out as fast as we can. CharlieKirkStore.com, CharlieKirkStore.com. And I think the team did an amazing job with them. And the middle one is I am Charlie Kirk.
I've seen so many people saying that.
Yeah. And it's taken off. It's a beautiful testament, and I love it. And I want one. And the other one is I'm just humbled by God's grace. And that, of course, was from election night, November 2024, when Charlie got news that Pennsylvania had been called by Fox News for Donald Trump, and that he would be the 47th president of the United States.
Right in this room.
That viral video, it happened right here.
Right in this chair.
And Charlie put his hands up to his face, and a man who doesn't cry very often got misty-eyed, and he gave all the glory to God, and I love that, and I'm so glad that they picked that moment. And then the other one is the Freedom shirt, and it has the date that it happened, and that's the shirt that he was wearing. Yep. And we put the Turning Point hook on that sleeve as well. And so if you want to honor Charlie, and obviously you want to help the show, that would be amazing.
Can I shout out you guys real quick? I mean, we have so many good people who work for Charlie, his show, his personal side. People don't talk about this. I was careful not to talk about this because Charlie, again, didn't like the spotlight of it all. But part of the reason why this show exists is because Charlie didn't want to do things that would cost money from Turning Point. For years and years and years and years, Charlie didn't take a salary from Turning Point. He paid himself. I know this because I was the one that had to approve payrolls at Turning Point for 7 years. He paid himself like $30,000 a year, then a little bit.
He didn't take a wage for the first 5 years, and then his first wage I think was like 20.
It was tiny.
15,000 the first year,
it was
20.
Tiny. And I know that because mine was tiny too when I came over. It was like insane. And then the part of the show was that he was able to give back, so it cost Turning Point nothing for Charlie to run Turning Point.
Yeah, people don't know this. Charlie gave. There was this stupid AP article I'll never forget where they tried to.
I don't even want to give it.
I know, but they tried to make it sound like Charlie was somehow taking money from donors or something, or fleecing the donors. But here's the truth: Charlie paid back his salary and then some back to Turning Point every year. He donated back all that. Here's 1 second, guys. Gonna welcome back radio. Go ahead, Tyler.
Well, I was just gonna say this is that he was able to do something beyond anyone else. So there's great people that people admire a lot. Rush is one of those people, but Rush didn't build in his spare time a Turning Point USA, a Turning Point Action, and all that, right? Like Charlie did all of that, gave it all back essentially for that. And then we have the whole point of why I'm saying this is we have so many good people here at the show that work here that produce it to get truth out. Because again, what that Charlie was interested in wasn't spotlight. It was getting the truth out. It was doing something bigger than himself. And every single person that's here that are back behind the glass right now and that are in this building that are across campus here at Turning Point headquarters, join Charlie on that vision and are part of that. And so with that, we talk about the shirts and everything else. Please support this mission to continue Charlie's voice with Charlie's show, because there's so many good people here that have done that. And I know Andrew's
Erika looked at me yesterday and she said the show has to keep going and Turning Point has to grow even bigger. And I hope I'm at liberty to say that. I think she would want me to say that.
Yeah.
And so we don't know what the future holds for everything, at least, with fine detail, but we know that will happen and that we will honor that. And I know Charlie would want that to happen.
That's the only way to honor Charlie is to for everything to get bigger and to, again, that point, which is that this is bigger than any singular person, but honoring Charlie's memory permanently with making Turning Point bigger, and the mission, which is activate as many human beings as possible to do the work, to do the Lord's work, and to do the work to save the Republic.
So put those shirts back
I think that's
up
where that
for the radio. If you can go to charliekirkstore.com, charliekirkstore.com. We have 3 options. The election night shirt is a drawing of him putting his hands on his face after he found out that Trump was going to be elected the 47th president. And he said, "I'm just humbled by God's grace." And that's a beautiful one. He is, "I'm Charlie Kirk," and people love that. I'm Charlie Kirk. I've been seeing that everywhere. And then we have the shirt, the Freedom shirt that he was wearing, and with the date on it, and the Turning Point hook also on that sleeve.
I think that message in the center shirt there, "I'm Charlie Kirk," that speaks to what Tyler's talking about. It's the Charlie Kirk spirit, right? I was saying this yesterday on an interview, who's the next Charlie Kirk? Like, well, there isn't a next Charlie Kirk, but Charlie, if you asked him that in public, right, he would say, you go get a megaphone or, a chair and go to your local park and set up a folding table on camp, whatever it is, right? Whatever public place you can be, and go do this too. And so it doesn't mean, it's not about him, right? It's about you take that Charlie Kirk spirit and go and be the next one and go set up your chapter or go set up your thing and go be that person. And that, I think, is the message that's now, and you see this, it's around the world. It's completely, we'll talk about it later, but it's totally around the world. I mean, I'm getting messages from I don't even want to say, but just countries that you wouldn't even believe had heard of Charlie are doing vigils for Charlie.
I actually do want to talk about that at length, because one of the things that I've realized, and I tweeted about this or posted about this last night on X, there was a video of a vigil that was sent to me, and I said, I've constantly had to recalibrate my internal clock, because you kind of know
exactly what you mean.
How famous Charlie is, and then something else would kind of blow your mind and be like, whoa, he's actually way bigger. And Blake, I'm sure you had a bunch of those even in Seoul. You're like, whoa, people know him here. But yeah, I am realizing that as much as I tried to recalibrate, I'm probably 2 years behind, actually how famous he was, in my internal clock. And in his death, and Trump said this beautifully, actually, this morning on Fox. I don't know what clip it is. I'm sure we have it.
We'll play that.
Yeah, that he's even bigger. He was huge, and now he's a worldwide icon. And
before we get all the way off the topic, and I know there's a break, I want to piggyback on Tyler and just say thank you to the staff for being here today, and.
Yeah, their hearts are broken too.
Impossible task.
We and all of our Turning Point staff now are at home with family as is expected. But again, for here being part of the show and honoring Charlie, I mean that's just such a hard thing to ask people to do, and I can't thank you each enough.
Everybody behind the glass, seriously, thank you for being here.
Thank you to our amazing team. They really are amazing, and Charlie loved them dearly. Radio, we'll see you again in a couple minutes. We're going to keep streaming for a few seconds.
When the kids turn unholy, Harrelson's Own keeps my patience divine.
When work flies out of control, Harrelson's Own keeps me cool as a cucumber.
The device madness never ends. But Harrelson's Own keeps me zen.
Life can be chaotic, but Harrelson's Own CBD helps keep you calm through any storm. Harrelson's Own consistently delivers you full mind and body homeostasis. It's an organic, full-spectrum CBD in a refreshing oral spray. Our nano-emulsified technology makes it completely water-soluble, so your body absorbs it immediately. You'll start to feel it in seconds, not 60 minutes. It just makes everything feel better.
And it helps me just take the edge off. It helps me relax. It helps me be there with my kids.
I swear I'm like a mental ninja. Like nothing can throw me off balance.
No matter how many things come at me, I'm like, boom, handled, next. I'm like crushing it all day long.
Well, some people take it for a release from stress. Some take it to get rid of pain. Others just take it for general well-being. For me, Brett Harrelson, it just makes everything about my day a little better.
Give your life a boost.
It's just the best you've ever felt in your natural state.
My happiness in a bottle is the best.
So to sum it all up, you're going to feel the benefits quickly, love the way it feels, and like the way it tastes. Pay a fair price, and you're going to thank us for it. We are so confident you're going to be satisfied that we back every bottle with a 60-day, 100% money-back guarantee. Give Harrelson's Own a try, from our family to yours. Go to HO.com to order Harrelson's Own now. Yep, it's that easy. Just our initials, HO.com.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro.
Steve Bannon.
Now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
There's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
To this Real America's Voice news break, I'm Terrence Bates. As many as 19 million Americans take fish oil supplements. We're told that fish oil supplements are rich in omega-3 fatty acids, and those omega-3s help with heart health, joint health, and other things that might be affecting you. The question is, does it really help? Or have we all been lured into this marketing claim that are now being challenged by medical studies? Chad Walding is an expert in the field of physical therapy, nutrition, and nutraceuticals. He's also the co-founder of Native Path, which is a health and wellness company that's focused on supplements that are backed by science. Chad, welcome.
Hey, Terrence. Good to be here. Thank you for having me.
All right, good to have you. You know, the reality is you see fish oils everywhere. If you go into a GNC or really any store that sells supplements, fish oil is going to be front and center. But there are some studies out there that suggest that fish oil may not be quite as healthy as advertised.
That's right. And we should start with the fact that there is solid evidence omega-3s are beneficial to overall health. As you mentioned, omega-3s do reduce inflammation. They contribute to heart health, brain health, eye health, bone health, metabolism, and potentially even cancer prevention. And if we were all eating a healthy diet, we would be getting omega-3s from fish and seafood, eggs, and grass-fed beef. But the problem is we don't eat a healthy diet in the modern world, and we're often lacking in omega-3s, and we often get way too much omega-6 from toxic industrial seed oils, which inflame our bodies. But when most people hear omega-3s, they think fish oil. So hundreds of supplement companies have really seized the opportunity to supply fish oil to consumers in hopes of augmenting the omega-3s we need. But the science on fish oil is getting a little murky. You know, Harvard Health published a major study of multiple randomized trials testing fish oil against placebo, and they found there's no evidence of heart-related benefits from fish oil. Cleveland Clinic actually published a study stating fish oil pills aren't doing what you think they're doing. In fact, one of the studies found that fish oil may increase LDL cholesterol. So much of the science is really suggesting fish oil may not provide the health benefits people are hoping for. And I think there's really two key reasons for this. Number one, fish oil is almost always tainted with pollutants and toxins which prevent it from working. And, you know, it comes from oceans that have oil spills and nuclear disasters. High levels of mercury can be found in those waters. I simply don't trust it. And the second thing is it doesn't get absorbed by the human body very well, especially when compared to krill oil, which I feel is a better source of omega-3s.
I'm glad you brought up krill oil because I was going to ask about an alternative, and I would imagine that you would stand by krill oil as an alternative.
Absolutely. You know, studies show that krill oil is a more potent and absorbable form of omega-3s compared to fish oil. It's actually 50% more absorbable. And that's because it comes in a phospholipid form. And that's found all over your bodies, which allow it to penetrate your cells much more effectively than fish oil. But the biggest difference between krill oil and fish oil is actually a powerful additional antioxidant that is not found in fish oil. It's called astaxanthin. It's likely the key to achieving the health benefits you're seeking in omega-3s.
Now, where does krill oil come from?
It actually comes from the clean, pristine waters of the Antarctic. It's free of these pollutants and mercury spills and stuff like that. So really the purity is something we value in Native Path and why we really favor it over the fish oil.
All right, so for people who are interested in Native Path, maybe getting some of the krill oil or some of the other supplements, how can they contact you? How can they at least start the process?
Absolutely. So today we're extending up to 66% off to your audience when they visit nativepathkrilloil.com. So let me give that again. Visit nativepathkrilloil.com for up to 66% off.
All right. And again, just for people who may just be tuning in, krill oil is different from from fish oil, but they come from similar environments, if you will.
Yeah, they both come from the ocean, but it's different areas that are more polluted when it comes to fish oil compared to the pristine areas. And the biggest difference is that it allows krill oil to be more absorbable and more potent compared to typical fish oil that you get at a typical store.
Chad, we appreciate your time. Such great information. Folks, there on the bottom of your screen, nativepathkrilloil.com. Log on, make your order right now. You can even get a discount of up to 66%, as you just heard from Chad. We appreciate you being here with us for this Real America's Voice news break. Now, let's get you back to your regularly scheduled programming.
To see the behind the scenes stuff, and so I want us to share that with him and with the audience, our interactions with him. And I don't want to force you to start when we're going to be welcoming back national radio in about a minute, but that's there's that line in the Bible about Jesus where it says, you know, there would be the writing of endless books about all the things that Jesus did, and
Yes.
I feel like not to compare Charlie to Jesus, but his life is like that, where if you compiled all the little things that he did for all the tens of thousands of people that he interacted with, there would be no end of the books that we could write about his life. And it's like so true. Like that's not even at like 31 years on this planet. And that's not even a hyperbolic thing to say. That's not me exaggerating. Is a really remarkable feat. And so, Blake, I'm going to go, we're just going to go around the table. I was just going to put you on the hot seat first, so it wasn't me. But we're going to welcome back our national radio audience that Charlie loves so much in about 20 seconds. So hang tight, and we'll be right back. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. This is your host for the day, Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show. To those of you listening around the country, we're honoring our friend and the host of this show, Charlie Kirk. And it's his friends, the people that work closely with him to make this show, to make so much of the content, that are gathered around this table in his studio. His chair is empty because nobody will ever be able to fill it. But we wanted a chance to tell you about the Charlie Kirk that we know and that we got to see up close. And we have Jack Posobiec, the great Jack Posobiec, the great Blake Neff, and the great Tyler Boyer, all gathered with myself, Andrew Colvett, executive producer. So our team is telling us that people want to hear more personal stories that you wouldn't have seen if you didn't know Charlie. So Blake, the floor is yours. Tell us a story about Charlie that you think people would like to hear or that I haven't heard yet.
Man, I'm thinking of a few things. Personal stuff. I think one of the things that always impressed me about Charlie was his immense personal discipline about everything he did. He had, his day was very ordered. Everything he did was very ordered, and he didn't deviate from that. And if you asked him about that, he'd be like, well, this is the smart thing to do. Why would I do something different? And the thing I'd always tease him about is the number of foods he ate, which is about 4 or 5.
Yeah.
I would joke about this, and I'm not exaggerating. The variation of food Charlie ate was like grilled chicken, avocado, hot sauce, like cabbage,
he wasn't
lettuce,
always like that. Like this
salmon, I guess. And I think he used to have beef, but I think he later decided red meat was probably
Tyler,
more on the bad
when did
than
he
good
start
side.
doing that? He said it was like a couple years ago that he said he wanted to get back in fighting shape or something.
Yeah.
And
Charlie, as long as I've known Charlie, has always been very focused on what he puts inside his body.
Yes.
From day one. I remember, because when I first met Charlie, I was skinny, and then I got, dad fat.
Less skinny.
You got your road layer.
I got dad fat. I put on the pregnancy weight a few times throughout that cycle.
Campaign 30.
But Charlie was always, and he would always kind of yell at me, and Andrew, I'm probably sure you had some of these situations. Blake probably hasn't, but never got yelled at for what he eats. But he would be like, because I would pound sodas, and I was like, oh yeah, and then it caught up with me.
I was like Charlie's sin eater because I eat everything.
But he would eat piles of singular foods. So it would be stacks of broccoli. He would order that, steamed broccoli, or he would order just meat, right? It would just be meat, and then he would pound through it. He would eat as we're talking, like we didn't have time to waste as we were going. It would just eat. Later in life, I think he enjoyed meals a little bit more. But the early was we were going. He was always in the travel, ready to go, and he would just eat. And I would just sit there and be like, because I would order a normal sandwich and drink a drink, but he would just eat to eat, but it was always healthy. And he would always be like, you're going to eat that? He would look at me like, you're going to eat that? You're going to put that?
I actually remember, I think the night, I'm pretty sure we were all there too. It was the night of the RNC when he gave his speech there, not the 16 or 20, but the 24. And I think, I want to, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't he have a couple of chicken wings? And he made a huge deal about it.
He had a couple, and we had a huge pile.
Yeah, we had a huge pile of stuff.
It was a cartoonishly vast pile.
But it was each, as Tyler was saying, each box was a separate food. And then we had a whole bunch of chicken wings that we were all just chowing down on. And he goes, I will allow myself to have a few. Well, and that was
he would find something he liked, and early on he used to say this all the time. He'd be like, you could build a religion around those things. Yeah. Have you ever heard that?
He said that so many
Have you ever heard him say that?
Yes.
We could build a religion around this.
You could build a religion around this thing.
When he found a food he liked, he'd be like, you could build a religion around this thing, or that thing, or whatever.
But it's the first time he's eating it.
But no, it would, no, it would be. It'd be like, I'd be like, oh, I mean, I think
these are great. These chicken wings.
You could build a religion.
Charlie, we know.
I think I heard Charlie say that no short of 500 times.
There's certain set phrases that were just the Charlie phrases, and when you say them, you could just hear it in his voice because that's the only guy who talks that way.
What about you, Jack? Do you have a fun Charlie story that you think the audience hasn't heard or would like to hear?
Oh, man. You know, look, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's just private. So that's like, how do you steep through that? You know, I'll tell the story that in, you know, from last year, though, that I think is just kind of a funny thing. So Charlie works so hard on these campus tours that people don't realize that he worked himself sick last year. And there were, I don't know, 2-3 weeks where he had no voice. He completely lost his voice out there on the campus tours, the campaigns, between everything. He was traveling so much and just picking up whatever germs and bugs and all the rest. And obviously with his health regimen and that he, you know, he did what he could, but, you know, sometimes it just kind of doesn't work that way. And I remember we had talked about, and he was like, hey, Jack, you know, you're a Pennsylvania guy. We're doing this Penn State. I think it's going to be big. Do you want to come? And I was like, oh, yeah, you know, we'll see if it works out with the schedule, et cetera. And then a couple days before the event, the day before the event, he sends me this text and says, Jack, we need to talk. So we need to talk. I lost my voice. So then I call him and he immediately hangs up and he texts me back. And he said, Jack, I can't talk. I lost my voice. I can only text. Yeah. And so he's like, I need you up here. And so I get up to Penn State, and the entire time we're there, and I'm with him, we're spending time, and he's like sending me text messages or just writing stuff on his phone. And you're like right next to him. Yeah, and he's like showing it, and I'm like saying it or tweeting it or whatever it is. And then as we're about to go, you know, we have this whole thing set up, and there's thousands of kids. I mean, 5,000 maybe, because I know we brought
it was insane.
I know we brought
sea of red hats.
We brought 30,000 hats, but then we ran out, and like only about half of the kids had hats. So that's why I know it was double.
You would not believe the number of hats that Turning Point bought and still managed to run out.
And
it was insane.
And then the campus ended up shutting down the speakers anyway.
That many boxes. I want to just
we just threw out hats.
It was so many like the logistics of getting that many hats is actually to each campus was actually a marvel in and of itself. And you're reminding me of go ahead. I don't know if you had something you wanted to add, Tyler.
No, I was just going to say that the miracle of the organization of Turning Point being able to do all those things is what enabled so much of Charlie Kirk, right? Charlie wanted to be enabled all the time with every little crazy idea that he had. I would call him Charlie Kirk wild goose chases, like with stuff. It would just be like constant stuff, right? And it was just like trying to channel where those things would go. But the enabling of the staff to do the things that needed to be done, because Charlie was almost always right on these things. He was always right on.
He was annoyingly almost always right.
Almost always right.
And when you got one that was right, you were like you would make a mental note, be like, because it was 99-1.
But where he wanted to go with everything was always right, and he knew he had the vision, and the people who helped execute that deserve a ton of credit. Every person, I look at the videos from the campus tours. Every one of our activists that is there, that's volunteering to help hold microphones, to, you know, standing in the gap there, especially in such scary times as where we're at today. They have been such incredible warriors, and that honors Charlie so much.
Yeah, we have this. Let's go ahead and play. We have just enough time. This is Charlie eating with chopsticks in Japan with Blake, 479.
Oh, gosh.
So, is it like a big thing? Yeah, of course. Am I doing it okay?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
This is Noto.
Why is it so gooey?
Soybean.
It's very good.
It's so gooey.
It's very gooey.
Why is it so gooey? Because it's fermented, I think.
Mm-hmm. Right. Oh, it's great.
It's very good for you.
Blake, I remember you and I were on a chat when this was happening, or moments after it happened, and he was like, "There was literally 11 dishes in this thing. It was amazing. Oh, the Japanese food. I mean,
you can build a religion around this.
Yeah, religion. People don't realize like how he would just get fixated on.
Yes, I would just love
like that.
How he would, he would like interrogate me about things, because Charlie loved to learn things, loved to pick new things up, and yet he was also so busy all of the time. So he would send me on. He's like, Blake, you have to learn all about this thing so that you can just tell me about it when I need to learn about it later. So I'll go read, a 300-page book about this so that I can just be ready when Charlie interrogates me. I remember once on a flight, it was like an hour, and he's just like, Blake, tell me about the Roman Empire. I'm like, the start or the end? He's like, whatever you want. And just started going off about that.
I also asked you about that. Blake is a very good resource if you want to learn about the Roman Empire.
And he was very, sometimes he would ask Mikey, he would be like, Mikey, just ask ChatGPT to make some trivia questions, and then let's just see if Blake can get them. And he was very proud that, he's like, okay, Blake, I'm going to lose to you on, history. I'm going to probably lose to you on geography. But he was very proud that he was competitive with me on, biblical stuff, because he was He loved to study the Bible, book by book. He was really into that. He was very, very proud of that. And he was right. He was better at Bible trivia than I was.
Actually, that's something I could share, and I'm sure we all could. That late night, whatever it is, people would say, "Well, what is Charlie like in off air?" He would be constantly going through books of the Bible, and then he would send you, some file or a podcast or something and be like, Jack, I just did this 5-hour course on the book of Deuteronomy. You need to go through all 5 hours and come back to me with it.
Yeah.
And not even for the show. Just
I have a story like this actually from recent. We were in Aspen doing an investor summit. And it was an amazing trip. And we had a Cambridge professor who was actually, we played that. The last live, it was a pre-record, but it was like the last radio live hour, before he started speaking at campus. And it was with Dr. James Orr. He's an amazing Cambridge professor. And he flew back from Aspen, and Charlie was like, what are you doing tomorrow? And James was like, well, I don't fly out until Monday. And it was a Sunday. So Charlie was like, well, do you want to have breakfast with us and we'll do our morning worship, and then I'll pick you up, and can you just like teach me all day? And James was like, well, you just want to do class? And he's like, yeah, like I just want to do class. And so they sat in a room and Charlie peppered him with questions. And you have to understand, Dr. James Orr not only sees the world similarly the way we do, but he has like a photographic memory of the classical Western canon, of all the texts that make up the Western. He can remember almost page and verse of all of these great books, and he can connect them, how they relate to now, and where we got this word, and how it evolved from this. And so Charlie was gathering this three-dimensional understanding of the Latin and the Greek, and how it made up European history, which gave birth to America, obviously the Western canon. But that was Charlie's idea of a Sunday well spent. And I remember being so jealous.
Yeah, that's a day off for Charlie.
That was a day off. I remember being so jealous because I had to go back home. I had to catch a flight Sunday morning to get back home. And I got to be with my family, and it was great. And that's where I should have been. But Charlie got to spend the day with his family and learning from one of the great minds in Christendom. And it was amazing. That was Charlie in a nutshell. It's weird things that I remember right now. Charlie walking around all the time with he'd wear shorts on planes with his tall socks.
Yeah.
So he always it was
the tall socks.
The tall socks.
No,
it improves circulation. Andrew.
He would always talk to me about this. He's like, it's a thing for tall people, Jack. It's compression socks. You wear them on planes. The pressure. He had it all it was all systemized and choice.
No joke.
Decision made.
A week ago, when I was actually flying out to Korea for a thing, I was like, okay, I've got to see if there's something to this. And I just put on socks and I pulled them all the way up. And I wore them that for about half the day. And then I thought, this is way too annoying. And I slid them back down.
Well, he would say it's because you're not tall enough.
But you probably did have really good circulation. He was right most of the time. we're going to welcome back radio and keep remembering stories about Charlie. And there's just too much to tell about this great man. And it's fun to think about him. I have a story from Danny in just a second. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett, Jack Posobiec, Blake Neff, and Tyler Boyer. We're remembering our friend Charlie Kirk, our brother, who belongs to history now, and a pure legendary man. And I'm so honored to be sharing with you. And it's the way these things work. We just go wave after wave of emotion. And I wanted to read something that Danny on the team, Danny's a young guy. Charlie loved Danny so much. And Danny's quiet, doesn't always say a whole lot. But when he speaks, you better listen because he's been thinking about it for a long time. And Danny wanted to he's shared this with me. I hope it's okay. I think it is. He says, Charlie's story. Last year when I was living out here interning, I was living in the hood off of GCU campus. Charlie found out and goes, okay, you're going to either live at my apartment or at my in-laws. And he's like, I convinced him I would be fine, and I stayed where I was for a few months. He was one of the kindest people I've ever met. And I love that story because somehow this was true about Charlie, that he was balancing huge organizations, 1,000 relationships, donors, friends, the show, politicians, other organizations. He had all these plates spinning in his head all the time, and he would somehow find time to worry about my well-being. Or is your wife and kids, are they going to come? Do you need me to set them up with something? Do you want me? Can I get them here? Are you okay? Do you want me to put you at this hotel? Like his brain was just always moving and spinning, and he was always thinking about other people and their well-being. And how many stories I heard of that, Tyler? I mean, right? It's like you saw it in the organizational feats of Turning Point, how he would think about the speaker coming in and make sure they were all taken care of. And he had it built into the schedule that he had to go backstage to meet so-and-so at such a time because he wanted to just say thanks for coming. I mean, the intricacy of his mind and the details he was able to hold all at one time, truly amazing.
One of the things that I just keep seeing over and over is everyone telling the stories of how they got introduced to Charlie. And I've received, again, thousands of messages. I can't even respond back. I know Andrew feels the same. All of us probably feel the same. Jack is a savant at keeping up with people. I don't know how he does it, but I just can't even keep up. So I'm not even going to try. So I apologize. But everything I keep seeing over and over is, Tyler, I know you were close to Charlie. I didn't know him personally, but I want you to know how I was introduced to Charlie. And 9 times out of 10, you know what the answer is? One of my kids turned me on to Charlie. They showed me Charlie. And this is like, this kind of goes hand in hand a little bit with what you're talking about. It's always shocking to me how, again, the Charlie Kirk phenomenon, how he led his life, how everything just ultimately ended up, in front of people. And for so many young people, again, and that's the mission of Turning Point. Turning Point, we're trying to get young people involved and engaged. But to not only see young people getting involved and engaged and loving Charlie and being interested in his content, whether it's TikToks to all the way through long form podcast, is that they were taking their parents, in most cases, old Gen Xers or baby boomers, and saying, you need to listen to this, or grandparents. And it's so interesting to me, and this is the legacy that has to carry on in such a profound way, is that young people can be the spur, they can be the dynamics, they can be the activating element. And Charlie was right. No one believed this, by the way, when we started. There was no one. And Charlie would get that face, when he would tell you, he'd get excited because he'd be like, I'm going to prove you wrong. And he'd get that voice in his...
He literally took on the hardest... hardest job.
At the time, it was unfathomable, and it was like, you have chosen potentially the dumbest career mission imaginable.
Obama era college campuses, guys, you don't understand. That is the definition of the belly of the beast. And where we are today is where young people are carrying on their shoulders the Charlie Kirk voice to the older generation in a lot of cases. And I'm so that I never have really spent time thinking about that. I mean, I know it, and we're really excited about it because I do that with my parents and grandparents. But it's been so rewarding to see. And if Charlie could sit here and read all these messages that I'm receiving that are saying that exact thing, he would be ecstatic. And we used to send those in the chat all the time. But I actually have some breaking news. I don't know if I should share it or not, but I'm going to. It looks like the Cubs are going to be recognizing Charlie today.
God bless him. I don't even want to tell that story. I can't tell that story.
But they should have
they are.
They should have a.
It's very important to Charlie.
And he loved the Cubs. His grandma was a lifelong Cubs fan, and she got to see the Cubs win the World Series, and then passed away. And Charlie was like, she lived to see like that, the greatest thing as a sports fan for her, and that meant a lot.
Because no one thought it was ever going to happen.
Radio will be back, and streaming will keep going. Welcome back to our stream. Charlie loved the Cubs. Loved the Bears too, but it was a little bit harder to be a Bears fan.
I actually was.
It was hard to be a Cubs fan a lot of the time.
Do you remember one of the last chats that we had? We were just, because on.
By the way, that picture right there that's up on screen, that was really recent.
A couple weeks ago, right?
I was with him.
Yeah,
and we went to that game. And there's it's a picture with the Cubs team, and then those, all these haters online tried to like shame that player. I forget his name, but he lives in Phoenix as well, and it's the third baseman. Hit a home run that day, I think just for Charlie, which was like amazing. And I actually have a couple pictures from that day. So go ahead, Jack. I
was just going to say on Sundays, especially, people don't realize how big of a sports fan Charlie was. And on Sundays, the group chat would turn into basically whatever game he was watching.
Yeah, and just, one of our last things was just, busting his balls about the Bears.
And the Bears
joking
game,
it away.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was scrolling through.
Actually, that's a story people would like.
I was scrolling through, and
Charlie was so focused, and it was always that we would have, America Fest is right before Christmas, and that's when the bowl games are ramping up.
Right.
And I think even maybe some of the playoff games were going on this last year. I can't remember what the schedule was, but he wanted to see what was going on.
He was mad. What game was it? He was mad that he wouldn't be able to watch a game in real time because.
But we would literally
we
have the big stage at AmFest, and then behind it is our kind of command center, green room.
Yeah.
And there's a table, and Charlie had a place he could sit. And he had a TV monitor set up to be showing one of these football games. And he's just sitting there like watching it during his literal 2 minutes of downtime before the next thing at AmFest. And he'd have his bowl with his chicken and lettuce that he was able to eat.
And his hot sauce.
He'd just be sitting there watching
food.
it really intensely. And I'd walk by. He's like, Blake, come here, come on. Let's watch a game, Blake. I'm like, okay, Charlie.
Please put this B-roll up. Just don't play the sound on it because I haven't reviewed it for anything. I never shared this, but this was just from a couple weeks ago. That's me filming, and Charlie and Erika, and we went out. That was the first time Charlie got to walk out into Wrigley Field, onto the field right there. It was before the game, and it was so awesome. And the ivy Field right there, and this is Charlie, of course, looking back, give me the thumbs up. And man, we had just a heck of a time getting into the stadium because there was all these security barriers, but they'd arranged it with us beforehand to let Charlie get right up close, so that he could just kind of get out of the car and get on there onto the field. And this was his childhood favorite team, the Cubbies. He's got his Cubs hat. I kept wanting to get him one of the new era, or like the actual field hats.
No, he would never.
But
do
he
it.
liked
No,
he liked his His little like low profile one, and it was the one he wore. I think that's the same Cubs hat he wore at Student Action Summit when he was doing the Prove Me Wrong with the students there. And it was just so fun. It was so fun.
He wanted to walk on that field his whole life.
Yeah. He wanted to be, he loved that field and that stadium.
We had, this is way back in the day, but we had actually taken, we used to have our headquarters in Chicago. So it was a ways out from Chicago. And I remember at the early time, this is like right after we had made some changes to really grow Turning Point USA. We did a team builder at the Cubs Stadium at Wrigley Field. And so Charlie and I had driven over to the Cubs, to Wrigley. Very difficult to park. You have to like basically just park in people's garages and things like that. But we took all of the staff there, and it was at the time I think we have like 20 people. And I remember we're just there, and we're sitting, and he just nonstop would be talking about to everybody how, because we had staff from all over the country at the time, just different places, about how great the Cubs were, how much he loved it, and you knew from that moment how much that mattered to Charlie. And there were a few things that were like Chicago boy things. I mean, he loved Chicago. He told me, Tyler, Chicago's the greatest city on planet Earth. I'm never gonna leave. And I was really nervous, when we.
But then you were instrumental in him falling in love with Phoenix.
He's really
Arizona.
A Chicago boy at heart.
He is.
And the Wrigley, the Cubs, everything else was such a big part of the things that he loved.
All right, we're going to welcome back radio in just a second. Don't go anywhere. More with the crew, remembering Charlie Kirk. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show, radio stations across the country. Your guest host, Andrew Colvett, in for the one and only Charlie Kirk. Right here in his studio in Phoenix, Arizona. His seat is empty because we are honoring one of the greatest people any of us will ever meet, a legend, an icon, a martyr, a man who lifted up God above all. His faith in Jesus Christ was the most important thing to him. And then it was his family, Erika, his two beautiful kids. And then it was the country and Turning Point and everything that our founders built. And I'm just realizing, Jack and Tyler and Blake, that how much I've been changed by this person. It was funny, even while we were starting the show, and it didn't occur to me while I was doing it. And so I hope it didn't come off as some like fake like emulation. But I was sitting here going like, hey, send so-and-so in. Hey, send so-and-so in. And then like I remember that's what Charlie would do before the show.
Right.
It was always like, and it's like, I don't think I'm going to fully understand how much I've been affected and transformed and changed by Charlie. And I don't think I'll ever fully understand it.
Because you're not purposefully doing it like Charlie.
No,
it's just Charlie's
like,
imprint.
We were so saturated with so much Charlie Kirk at all times that.
No, the way I put it was like people ask you, what about this question? What about this question? Would Charlie wanted this? Would Charlie wanted that? And it's like I can hear him in a way, like not like he's speaking to me, but it's just, if you know him, you kind of know what he would say.
Yeah.
You almost know, not unlike, certain things, but just little basic things. You just, well, that's what Charlie would say this. Well, Charlie would say this. Charlie would do this. And you just know. You just know that that's what he would have wanted. And it's weird because, talking to everybody throughout all of this, it's, even having heard that Erika said that she wanted the cameras on and wanted this up, I know that's exactly what Charlie would have wanted. That he would say, get on the stream, get the rumble up.
It's almost like we are the large language model for Charlie Kirk because we've had so much input from this person.
Well, I mean, that's what a life is, right? when you know somebody.
Yeah.
That's what they do. They imprint on you.
People didn't give Charlie enough credit for how funny he was.
Charlie could be hilarious.
Charlie was funny, but it was his own very distinct brand of it. Because he was so distinctly Charlie and so rigidly Charlie Kirk, when he would kind of come, you do that look when he go, but he would make. Oh man, the plane rides were the best.
We would just get on topics.
Yes.
There were topics, and it would almost kind of turn into, the best way to describe Charlie Kirk's humor is probably Seinfeld.
He loves Seinfeld.
I've been only watching Seinfeld.
Charlie
I've needed it to fall asleep the last couple nights.
He loves
Seinfeld.
But it was like kind of these weird, funny, just like situational things with personalities involved, where it's like, we would kind of talk about those things, and it would be like, well, what's this guy doing? And that's that. And like, isn't it funny how this is connected? That's connected. And it was like kind of smart humor, but it's like, that's the very in real life reality show type.
He was a good storyteller too.
Yeah.
And I almost feel bad that so many of the funniest ones, you can't tell because it's private information. But when he could actually tell you something, him relating it secondhand was
I'll
so
give you,
funny.
I'll
so
give you a
often.
good Seinfeld moment from Charlie Kirk's life. And I think about this all the time, and I don't know why, it just sticks with me. So Charlie and I were going back and forth to LA for like every week for like a year. There's a reason for it. It was crazy. It was stupid, but my life got like completely uprooted, and I was going to LA every week. So the horrible part about this is that we had to find LAX, and LAX is like a third world country. And it just is. And like, you just and again, for people who have patience, you can probably get through LAX. Charlie Kirk cannot. And we were flying just back and forth. And so one day we cut it really close on the Uber that we were going back to LAX, and you get in the loop around LAX.
It's like a horseshoe.
And if it's stopped,
and there's like that Uber spot where you have to.
But you're so close to the terminal, but you're really not.
Yeah.
And
are you talking about just as you enter the airport?
No, just the horseshoe. So
I just
you're going around, but if it's packed.
No, sometimes you can just bounce and then you can run faster than going through it.
People who don't know LAX, that's a total thing where you're stuck in your Uber outside the airport, and you can see the whole string of cars, and people are getting out running in.
But you can cut across the thing.
You can, because it's a horseshoe, and in the middle they have parking, and there's some pathways you can actually cut right in through.
So anyways, this guy, this guy was
exactly what you mean. I've done.
This guy was dropping us off, and he wasn't communicating very well, and we're going through, and we're that basically scenario played out, and he's like, oh well, it's just right up here, it's right up there, and we just kept going and going and going. He's like, and I just remember the guy had messed up and then missed. He cut through the middle because there's this kind of a road through the middle, and actually missed. He's like, oh, we're going to have to go back and do this all over again.
No.
And we just flew open the doors. He's like, this is crazy. And like, he just like looked at the guy. He's like, this is actually crazy. And we like grabbed our stuff out of the car. And we're like having to walk across the airport. But I just rings in my ear the whole time because the guy was like, oh no, it's fine. I do this all the time. But the interaction between Charlie and this guy and us trying to get into the airport,
you can
like
almost hear the
Oh yeah. It's like,
he loved this clip, by the way. He actually thought that Seinfeld had really profound, like deeper, like parallels. He thought it basically thought our entire modern world could be. There was going to be a Seinfeld episode that that mocked and parodied that what we're experiencing now, and so he loved this ribbon clip. So let's just go ahead and play the ribbon clip if we have it. I don't know what number. It doesn't have a number, but it's the ribbon clip.
You're checked in?
Yeah, thank you.
Here's your AIDS ribbon.
No thanks.
You don't want to wear an AIDS ribbon?
No.
But you have to wear an AIDS ribbon.
I have to?
Yes.
Yeah, see, that's why I don't want to.
But everyone wears the ribbon. You must wear the ribbon.
What you are? You're a ribbon bully.
Hey, you, come back here. Come back here and put this on.
Hey, where's your ribbon? Oh, I don't wear the ribbon.
You don't wear the ribbon?
Who do you think you are?
Put the ribbon on.
Hey, Cedric, Bob, this guy won't wear a ribbon.
Who? Who doesn't want to wear the ribbon?
And remember, Charlie loved this because it was the parallel to the Black Square during George Floyd, and this coercive, you have to put it up, and if you don't, you're guilty. And that was just one instant of Charlie using Seinfeld as, and I'll never forget. He always brings Eric Metaxas on the show, and the first thing he does when Eric Metaxas comes on, and he'll make like a inside Seinfeld joke reference because Eric loves Seinfeld as well, and it's a beautiful thing.
Man, it's just watching that clip. Charlie loved that clip. Like, Charlie loved saying that line.
You must wear the ribbon.
Like,
yeah. Oh,
I'm gonna miss joking around with him so much. That's.
How did you get him to wear this hat? This is hilarious. Tyler.
This is my greatest moment, by the way.
Tyler got him to wear this hat. Put this hat up. I can't believe I forgot you got him to wear that.
The one thing that I feel.
Oh yeah, this was
I feel
captain,
happiest
right?
about is
Precinct
I was
captain.
able to get Charlie to do crazy things for a long time. Again, for that, but we had these hats that said precinct lead, precinct sheriff on them.
Sheriff, yeah.
Because we're focused on recruiting for precincts, and this is how serious about it. And Charlie was very serious about chapters, and on our political side, we talked about precincts and getting everyone involved in the precinct level. And so I was like, Charlie, if you're serious about this, you got to wear this. And we, I think we wore them for a thought crime episode.
Yeah, everybody had to wear a hat. Charlie, I think Charlie probably took that off pretty quickly, but it was great that he was always a good sport like that.
No, he had it on. He had it on for quite a bit of the episode.
Charlie was always a good sport, actually. And what?
Still got in my South Park. Like they didn't understand the South Park.
We found the clip 477. I think this is Rush Limbaugh talking. Oh, well, maybe not. We'll find the clip. It's 2.5 minutes of Rush talking about Charlie. I'm going to play it before this show is out because this show is the Charlie Kirk show, and Rush Limbaugh inspired Charlie to pursue this line of work. There's no question about it. That's not me speculating. I know for sure that's why.
Yep.
And so I'm going to play the Rush Limbaugh clip because they were both two men that we lost way, way too early, and I'm pretty sure that was the clip. I just saw it. And Rush saw, it's 477. Let's go ahead and play it.
They brought Charlie Kirk to the golf course to meet me about a month ago. He was in town to set up this Turning Point thing, and they brought him to the golf course to meet me. It was we were getting ready for a 8:45 a.m. start, and they brought him out while I was getting ready to go to the range to loosen up. And I spoke with him for about a half hour, and he told me how he grew up in a home where my program was on all the time. He was just effusively complimentary to me, which I, of course, understood and told him he's very wise. His family's very wise. He chuckled. He laughed. This is the kind of guy that you can see really becoming big in politics as he gets older. He just has the carriage, the personality, the charisma. You may think this sounds weird, but I remember when Bill Clinton became president, there were all of these stories about Bill Clinton at Oxford and Bill Clinton at Yale and Bill Clinton here and all these people who went to school with him. There was story after story after story where people were saying that they just knew Bill Clinton was going to be president someday. In college, he just had that kind of ambition, and he impressed people. And I'm telling you that people are saying the same things about Charlie Kirk.
Yeah. Rush saw it, and Rush knew, and Rush didn't want people to know this. And then we asked Catherine after he passed, and she said it was okay to share that Rush was a 7-figure donor to Turning Point, and because he believed so much in Charlie and what he was building and the mission of Turning Point USA. And I want all of you to rest assured that are wondering what's next. Turning Point USA is not going anywhere. The mission that Charlie started, he always wanted it to be an institution that would outlive him. And we obviously wanted so much more time with him, but that was very clear. That was spoken of expressly. And I know all of us are ready to get to work on that. So radio, we're going to take a break. Stream, we're going to keep going. Be right back. All right, welcome back to Real America's Voice, the stream. We're honored by all our partners at Real America's Voice who believed in this show. And they've always been so supportive, by the way. They would send crews halfway around the world to have our back. Rob Sig, Parker Sig, we love you guys. You know what you mean to us. And I've talked with both of you in the moments after and since. And Jack, I know you work with them directly as well. And your show's coming up next, and we're going to keep going for...
Yeah, but I'm not just...
It'll be the Charlie Kirk show.
We're going to do
today.
this. We're just going to continue this.
Yeah. Anyways, we love them, and there's so many people that we should remember and thank.
There's thousands.
And we're not going to, this probably is not the show to do that, just because it's impossible and we're going to forget too many people. But I just can't tell you how many people believed in Charlie and gave us a shot. And as a matter of fact, I'm gonna, Daisy, do I have my permission? Do I have your permission to read this? All right, so this is from Daisy Phelps. Daisy, she was originally Daisy Dibley when she joined us, and she got married, and now she's expecting her first child, and we love Daisy. We were joking, Tyler. You were like, my life was really hard, and then you came along. And then I was like, yeah, and then my life was really hard. You were like, I felt bad. I didn't want to tell you like how much easier my life got when I came around. And my life was really hard until Daisy Dibley came around, and now Daisy Phelps.
100%.
And then Blake, candidly, changed everything as well. I'm trying to make sure I got my show clock right here. So this is from Daisy, who would do Charlie's makeup and make sure his eyebrows, because he had these crazy eyebrows. Like he had like 60-year-old eyebrows at 27. Like they would just spark up like this, and I was like, Daisy, make sure his eyebrows are like his hair. He had this crazy mop that would just fight you, and Daisy got really good at kind of putting it all together. And Daisy also ran his Instagram account and so much more.
So much.
She did so much around here. She said, Charlie was a force, a believer, a patriot. He was my friend. I've had the privilege of speaking to him every day for the last 4 years, and I can't tell you that I've ever known someone with more integrity. He was exactly who he said he was, except better. There wasn't one thing that was fake or fabricated. He believed in what he said, and he lived out what he believed. He loved Jesus more than anyone. The truest thing about him was his belief in God. He was constantly researching new ways to defend the gospel and making sure we all knew them. It was that important to him. I can still hear him say, "Good morning, sports fans," coming into our studio every morning. I can still hear the worship music coming out of his office. I and everyone in the building was watching. I can still hear the Cubs games he'd turn on all the TVs to make sure everyone in the building was watching. I can still hear his kids running to hug him during breaks. He not only took a chance on me at 21 years old, but he pushed me, trusted me, and listened to me. Our show was everything to us. We lived and breathed the Charlie Kirk Show because we believed in it. We still do. He consistently raised the bar for everyone on our team by first raising it for himself every day. He saw greatness in you, and he brought it out by first being great himself. Just being around him, being in the background, made you want to fight harder. He was ecstatic when I told him I was pregnant. He made sure to ask about the baby every day. He wanted to see every ultrasound, and when we found out it was a girl, he yelled, "I told you!" My faith is completely different had I never met Charlie. My career, my adult life, my marriage, from watching the way he loved Erika, everything is different had I never met him. I'll never be the same, and I wouldn't want to be. If there was one thing to know about Charlie, it's that he loved Jesus. He is with God. He spent so much time learning about and teaching others about. Well, welcome back, radio. All right. It's the last segment of the live Charlie Kirk show on the Friday. after September 10th. And
9/10.
We just miss him. And I know we're all very honored to be here. We're going to keep going for another hour, Jack, and at least. And I'd like to have an opportunity for people in the audience to call in and tell their stories and how they remember Charlie. So I want to do that. So I don't know if we're planning on doing that today. I think we probably should just keep going. And so let's make sure the studio's ready to do that in a little bit. But go ahead, Tyler.
Andrew, there's a few people too, and again, it's really important. Again,
yes, please.
This is not the show to everybody, because there's so many people who are influential, but there's a few people who are so dear to Charlie that I know of that just loved him to pieces. Mike Miller, who's been one of our longtime board members, was like a father figure to Charlie, and in fact, he was one of the individuals who has been there from really day one. When I met Charlie, he was a big game hunter, Africa, everything else. But he's a big jeweler in Illinois. He's from Barrington, Illinois, and he's so American. The guy, his address, I think, for his jewelry shop is 123 Main Street or something. So, and I've slept at his house. Like this
Mike's
is
great, man.
Incredible man.
Love Charlie. Love Charlie so much.
Love Charlie so much. But this is, there are people that were so influential. Our board members, we have so many incredible board members, but Doug DeGroot, for example, has been a rock and a stalwart for Charlie. Tom Sadeka, who is going through some health things, and we're praying for him every single day. There's just so many people, and those early people, especially the Chicagoans that were there, who believed in Charlie. Bill Montgomery, who was one of the first kind of in Bill's enigmatic energy, was like a Tea Party guy that wanted to just show Charlie to everyone. And it was many people like that who gave the way, that enabling of Charlie Kirk to be introduced to the world. And if you're one of those people, and I didn't name you, I'm so sorry. We'll get there. David's there.
On the board.
Obviously, Rob McCoy, so many others that have been so close. All of our board members, truly, Jeff Webb, others, that you took Charlie around to expose him to the world, to others. We're just thinking about you so much today, because you did this, and you remember, and there were literally hundreds, if not thousands, of people who
Rebecca Dunn,
who did that.
Feinberg. These people were just champions of Charlie.
Ed Zeman, so many.
Yeah, we shouldn't start, because we're gonna miss people that really.
But I want to
Foster Freeze.
Foster, I guarantee you, Foster was waiting right there for him when he came out. We were sharing pictures of Foster. I remember sitting with Foster actually just right before he passed, in the Trump Hotel in D.C., and he scolded me. He was always scolding, for, giving that advice, that to Charlie, to me, to anyone that would listen. And he loved Charlie. Everyone has loved Charlie so much.
I just also want to say thanks, just in these few final moments of the live show. And again, we're going to keep going, but we want to thank all the Phoenix PD that has been stalwart, and just from a security standpoint, cops blocking off roads, making sure our staff was safe, making sure these buildings were safe, making sure all the families felt safe going home and coming in. The buildings are closed for all intents and purposes, and that's great. That's fine for right now. The first responders at the scene, we want to thank them. Thank Charlie's personal security detail. You cannot imagine how tough that was for them. And I really love those guys, and they love Charlie. You got to believe me that if anybody loved Charlie, and had his back and was warriors by his side, it was those guys. Dan and Brian, you guys are the best.
Incredible.
Incredible.
We've known Dan from the very, very beginning. There is not a person that loves Charlie Kirk more.
Absolutely,
than Dan.
Would have taken a bullet for Charlie. And the PD at the vigils, I know that there's just
All
we're
the
running
first
out of time.
responders.
We have 25 seconds left here
We love
before
Dan.
we lose radio.
We love you
but,
a lot, Dan.
Charlie loved being on radio, and so to the radio audience listening all across the country, just know that Charlie was inspired by Rush. Rush believed in Charlie, and Charlie took this medium to the next level, and he was rewarded with it in ratings and the performance of the show and all of your amazing belief in it. Thank you so much.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2, plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3, when you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
More high school chapters, more college chapters, and disagreement is not just welcome, it is invited. We want to have those tough conversations. That's what it's all about. Supposed to be involved in this. You're supposed to just kind of be on the vote for me every 4 years, give me more political power, and stay out of my business. And what has happened is we are seeing an explosion in citizen participation. There is extra door, go that extra mile, talk to that extra friend. Because throughout voting month and culminating on the 5th of November, I believe it will go down as a day that people remember, as a day that is written about in history books, as the final battle from the golden escalator on down, from defeating Hillary Clinton, from the nonsense of 2020, from Butler, Pennsylvania, November 5th, it all culminates where we restore the promise that the founders gave us. And they said, hey, if the people want it, the people get it. And we, the people, take back America. God bless Arizona, and thank you so much. Every day, the American people demand certain accomplishments and victories. Disagreement is what keeps a movement alive, keeps a movement fun. Here in this country, we are a country of flourishing. We're a country of risk-taking. We're a country of building. We will achieve American greatness, and we are just getting started.
All my days, your mercy follow me.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. This is Andrew Colvett, Jack Basobic, Blake Neff, and Tyler Boyer remembering our friend, the one and only Charlie Kirk, who's on assignment from God, who belongs to history and will forever be in our hearts. And sorry, it's the way this thing works, man. Like, you see somebody you haven't seen yet, you haven't grieved with yet, and it gets the emotions flowing.
In the guys that I know who have lost people in the military, they say it's waves.
Yeah, it's waves.
It feels like waves. That's the best way to describe it.
And it's certain phrases, certain people, certain faces, certain memories. Like for me, I didn't expect a Seinfeld clip would just
Yeah, and everybody deals with it differently. And Charlie was not much of a crier unless, he literally helped elect the future president in the 45 and 47. Just hat tip to everything he just accomplished by sheer will. And I really, truly believe that without Charlie Kirk, we would not have President Trump and
Vice President Vance.
And Vice President Vance, we would definitely not have him. And thank you to President Vance and to Usha, Vice President Vance and Second Lady Usha, for just how wonderful they were with Erika yesterday.
Through and through.
They came to Salt Lake City and they picked up Erika and they picked up Charlie and all of us and took us on Air Force 2 back to Phoenix. And it was a beautiful ceremony, both getting on and getting off. And JD came back and talked with us, and he spent most of his time with Erika and just clapped, hugged us all.
He is genuinely, I want to say this about the vice president, he's been genuinely interested in individuals. And this is the same thing with Charlie. This is the same thing with President Trump, to be very point blank, is very interested in individuals. And his touch, his warm touch on this of making sure that Charlie was honored the way that he deserved to be honored is never going to be forgotten. It's never going to be forgotten by this team. It's never going to be forgotten by the conservative movement, by obviously the entire Turning Point family. But that is such a testament to our vice president's character.
Yeah.
Because it's just as easy to say, we can't.
And you got to understand, JD's hurting too.
Yeah.
JD loved Charlie as a brother and as a friend. They talked almost, I really mean this, probably on text at least almost every day, if not every day. And JD was strong. He understood the moment was probably not his moment to grieve. He's grieving in private, and he was there and he was strong. And Usha was strong. And I love him for it. And there's a lot to love about JD, but that was a really amazing moment. And for our members, and by the way, thank you, Jack. This is your hour, and you're graciously letting us continue the show. And
I wouldn't have this hour if it wasn't for Charlie. So it doesn't mean anything. Just keep going.
And I appreciate that, brother. And just a quick programming note, we're going to be sending our members at members.charliekirk.com. We're going to be sending you a phone number to call in and share your thoughts. So if you're one of the members of this show, you know who you are. You were the nearest and dearest to us out there, and you believed in this show, and you put your money where your mouth is, and we adore you for it. And Charlie believed in his members in such an amazing way. And so if you're a member of the Charlie Kirk Show, you are about to get an email with a phone number, and you can call in and you can share your thoughts and your remembrances of Charlie and what he meant to you. And we would love to hear from some of you. We'll try and fit in as many as make sense. And
how you got to know Charlie, how you discovered Charlie is incredible. Your interactions with Charlie and your interactions with the show, your interactions with Turning Point, please, coming to events, whatever. We want to hear all of it. And please send those thoughts if you don't call in to freedom@charliekirk.com.
I'll just say that, and we haven't really addressed it here. Obviously, you know what we do. We see all the information that's coming in about the suspect. We've even got stuff that hasn't been put out yet. And there'll be a time for that. And we know there'll be a time for that. There will be justice for Charlie Kirk, but that's not what we're doing right now. That's all I'm saying.
Can I share one more thing that I saw that was a frequent thing that was really touching? We have, of course, tons of people who've worked for us, tons of people who have worked with us, alongside us, that have helped build Turning Point into what it is today. But so many people, even people who, again, there are people who aren't always, that don't always agree with every single thing that comes out of Turning Point. I think this is really important. But their life was dramatically changed because of Turning Point. And they had met their spouses. The one common theme I saw was people reaching out to me saying, Tyler, I've always had this unbelievable respect for Charlie and for Turning Point because it changed my life for the better. I found my spouse. I have my kids because of Turning Point.
I've heard so many stories like that. That exact phrase.
And that consistent message that Charlie gave about the family and building your family and everything else reinforced all of that. And so many people are like almost coming back home because they're like, oh, I didn't always agree with Trump or like Trump or whatever. Or I didn't like X, Y, and Z. And now they're on the team. And it was because Charlie, they stuck with it and listened. They're like, yeah, actually, you know what? This is the life I want to live. My family is important. My religion is important. Christ being the center of my life is important, what Charlie said. And so it's been really a beautiful, actually, honestly, a miraculous thing to watch as these people came back who I haven't heard from for almost 10 years, maybe, that have said, hey, this is how much this has impacted and changed my life. And, and some of those people saying, I'm sorry, I didn't say something before. And that was because of Charlie and what he built.
Blake?
I just, I keep thinking about, there's a poem that's a favorite of mine. It's from, it's a poem it was written during World War I by Lawrence Binion. It's titled For the Fallen, and it was about the men they lost in World War I. And I think about just a few lines from it, and about Charlie. They went with songs to the battle. They were young, straight of limb, true of eye, steady and aglow. They were staunch to the end against odds uncounted. They fell with their faces to the foe. They shall not grow old as we that are left grow old. Age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. And that's how Charlie will always be for us. All of us are going to grow old. All of us are going to die. But Charlie will forever be how he was on September 10th. Brave, strong. I will there. Could be like that forever.
The end of that one is
well said.
There's a couple lines where the next line of that is actually, they mingle not with their laughing comrades again. They sit no more at familiar tables of home. They have no lot in our labor of the daytime. They sleep beyond England's foam. It's a British poem. And the very last part, as the stars that shall be bright when we are dust, moving in marches upon the heavenly plain, as the stars that are starry in the time of our darkness, to the end they remain.
So much of this in retrospect, and you don't have eyes to fully appreciate it in the moment, but where you realize that you were encountering greatness, and the moment you get the news, you realize that you were around somebody that was so incredible, and in kind of in a weird way, like in retrospect, it all kind of makes sense that we only get him for such a short time.
Yeah,
because he was too great for this world in so many ways. And he was a shooting star. He was a mythological creature. You know, you hear these pictures, you hear these images of descriptions of George Washington, how he's this huge man and
Larger
like
than life.
Especially for his time. Well, Charlie, we always joked he was a Nephilim. He is literally
He's said it so many times.
The only chair that we could get. This is actually a really funny story. When we first started getting Charlie the chairs for his studio, it was like, nope, not that. It was like mattress shopping. It was like, nope, not that one, not that one.
Literally, this chair.
This is a Shaq chair.
Yeah, it's
Shaquille O'Neal.
It's a fairly inexpensive chair.
Yeah,
just
but
from
it's
like
made
Staples.
for huge people like Shaquille O'Neal and
from Staples.
Yes, and from Staples. And he was like, oh, this is the one. And he's worn it out. It's got like a little, like, you know, the very cheap, you know, veneer on it or whatever. I don't even know what you call it. Like it's definitely not. It's definitely not leather. It's like
the
vinyl.
vinyl.
It's vinyl, yeah.
And he wore it out, and he loved that big chair. And I have to say, like, when I've sat in it in the past, like you've sat in it, it's like you're like, oh, okay, I see what he was kind of, you know, it's a good chair.
It's like a hug.
But he was larger than life, and we all saw it, and we all. You know, he was younger than us. Everybody at this table, he was younger than us. And so we just, you know, you assume that you're going to probably go before him. And, but in retrospect, like, he was so larger than life and he packed so much into every single day that it's pretty impossible to fully grasp just how much life he lived and how much he accomplished in 31 far too short years. But we do have our first caller. Do we want to... You guys ready for that? His name is Evan. Evan, the floor is yours.
Gentlemen, it's an honor to just be on and talk about Charlie for a sec. I'll keep this quick. Charlie was a friend. I consider him a dear friend, even though I never, ever met him. I've listened to him for a very, very long time. I run and operate a lawn and landscaping business and also host a podcast. And what Charlie really taught me was he was always continually learning. And even with my show that I host, you got to know things. You got to know about equipment and things like that. And Charlie was always learning. He's always listening to books and things like that. And his boldness to stand on the Word of God and Jesus is what I've tried to do with my business and in life and even my family too. Like I have a 2.5-year-old son and a kid on the way. And when I heard the news just a couple of days ago, I was on the mower. I stopped and I cried. It was just, it's devastating. But we know that God's going to work this together for good. And through his tragic death, guys, more people are going to know about Jesus. And that's the one thing that we have to remember through this. And it's just, I've never been, I consider him a friend, even though I just never knew him. And I want you guys to hold on to God's word, because that's what Charlie would want for us to do, is stand on God's word and hold on to it right now and not let the enemy just blind us from the mission that he had set. Guys, I appreciate all that you do. And Charlie, just thank you. And thank you, Lord, for just putting him on this earth for 31 years.
Well said, Evan. And I think I just want to echo what you're saying. I've gotten so many notes and I've seen so many comments on social media of people saying their kids are coming back to church because of Charlie and because of this, what's happened, that people are coming back to the Lord. And I just, Jack, it is your hour, but I'm just going to say a quick prayer. I'm going to say a quick prayer for that. Heavenly Father, we ask that you would bless Charlie's legacy right now in this moment across the country and across the world as we mourn his passing. It's far too early and too soon. We ask, Holy Spirit, that you would enter the hearts of millions of people across this planet, across our nation, and that you would bring people to faith in you, Jesus, saving faith in you. He loved you, and I know that he is getting his reward in heaven right now, and that's what he wanted. In the beautiful eulogy that Blake helped write, that all he wanted was thriving young people that went back and found their faith in you, and thriving young families that made this country strong and great so that more could follow that same path. And I know, Lord God, that getting married and having a family and knowing you were his greatest accomplishments on top of everything else he did. And so, Jesus, we just bless this country and everybody that loved Charlie or that heard about him, and that only heard about him even from his death, Lord, that you would make so many new believers, mint so many new members of your heavenly kingdom right now and in the days and weeks to come, Lord Jesus. We ask in your precious name. Amen.
Amen. If you guys want, we could follow that up. Tyler, I know you just put the hat back on, but we could all say together, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, our Father,
who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil.
Amen.
Amen.
Charlie would have wanted people going back to church more than anything. More than anything. That more than politics or campaigns or whatever the next election was or whatever the next turning point was.
The core belief was
that was it.
He was a true believer in what Andrew Breitbart said. And we talked about this all the time. I actually remember we were visiting a donor, and we stood in the spot where Andrew Breitbart passed, which is I think
it's in LA.
You've been there, right?
It's on Sunset.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's right outside a restaurant.
Well, it's in Brentwood, at least. I don't know.
It's kind of an interesting place, but he had always had kind of this infatuation with the concept, and we actually leaned into it, talking about culture wars and all of that. But that culture is what dictates your politics. So, and culture is dependent upon your faith. There's nothing.
Faith's the bedrock. It's the absolute starting
point. There's nothing that impacts that. So, the politics that is really downstream from culture is really, and this is kind of I would say Andrew Breitbart next level, which was this Charlie Kirk, is that's why I believe Charlie was so adamant about faith being so important, is that he was a true believer in that statement, but that faith was what was dictating how our politics would end up, which is absolutely correct and true. And so there's nothing that could be more important right now.
What you could just tie it up and say, politics is downstream from culture. Culture is downstream from faith.
That's right. And Charlie led by example and embracing faith, embracing the Christ-like attributes that are necessary to impact culture in the positive way that needed to happen. And I think that's why you're seeing that turn of so many young people that were influenced by this, maybe starting with politics, but walking themselves backwards and going, oh my gosh, well, my politics is dictated by my faith. And that's a great legacy. That is the most important legacy, which Charlie himself said, which is that's all he cared about, was that people would know that.
Well, it was interesting. I saw a clip yesterday from Larry O'Connor, who worked for Breitbart, Andrew Breitbart, and he was talking about this memory at CPAC, and they were doing an Andrew Breitbart panel. And Larry put it together. He was he's like, well, all of us worked directly with Andrew. You never knew him. He's like, and Charlie says, I can't wait to be on this panel. This is so amazing. And so he's like, I'll call you and tell you about it, like my thoughts. And he's like, okay, we probably should talk because the rest of us knew Andrew. And Charlie said that I was so inspired by Andrew Breitbart that I created Turning Point. Yeah. And Larry realized that he started Turning Point in 2012.
Yeah.
The year that it happened. And he realized that Charlie, in many ways, is the blossom of the seed planted by the death of Andrew Breitbart. And so when you think about how that can keep going forward, and I know Charlie would want that, that we would have many such stories like that, not just Turning Point or whatever.
And it's really an interesting point to make for those that study modern conservatism. There aren't very many people. I mean, if you had to pick the top three, it would probably be, and again, we're setting Charlie aside, but Andrew Breitbart, Donald Trump, and the third being Rush Limbaugh.
Rush.
And when you look at that and you start to go, wait, what's the connection between all three of those men? It's really, you look at that and you go, Charlie Kirk. And Charlie was enigma. He had a personality that was unlike anything else, but he was the continuation. He picked the baton up for all three of those men in different ways, and carried the entire conservative movement on his back and created something. And again, that the culmination of that, what is the representation of Charlie? And people are like, well, what can we do to keep Charlie? You have it. It's Turning Point USA. It's Turning Point. The entire ecosystem. He did it.
Yeah, he was able to do all the things.
All of the things.
I promised we would mention this, and before we go to the next caller, I saw some people saying that they thought I was trying to brush it off. I wanted to give the vigils a moment because I knew we were up on a clock before. It's unbelievable, and they're worldwide. South Africa, I've seen
Australia,
New Zealand, huge one in Australia. I got a video from Sydney this morning. Someone sent me. Sweden, all across Europe.
I just got one from Hungarians.
I'm sure,
others, yeah.
and then all across the country, and there's like little ones popping up. Like just, hey, this is the one in our town. If you want to come, just come on. Someone said Westchester, PA, and I hear there's going to be they're trying to put together one, not like an official one, but like at the White House at Lafayette Square Park. There's just some local people trying to get a permit, and it's that spirit of individuals becoming activated and coming together around one core concept, principle, value. That's what Charlie Kirk stood for. That's what he was all about. He lived his entire life trying to inspire a turning point in this country, and he's done it.
He's done it. I take so much solace in a couple of things. He got to see young men and the youth vote win a president.
Yes,
he got to see it, and he got to do it, and he got to see the decline in church start going back up. He got to see that.
It bounced.
And he got to see just before that NBC poll that said that young men want to get married and have babies as their top priorities.
Yep.
And I can't tell you how much that means to me that he got to see the fruit of his work, because so many people don't get to see what they've accomplished, and he actually got to see it. And all of you that came out to the campus events, all of you that came out to our Turning Point events, all of you that subscribed to the show, that gave him like one of the biggest shows and reaches and platforms in the entire country, day in and day out. And we had millions of people listening to Charlie every day. Every day. We tried our best to estimate it in the way of modern analytics with fast channels versus radio versus podcasts. And then you take clips, it was basically impossible to measure. But even just in the fall, going up to the election, 15 billion views of Charlie Kirk content just ahead of the election. And every day there was between 2 and 3 million people that tuned into this show, to the Charlie Kirk show, or listened to the podcast, or and that's just the live show. That's not even counting clips. So that was podcast, radio, and it was truly, truly a feat for anybody. But the fact that he was able, like we said, Tyler, to be like a Rush Limbaugh, to be like an Andrew,
all of it,
human that took, and by the way, and I want to give a shout out to all of his assistant staff and his chief of staff, Mikey, who made his day today possible. They were really amazing. We're going to get to another caller. And this one is Anthony. Anthony, the floor is yours, my friend. Tell us about Charlie and what
Thanks, Andrew. Well, first, my condolences to you and everybody. So Charlie and I've been listening to the show since it probably started, and I've been a member for a while and everything. But the one time that it stood out to me, and this might have been the funniest disagreement, was probably at the end of July, early August. It was the weekend before he had to go on Fox and Friends, and he put out the question to everybody in the first hour: does baseball need a salary cap? And he knows that I work in the industry, and it's on the college side of athletics. And we talked about the political question I sent in to him, and then he goes, "All right, Anthony, give me I need to know. You're the professional." I go, "I already emailed you my answer in the first hour." He goes, "I know. I'm not letting you go until you tell me." I said, "Well, I believe I'm on the fence." And he literally starts laughing and goes, "You can't be on the fence about this. You have to be on my side." And I'm like, and I'm like literally sitting there, and I'm like, he's yelling at me. He's yelling at me because the guy in the industry won't side with him. And I'll be honest, I always wanted a salary cap until I did more research. And then he's like, "Well, you have to," and Blake, you can relate to this, "you got to find me that research and send it." So I said, "All right, I will look for it." I sent it to him next Saturday morning when he's live on air on Fox. The following week, he goes, "I got your emails. I haven't read them yet." But he goes, but it was the funniest to see his facial expression just light up, because he's like,
Anthony, I just want you're reminding me of a very unique detail of Charlie Kirk that unless you emailed in the show, you didn't know. He would argue with the emails,
yes.
And he would get into these. He would get into these
during the show.
During the show, he's sitting there hosting the show, going, "Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show." Press send, and then he'd be like, to keep the show going. But he was arguing with people as we went.
He could be talking, like giving a monologue and writing a separate argument to an email.
Well, we would all be debating too. So your emails that you would make, he would drop into the chat, and it would be like rolling a grenade into the chat.
Yeah. Or sometimes he'd be like, "What do we think?" And he'd be like, "Well, this person just agrees with me."
And we would take sides with all of you. So like we would have all of that, and truly, and this is the one grassroots part, because one of our culture point that we have at Turning Point is grassroots humility. And this is the really interesting part. And again, Andrew deserves a ton of credit for this, because they framed the entire show, the Charlie Kirk Show, here around your feedback, your commentary, your conversations. Every individual in America that talked to Charlie or would email in or would DM had a voice. And again, that's not most people that do this. And it helped with the work, because it helped frame Charlie's opinions about things. It helped frame, from a grassroots perspective, how we think about things at Turning Point. And we think about issues that would be covered on Charlie's show every single day that everybody listened to. Everybody at the White House would listen to. And Twitter would change, because the three, like between Jack and Charlie alone, them dropping something changes the whole direction on Twitter. Anyways.
And then Benny. Yeah, Benny Johnson.
Yeah.
Let's throw this up. I just want to I don't know all the details about this, but there is a prayer vigil planned in Washington, D.C. on Sunday, September 14th. So this Sunday at 6 p.m., location to be announced soon.
I think I may have just accidentally said it.
Oh, whoops. Well, if you did, that's fine.
I wasn't given the full confirmation on that.
Sunday, who knows?
Works.
But it'll be at 6 p.m. in Washington, D.C., and I think it's a beautiful way to honor Charlie. Charlie candidly didn't love Washington, D.C., didn't love going to Washington, D.C. I mean, he was pretty open about that. Imperial capital. But he would stomach it because he loved his country, and he would go there. And so, I think it's a fitting tribute.
Can I just say, if you are at Washington, D.C., or if you're in any other blue area and you're going to one of these vigils and protesters come up or something like that, I'm not going to say, don't get into it, but we're not there for that. We're really not there for that.
Charlie his message was peace. I mean, Charlie, he was a master swordsman, but his sword was the word, the logos, and debating. And he didn't believe in peace per se. He believed in verbal combat, and he believed in intellectual and ideological combat, and he believed that we were in a war of ideas, and a spiritual battle. And so I'm not here to give you some rosy, prescription about the state of the world. We're in a battle, not against flesh and blood, but against powers and principalities. And obviously,
got a pretty close understanding of the state of the world a couple of days ago.
Yeah, but Charlie ultimately believed in the promise of America and the fact that our institutions will hold. I guess Speaker Johnson will be at that one, along with Anna Polina Luna. More details coming about that.
Which is very fitting because Anna is, by her own admission, is the Turning Point Congresswoman. She, to tell this fun story again, I know some people have heard it, but Anna was thinking about going to med school. And she had engaged with us online. I found her. We saw that she was saying some smart things on Instagram, and we actually reached out to her, invited her to Young Women's Leadership Summit, and she came. And she was like, "Hey, I'm applying to med school," and she was again an Air Force veteran and everything else. And that one experience of her being there at Young Women's Leadership Summit, which, by the way, that was Young Women's Leadership Summit was the brainchild of Charlie. We started that many, many years ago. He knew that was important, wanted to do that, but it culminated. It started at a tiny little thing in Illinois, and then we moved to the airport. We were at the airport, kind of a 3-star hotel at
the Hyatt in DFW.
At DFW, it was tiny. It was like inside. It's like literally inside the airport, so you don't even.
I remember
you don't even leave the airport when you show up. And it grew and grew and grew. But Anna showed up there, and we convinced her to not go to medical school, to quit, basically move to Arizona and start touring and learning how the ropes of how to debate on campus. And to do that was like the Charlie Kirk model.
And by the way, APL, she did it so fierce in Charlie's defense since all this. I've been texting with her.
She has been the person.
She's so great. Yes. And I just love it. Anyway, she's part of the legacy too.
She left here wanting to run for Congress, wanting to change the country. She's doing just that, and she's a tremendous friend and ally, and she's been incredible for the last few days here.
Yeah. We're going to take another caller. Caleb, you are on. Caleb and Michelle, how are you, my friends?
My friend, Andrew. Well, you know how we are, but it's such a privilege and an honor that Charlie called me his friend. And even though we were occasional acquaintances, and I loved how every time we would meet, he would treat us like family, and I have what I wanted to talk about is maybe just a couple stories about how he elevated those around him. And I know it's been said before that was the kind of person he was. He wanted everyone to be their best. And, but we and Michelle's already emailed you guys the story of how we first met in 2020, and he introduced us to people. I think you were there, Andrew. We come back and he says, "These are my 2020 friends," because we met him in 2020 just after the election at the headquarters, and it was what was so cool is that every time afterwards we would go to an event that Charlie was speaking at, and he did this like at least twice to me. He's like, "Oh, hey, Caleb, I'm out in the crowd. I'm just sitting out in the crowd." He says, "Oh, there's Caleb and Michelle. I should tell you the story about how we met in Arizona." And he remembered you when he saw you again and welcomed you in. And Michelle and I we're so happy that, 3 weeks ago he was in Myrtle Beach and we're in North Carolina now, and we're like, we could go to that. And and so we went to see him. And
I saw you there.
Charlie,
I saw you there, Caleb.
Yep, saw you there. And it was so cool because Charlie invited us backstage, or Mikey did, and he brought us into the green room, and there's Alex McFarland, and Charlie introduces us, Caleb, Michelle, my super fans. These guys Charlie Kirk show super fans. And he said, Charlie said, Caleb just sends me the best feedback. I love reading his emails. He always talked about how he loved Michelle's emails. She's always so encouraging to him. And then he says, "So Caleb, what's on your mind?" He just puts me on the spot, I'm not the guest speaker or anything. He says, "Charlie, what's on your mind?" And I throw out a couple ideas, and he says, "I'll let you choose. Here's a couple ideas. What do you want to talk about?" And he's like, "Oh, that's a great topic. Hey, Alex, you and Caleb, you guys should debate this topic." And then he just puts us on the spot, and he facilitated, he kind of moderated. He jumps in on my side, gives a good point here from the Bible, because it was a biblical discussion. And
by the way, Caleb, I want to give you credit because Charlie threw it to you to make a point. Remember backstage with McFarland, and you crushed it, man. Yeah. You crushed it. And I remember I walked away with Charlie, and I said, "Caleb did well." And he goes, "Oh yeah, he's been paying attention." I want to throw up another image here. This is from some friends here, a memorial rally, tribute ride in Lynchfield Park here in Arizona. Arrive at 5 p.m., ride at 5:30, and speakers to be announced, candlelight vigil at 7:30. This is what's happening. People want a way to help, and I think it's incredible that so much of this is happening so organically. Nobody's planning this. Nobody's there's no organization, by the way, doing the DC one. It's just people in DC that love Charlie.
Charlie would have loved this.
And it's just people are grabbing the bull by the horns, and they're doing this because they loved him.
But Charlie would also he'd say, "Okay, but don't stop there."
Of course.
He would say, "Don't stop there. Do not stop there. Thank you, but do not stop there."
Speaking of which, this is I had my team coming to me going how can I help? Can I make a montage? Can I make a tribute video? And I'm like, sure. I haven't seen this one either. Let's go ahead and play. This is from Noah on our team, and I haven't seen it. So 419, and thank you, Noah.
Why your faith is the most important thing.
You are commanded to go do something productive with your life. You are not commanded to go sit idly by and just receive. You are commanded to go give and to produce and to risk, to then go sow into other people. That is a biblical idea that has made the world a profoundly better place.
We must put God first in everything that we do. We are nothing here but just for a short instant, short little glimpse. We act not out of outcome, but we act out of obedience.
Everybody, this was not earned. You guys were a vessel. We were a vessel. Yeah. Psalm 107:1. Oh, give thanks to the Lord, for he is good, for his steadfast love endures forever.
I have to say this without getting emotional, but I'm very proud of my husband. You are so intentional with your faith, and you are so intentional with just how you are as a father and a husband.
Becoming a father has made me, first of all, understand that what I'm fighting for is beyond even yourself.
We do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities and darkness and spirits.
Because at its core, What we are fighting is a spiritual battle. And if you're here and you don't believe in God, okay, fine, I'll pray for you. And I hope you find Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, because it will change your life.
How do you want to be remembered?
I want to be remembered for courage for my faith. That would be the most important thing. Most important thing is my faith in my life.
Wow, good job, Noah.
Great job, Noah.
That was great.
Noah's pretty new to the team, and you captured it, brother. We got a note here from a John. He said, Charlie sat down with me after my dad died. He says, hey, Thought Crime crew. I look back fondly on the time I spent with Charlie, from my time as a student at GCU to working for NFP and then Chase the Vote. Charlie inspired me and was my hero. I specifically remember when Charlie came to GCU in 2022, he was informed that my dad had died. He personally spent time with me backstage before his event, and that has stuck with me forever. Charlie was an incredible man and made me the man I am today. Sending love and prayers, John.
Now he's working for President Trump in DC.
Wow. And we have Sarah. Sarah, you're on with the crew. What's on your mind?
Hi. I am holding back tears. It's been a rough couple of days, as I'm sure you all know. I just wanted to say to all the people listening and all of you folks who are continuing this movement, thank you, especially to Charlie. I really believe he has been the turning point of our nation for, I guess, what those words are worth. And I'm grateful to him. I'm grateful to his words. I'm grateful to how he held himself and was able to hold conversations with people. And I do think that in this tragedy, I'm hoping that it really is the turning point of our nation, and that we can move forward as a nation in a way that Charlie would be super proud of.
Beautiful, Sarah. Well said. Thank you. And I think we're all praying that that the reach and the impact that Charlie has, I don't think any of us have any idea just how big it is. And that's what I'm realizing. I feel like, Tyler, you and me specifically, and kind of what we had to do the last couple of days, I think we were a little insulated from it, and I feel like I'm just starting to see it.
Yeah.
Of what I've been kind of ignoring, and the calls I haven't been taking, and the texts I haven't been responding to. Yeah. But that's probably just the tip of the iceberg of how huge his impact is.
I don't think we have any idea. I woke up this morning realizing that.
Yeah.
Just because of the people, like the layers of people talking to people who talk to people who talk to people who are kind of coming back. And people have been so good to all of our team. Like, people were worried about the safety of our team. And so, Phoenix PD and Mesa PD have been incredible. I know it's Scottsdale PD and everyone else. There's been so many people impacted by this.
By the way,
aren't even saying anything.
And when we landed in Phoenix yesterday, there was a huge crowd,
hundreds,
gathered outside of the airport. And as we drove away in the procession, there was people lining the streets, like American flags and MAGA hats. Probably half of them that Charlie threw to them. And when we got to our final destination, again, there was a huge crowd gathered, waiting for us and for him. And it was really, really amazing. And it was just kind of a little insight. And Blake, I joke with you because we couldn't take him anywhere. In life, we couldn't take him anywhere. Yeah. Like, he would get absolutely mobbed. Can I get a selfie? Can I get a selfie? I mean, it didn't matter if you were in Seoul.
It was
or
unbelievable. Just in Seoul, in Japan, just the number of people, or even we realized it when we went to Cambridge and Oxford last spring, the number of people who would recognize him all over the place.
Yeah, and I took him to a very, very private place in California, and I was like, don't worry, we'll be left alone, because we had business to attend. We had a pretty important discussion we were having. We needed to work out some details and some planning, and I was like, don't worry, we'll be fine. And it was like, no, it was not. It was like people would come. I mean, candidly, they were a bit rude, but I looked at him because we're obviously having a private discussion, and they were like, oh my gosh, can we get a selfie? And as he was driving away after, I mean, there was like very private place. There was still about, I would guesstimate, about 30 people in the course of about 40 minutes, and we were trying to hide. And then as he's driving away, these two kids were rode their bikes after him, and they were 14, 15 years old. And they're like, is that Charlie Kirk? I was like, can we get a selfie before he leaves? And I was like, Charlie, and Mikey was in the car with him as they were driving away. And of course he's like, I got him to stop. And I asked him in the middle of it, I said, are you okay with this? He's like, honestly, it's just, I've accepted it. This is life. And I know that I can make somebody's day by doing it. It's fine.
Always say yes to every photo.
The one funny...
Yes, he would always say that. Said, always say yes to every photo, even if he was in the biggest hurry.
The one funny moment that I have that was the opposite of that with Charlie, and I don't know why this memory sticks with me, but it was during that whole time when he lost his voice, and we were trying to get his voice back. So it was like me, Charlie, and Mikey, and we were just... because the way the travel route, we were just driving through Central Florida where it gets kind of rural. Mm. And we had this idea to get him a humidifier with medicated humidifier, but we couldn't figure out where to get one. And Charlie wanted a specific one. And then we were just driving down the street and Charlie goes, well, there's Walgreens. Let's just go to the Walgreens. And you know how he is when he wants something and he wants something specific. Mm-hmm. So we're like, are you coming in? And we just went to Walgreens and we're just walking around. And it was just so surreal because nobody came up for the one time among all these times where it was just the most normal, simple, and of course we couldn't find the one he wanted, and then we had to get a very Seinfeld, kind of thing. And then we just go check out, and it's in the middle of all this craziness, it's just a random trip to Walgreens trying to find something for my buddy because his throat hurts.
It's funny actually now thinking about that. You inspired this. I remember when he was in Seoul just a week ago, 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, and he went out and explored the city. He got up early and explored the city, and I remember going, alone? Are you and he was like, yes, alone, LOL, it's safe here, it's clean. That actually meant a lot to him, and I'm so glad now that he got to do this thing that he hadn't been able to do in so long and just go explore a city by himself.
He hadn't been by himself for so long.
He hadn't. And he loved it. He kept sending us pictures in our chat and videos. And you were there, right? With I mean, you weren't. I mean, you did do some exploring with him
on his own, and then later we were in this old town neighborhood, and he's like, "All right, Blake, just tell me about Korea." And I'm just babbling. Oh, this is the palace where they do the Confucian examinations. And he loved it. And of course, it was also 1 trillion degrees out, so we were all in nice clothes because we had to go to the thing later, and it was swamp, and I was dying, but it was so much fun.
But that's such a good point, though, Andrew. I mean, the thing that I think most people don't realize, especially in these last years that Charlie was with us, was that he was never alone. I mean, the weight and pressure of having to be that celebrity, that's a lot. It's a lot to do, and that has an impact on most people. And the one thing I think that was really astonishing about Charlie is he didn't change as a person at all.
He didn't. By the way, he wasn't the party animal either. So a lot of people get in this role, and I don't know. You see him at clubs, you see them drinking, you see them partying or enjoying all this stuff. Charlie would go home at the first instant that was socially acceptable for the programming, at America Fest. Maybe the program didn't get over until 7:30. He would go straight home back to the hotel as soon as he could, after meeting with donors or supporters. Yep. And he would do a circuit of 4 stops, 5 stops, meet with donors, and then he'd go straight back to be with Erika, immediately.
And his personality never changed. His demeanor never changed. I mean, his busyness level was never different. He was always busy in different ways throughout his career, throughout the time that as he grew. But the thing that was always really difficult, that I was always really worried about him, was that you're never having that reprieve from the public eye, or being able to go out and just do normal things And the one thing I really appreciate about Erika and you guys, actually specifically that are here with Andrew and Blake, because you guys spent a lot. When he did have alone time, it was with you, and so it was like that was as alone as he got, or with Mikey, and he got to do some normal things in that way, right? Which was like going to the Cubs game.
He was always just the kid from Chicago,
and wanting to be,
he always was,
and wanting to eat at the restaurants. Like I'll always remember, again, just after we had a long day of doing something extraordinarily exhausting, and I felt like it was like 10 p.m. And you guys know this. Like Charlie loved to just go sit down and break bread and eat.
By the way, the way he would order was hilarious. He'd sit down, we'd be at a restaurant, and be like, 4 or 5 of us gathered around. And he would take the menu, and go, get us some of this, some of this, some of this, some of this, some of this. Get these out for shareable plates. You guys are gonna love this. You're gonna love this. Trust me. And then he would go, and can I get some hot sauce and olive oil and some salt and pepper, please? Thank you.
Yeah.
It was like he would order like a crazy person, like 15 items, and then so you're just like, I guess I'll just eat what Charlie's having, and the table would be filled, and he would like, get some more of this. You're gonna love that. Eat some more of that.
And then everybody's around eating, talking, again, kind of decompressing from whatever the crazy was that you're going through, whether it was the travel or the event or the donor meeting or whoever or whatever you're doing, the show, the speech, the rally, the activist event. That was the consistent thing, is that if you got that opportunity to sit down and then you talk, and then it wasn't just talking about nonsense. It was usually talking about big ideas and having the conversation, similar to like what we have on Thought Crime. So like if you as an individual out in the world, and I don't know if you agree with
Thought Crime was probably the closest videoed version of what it was like to kind of like hang out with Charlie.
Yeah,
and some
that
shows
was sort
he
of
was
like
more distracted.
That was sort of like our we used to joke about it because it was like our group chat on camera.
That's right.
Yeah.
And that's what it was like to sit down with Charlie, like in a scenario where it's like you're sitting there talking about, there's these things going on, these topics, and like everybody's going around the horn, just like, talking about it, debating it. And, you say, well, isn't that interesting? Or like, you get into it and ideas would spark, and he'd do that smile and he would think about it.
My favorite, I was just sharing with Daisy that my favorite segments in Thought Crime were
so uncomfortable.
Yes, that was the point. was when we would explain memes to him.
Yeah, just like Charlie's like entire knowledge of pop culture froze when he was 17.
Yeah, like what Charlie, you don't know what a bonus hole is, Charlie?
Don't use that one.
Or just whatever the
Riz.
What is Riz? No, I'm not going to get into it. I just mean like whatever the thing was that was going around, he'd be like, is that good? Yes. No. Okay.
Yeah, is this good? He just wanted the binary, like
it's
a good thing or a bad thing.
Remember the JD Vance memes?
Yes.
When the JD Vance memes came out, you're like, are they making fun of JD? Kind of.
Sort of. But in a good way.
Sort of. In a good way. Is it good?
Charlie didn't necessarily speak meme fluently or natively, but he understood the power of them. I have a story I just want to share.
No, he loved them. He loved
them. I have a story I want to share from Emma on our team. She said the night after the election, Charlie wrapped the stream and came out to the bullpen and sat and ate his dinner with the team and told us stories about the behind-the-scenes work he was doing that nobody knew about for like 2 hours. It was one of my favorite CK memories of all time. He told us how much we can trust JD as vice president and the work he did to get him to that spot. It's really beautiful.
Charlie had the thing that makes me the saddest about Charlie's passing and that he was ripped away from us so abrasively is that man had probably a library of books to write about the things that he knew that have gone to rest with him, things that he saw that are really interesting for politics. Because again, piggybacking on that, you sat down with Charlie, he could tell you about things that nobody knows. I mean, there's things that we know, there's memories that I have that I can tell you, and I when the time's right, at some point, I hope that I can share some of these stories that they come out. Andrew has a gazillion of them. Blake, since you've been traveling, Jack knows these things because he lives this lifestyle every day. But
that's what I mean.
There
about
are things
stuff
that I'm sad that we'll never hear.
I don't want, like we can't you know what I mean? I just can't.
I can't process.
Because people were like sharing text messages, and I was going back and look at some of the ones that I have, and I was like, can't share that, can't share that, can't share that.
Or where do you even begin? No, I know the Riz one is funny. Like we should probably put that up.
That's why I brought up the memes, because like
Daisy,
that stuff I can talk about.
Put the Riz one up. This is funny. This is like perfect Charlie. And so I always like to like hound Charlie a little bit, and it looks like I was making fun of the cough drop thing, because the cough. By the way, that was the one thing that
his Zyn cough drops, right?
The South Park, yeah, people thought it was Zyn when he was on campus and he would pop the cough drops in. So welcome to the inside chat, guys. This is about as close up as you can get, and I would be like, actually, Charlie, I love the cough. It makes you look really cool. Like when you're like popping, you got this kind of like nonchalant look when you're just popping the cough drop. And Daisy says, everyone thinks his cough drops are Zins. And I was like, nicotine cough drops. And Charlie, ha, 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 ha. And I go, Charlie's Riz secret. For the record, it's a great Riz crutch. Makes you look nonchalant, plus the athleisure wear versus the suit. Charlie goes, what is Riz? And I go, like swagger. And Blake has to go, charisma.
No, but no question mark, right? What is Riz?
What is Riz? What is Riz, period?
Is it good?
Well, it's probably because he was hosting a show or something, yeah.
But that was always his follow-up, though. Is it good?
Is it good?
Is this good?
We have one more caller I want to get to, and that is Julie. Julie, hopefully you're still with us. The floor is yours.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, I'm Julie. This is me letting Charlie inspire me to be more joyful, bold, and brave. I'm calling instead of emailing. Calling is the scariest thing in the world. So I learned about Charlie after he followed Steve Bannon on Rav. I listen to his podcast every morning on my walks. I love thought crimes and the glimpse it gives you into the secret world of men. I was glued to the Rumble late night election coverage. I was blessed to see Charlie interact with college students at Normal, Illinois when he was here this spring. I was so afraid to go because I thought there's no mute button, because I'm kind of like Bannon, like on the cold open, stop, I can't take anymore. But I didn't need it because Charlie was just fantastic. And then lastly, I'm most thankful for Charlie for introducing me to Jack Hibbs and the Real Life Network and reinvigorating my faith. Thank you.
Beautiful. Well said, Julie. Thank you for calling in.
Thank you for sharing that, Julie.
And sharing that. And you, your bravery was rewarded. And by the way, I want to say this, like people describe Charlie as fearless. He wasn't fearless. He was courageous. He looked fear right in the eye and he overcame it again and again and again. And I can tell you how many moments I spent with Charlie in this behind the scenes and quiet before he walked out on stage or before he had to tackle something or a setback, bad news, and Charlie just looked at the fear right in the eye, and he knew there was no way but through, and he just was so courageous, and he just did it, and he always won. He always won. He won, and he kept like coming back, and he was stronger and fiercer, and frankly, I think I said this to Erika yesterday. I said, probably for the last 2 years, I knew Charlie actually was fearless. Because he'd overcome so much, and that's great.
He was an absolutely fearless individual. I mean, since the day I met him, and I shared a story yesterday, I won't repeat it, but the times where I had the greatest fear of people, and there's lots of people that fear in politics, and I had this privilege of getting to know what President Trump would label as bad hombres, and Charlie was always the person that said, stand in the pocket, fight these people, fight these people.
I saw him do it to you in our chat too.
Many times.
We have to wrap. It's been a pleasure to be with the audience. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Blake. Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Charlie Kirk. You are our hero, and you always will be.
We love you, Charlie.
We love you.
We love you.
This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gerber.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is by definition a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Berquam.
Right up over this hill, Yellow Arm Cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
All right, welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gruber. Today is Friday, the 12th of September in the year of our Lord 2025. Let's go to today's top stories. As always, thank you for joining me here on Real America's Voice. We truly appreciate it through a difficult week. No doubt it's been a rough few days, not only for us here at Real America's Voice and for Charlie Kirk's family, but for the nation as a whole as we continue to mourn the loss of a great American patriot and a man of God. I'll be discussing updates on the investigation today, as well as any live updates we receive through the hour here. Also, in the midst of political violence, another school shooting was reported Wednesday at Evergreen High School in Colorado, left 2 students hospitalized. We'll have the latest on that and the shooter. And then later, Republicans continue to face criticism and ridicule from the IRS, this time for showing unfair bias toward conservative organizations trying to file for tax-exempt status. Details on those stories coming up. But first, I want to circle back to the assassination of my friend and colleague here at Real America's Voice, Charlie Kirk. Earlier today, Utah Governor Spencer Cox, along with FBI Director Kash Patel and other officials, announced that a suspect in the assassination had been arrested. It happened last night. It comes after President Trump made an announcement on Fox earlier this morning. 22-year-old Tyler Robinson, identified as the shooter, taken into custody last night after a family member contacted a family friend who then told authorities that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the crime. Authorities tied him to the crime through a review of online messages, interviews with his family members and friends, and surveillance video as well. More chilling details on the case were also reported. The inscription on one of the recovered casings said, "Notices bulges OWO, what's this?" There were also inscriptions on 3 recovered unfired casings, with one saying, "Hey, fascist, catch," followed by an up arrow symbol, a right arrow symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. The case still under investigation, but Utah Governor Spencer Cox did say before the arrest that officials will pursue the death penalty. The governor also explained that Tyler had reportedly said that Charlie Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. Look at this.
Investigators interviewed a family member of Robinson who stated that Robinson had become more political in recent years. The family member referenced a recent incident in which Robinson came to dinner prior to September 10th, and in the conversation with another family member, Robinson mentioned Charlie Kirk was coming to UVU. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The family member also confirmed Robinson had a gray Dodge Challenger.
Political violence has no place in this country. Most of us know that, but the left, well, seems to be a bit of a different story. Join now to discuss where we go from here is retired U.S. Navy Intel Officer and former Police Lieutenant Stephen Rogers. Lieutenant, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Steve.
Let's talk through this a little bit. And kind of figure out where this all came. I've seen more recent pictures, and online, of course, all the expected comments from those on the left. He's a white guy, he's straight, he's conservative, he's a Trump supporter. None of that's true, except that he is a white guy. More recent pictures show him in garb that would indicate that he is left of center. Of course, we heard the governor of Utah say he believed that Charlie Kirk was spreading hate and was full of hate. He had that conversation at the dinner table, apparently, in their parents' home. So we have some indications. This is not a conservative individual. This is another leftist. And I would ask you, in this day and age, it seems to me that those white liberals are some of the most dangerous people out there. Am I wrong?
Steve, you're right. This guy is a cold-blooded killer, period. I believe that I'd love to see the government, Steve, charge him with terrorism. Why? Because that will ensure a intervention, or at least the engagement of the federal government without question. This guy terrorized the entire nation, let alone what he did there on that particular horrific day. But the problem we have, Steve, is we have a lot of people in government, in office, that are adding fuel to the fires. They're adding fuel to the fires of racism. Conservatives are under attack. Christians are under attack. I've never seen anything like this in my lifetime, where particular individuals, and you know, Steve, we don't hear much about this on the mainstream media, do we? When you've got Christians, you got Jews, You've got people who love this country and who love God are under attack. And unfortunately, when you have leaders in this country, so-called leaders, who are members of Congress, who are governors, who are local officials, spewing out the garbage that they're spewing out, they're going to cause someone like this killer to go over the edge and to do something as horrific as he did a couple days ago.
You know, Lieutenant, with that, I want to share a video with the audience today. It's a compilation put together of some of those things you're talking about. The talking points put out there by the left every single day as they try to say it's Republicans that are divisive. I'm watching Jasmine Crockett here a moment ago saying this is about white supremacy. I mean, the idiocy of the things they'll say shows no bounds. There's no depth to their depravity. Listen to this.
We got Charlie in the neck, in the neck. We got Charlie in the neck, in the neck.
Charlie Kirk just got shot in the neck. Hey, ooh, ah, ooh.
He had it coming. He only had himself to blame.
Charlie Kirk got shot and he's dead. Finally. Thank you. Can we keep this up?
Shot right in the voice box. I might be 1% less atheist today.
I don't care that he was a person. He wasn't to me. He was a not to me. I think he's better off gone. So fucking be it. This is so bad. This is so bad. Shut the fuck up.
Thoughts and prayers. Rest in smoke, Charlie Kirk.
Popped for talking outside of his neck. Whoop-de-doo!
I apologize for the language, but in order to understand the depth of the depravity, we had to show it to you, Lieutenant, excuse me. And you know, I look at that. These are people celebrating the assassination of a guy who was guilty of what? Having a different opinion, who was guilty of having conversations on college campuses to try to change people's minds, and he was really good at it. That's why they're celebrating. Your thoughts after hearing that?
These are sick people, Steve. They have nothing to do with nothing. They're not white supremacists. They're just sick people. And these are the people, unfortunately, that we are getting warning signs from. And their friends, their neighbors, at least some of the people they're around that are sane, should be on the phone right now, making a telephone call and saying, look, I've got a friend, I've got a neighbor, I know someone going off the edge. You need to check them. You see something, say something. Well, we just saw there. I hope people who know who these people are begin to say something. And I'll tell you, Steve, what disturbs me many, many times when we're doing some newscasts about these stories, we always go back online and we find out that these individuals who are doing the killings have given us a lot of clues, have given us a lot of doors to open. No one said anything until after blood was shed. It's about time people begin to say what needs to be said before blood is shed. And look at what we're seeing right there. I mean, somebody has to know these people, and they ought to make that phone call and get the police involved.
Yeah. What can we do here about this kind of violence? We've seen it, and look, I'm going to be fair about this. We saw it in Minnesota here recently when Democratic lawmakers were targeted and killed. We've seen 2 attempts on the president's life. One where he was shot in Butler, of course, last year. One more recently, and then that man is on trial now. We've seen this sort of violence, and I don't think that this murder of Charlie Kirk is going to slow things down. In fact, it concerns me that it's going to get even worse. Where do we go from here, Lieutenant, if we can't find common ground and stop killing each other? I mean, it feels like we're back to the 1960s in some ways.
Well, Steve, I've urged a lot of people on a lot of news broadcasts I've been on the past few days to not depend on politicians, not to depend on the political leaders, but maybe it's time for our clergy across this country, the priests, the ministers, the rabbis, those faith leaders to step up and to use that sword. You know, the Word of God is known as the sword of the Spirit. These men and women involved in the faith leadership organizations, they could do a lot of good. And they need to get our country back. They're the ones, I really believe, that could get our country back, or at least begin to get our country back on a spiritual foundation that we had when this nation was founded, at least all the way up until the 60s, until that time things began to go to hell in a handbasket. But doesn't mean we could bring it back. Ronald Reagan brought it back. I believe Donald Trump is on the right track. But we got to keep the politicians out of these situations as much as we could. And the people that need to step up and lead, I truly believe, are those who have that word in their heart, their souls, and their spirits. They could reach the people, and they could reach them with the truth, because the truth is coming from God's word, not from some political agenda.
What do you think Charlie Kirk would want? He said time and again, the most powerful weapon in your arsenal is forgiveness. Do you think people have the power to forgive this twisted, misguided, hateful individual who thought and convinced himself that somehow killing Charlie Kirk would be good, would help the world? You know what he's done, Lieutenant? He's made Charlie Kirk 10 times bigger. He's more powerful in death in messaging than he was in life. It's a terrible price to pay, but more people saw Charlie Kirk yesterday and heard him speak yesterday from tapes and posts, and they went and found out. More people heard Charlie Kirk talk about the gospel, about Jesus Christ, about politics, about the Constitution than they ever heard on any given day of his life. He's made him more powerful. If he thought he was going to silence the rising of the Christian conservative youth in this country, I think he was sadly mistaken. I give you the last word.
Well, we can do a lot in tribute to Charlie Kirk, and I think one of the first things and simplest things we could do is let's blanket this country, every neighborhood, with American flags. Let's put Old Glory out, and in honor of this man who loved this country and who loved God and died serving his country. And let's begin to talk about prayer at the dinner table. Let's begin to talk about prayer with our neighbors. It's something we could return to. So, Steve, that's what Charlie would want us to do. With regard to forgiveness, yep, we have to forgive. It's tough, but we don't forget. And I keep telling people, Jesus forgave those two men on the cross with him, but he made it clear that there was going to be a penalty served, and that was served at the crucifixion. But we need to leave that to God. We're not a conservative movement of people who believe in vengeance and violence. We believe in doing things within the Constitution of the United States, the things that the Lord would want us to do, and that's exactly the guide that Charlie would want us to use.
Yeah. Forgiveness, tough for a lot of folks. It's been a very difficult 2 days, just over now, for many of us. The emotions run high. The pain, the anger is real. I think we have to pay attention, Lieutenant. I really appreciate you being here to sort it out.
Well, thank you, and thank you for the work you're doing. God bless you, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve Rogers. Look, it's been a tough week. What would Charlie do? It's a fair question to ask, don't you? Coming up after the break, I'll continue diving into the investigation of the assassination of our friend and colleague here at Real America's Voice, Charlie Kirk. Details straight ahead.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called CarShield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through CarShield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through CarShield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? 2, plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3, when you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
I talk to a lot of young people on campuses, at our events, on my radio show, podcast, and social media. Said differently, I visit college campuses so you don't have to. We're talking to so many voters that know it is time for change. They know that something is wrong. America's future is a series of choices. Our current state of slow motion national decline is a choice. Today is our 2-year-old's birthday. And I look at my daughter, and that is my why. For those that are parents, you know exactly what I mean.
There is no mountain that stands tall as your faithfulness, and there's nothing else I'll ever need. All of my days, your mercy follow me.
If the people want it, the people get it. And we, the people, take back America. God bless Arizona, and thank you so much.
As details around the suspect in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, as the details emerge, we want to go ahead and continue our continuous coverage on this, as well as remembering the life of our friend. Joining now to discuss where we go from here is a retired FBI Executive Assistant Director, Chris Pihota. Chris, nice to have you here. Let's talk about the law enforcement efforts here. My understanding is, and it's not confirmed, but it seems that the killer, his father was in law enforcement, from what I read, retired after almost 30 years as a county sheriff, took him in and, the way it sounded to me, restrained him at the house until the police could arrive or the FBI could arrive. What do you make of the investigation? What do you take from what you've heard today from the news conference with the governor and others?
Well, first of all, again, deepest sympathy and condolences for the, Charlie Kirk's wife, children, family, friends. From what I saw, the FBI and its law enforcement partners did a remarkable job in assembling information, working with the public, and ultimately with the shooter's family members to remove him from the public and take him into custody, minimizing any further danger. I think that the law enforcement authorities did a great job, and we'll see where the prosecution and the legal strategy goes from here.
Would you expect, look, you've been involved with cases. I assume that in the course of your time, you're involved with capital cases. This is one. Utah uniquely offers the firing squad, interestingly enough, as an option for the death penalty, which is being pursued, we're told, by the governor. But federal charges are also possible, and with Pam Bondi back in the Attorney General's seat, the death penalty is available from federal prosecution as well. Am I right about that?
Depends on the circumstances from a federal perspective. Depends on the venue, the victims, the circumstances. It can become a federal issue, but generally murder charges are prosecuted at the state level. And that's why I think the Department of Justice and the state of Utah authorities are probably working on that legal strategy right now.
This clearly was a political execution, clearly an assassination, because, well, the governor told us they spoke to members of the shooter's family, of the killer's family, who said he believed that Charlie Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. The messages etched onto the sides of the bullets. Oh, Bella Ciao, a slogan of an anti-fascist song made famous in Italy after World War II. And then, hey, fascist, catch, and so much more. Other pictures show the killer with trans flags on his backpack, I'll call it. It's pretty clear, despite what the left would try to have you believe in gaslighting us. There's the picture I'm talking about. You can see the flags. Besides what the left is trying to do in gaslighting people, this was no conservative. This is no Trump supporter. In fact, he has no political affiliation at all. But we can see quite clearly he has a political affiliation and a narrative, doesn't he?
Well, I think you can safely assume at this point that he leans more toward the extreme left or Marxist or communist ideologies. And I think that our society is utterly divided right now on an ideological and political basis. And I think what we're going to see is that somehow this individual, through online channels or interpersonal channels, was radicalized, moved into that extreme left position, and felt as though there was a triggering situation or circumstance that moved him toward an act of violence against Charlie Kirk. So I think the investigative effort will ferret out those details. And also, I think the FBI will probably bring in its behavioral analysis program to build a psychological profile of the shooter, so they can further look at people in that type of, I guess you can say, emotional distress or ideological distress, so that we can possibly prevent these types of acts of violence in the future.
Can we? Are we at a point of no return here, Chris, or do you think we can get to a point where we can accommodate free speech again? Charlie Kirk was shot for being an American. Charlie Kirk was shot because he had an unpopular point of view to the killer and to many people. We've all seen the young man cheering after Charlie's gunned down. He's about 3 or 4 rows back there at the venue, and the camera comes over him. He's cheering wildly because Charlie has been shot and killed. I mean, frankly, Chris, what the hell's wrong with people?
I think a certain part of our society has a diseased thought process. They have a diseased ideology, and they move through that again, extreme Marxism, communism, whatever you want to call it, extreme leftism. And I think we need a reconciliation in the country where we have to look at what's good for the American people, not what's good for the left or the right. I think we are recoverable as a society, but I think we have our toes on the edge right now. And I think we have to take a step back, start treating each other with a little bit more courtesy and respect. And people like Charlie Kirk and whoever succeeds him, we have to proceed with, we have to be strong and of good courage to move forward.
We do need to have courage and strength and resilience and steadfastness. I hope you're right. I hope that we can bring ourselves back from the edge. One last question, because some people believe that if we don't come back from this precipice, we're on the verge of a civil war, and it's being fueled. And one other thing I'd like to bring up to people today, bots from China and Russia are on these social media platforms agitating for more violence. And they're bots, and it's pretty well identified. We need to be very careful right now, Chris. Very careful. I'll give you the last word.
Well, we've become a society that's easily influenced by, and you can say moved by, social media trends and social media content. And I think what we have to do is get back to a dialogue among the American people, stay out of the social media channels, which have become basically they're propaganda sewers. And I think that one last thing I'll say is that I think from our governing officials and our elected leaders, we need a more unifying message. Let's get out of the gutter when it comes to what's good for the American people and what's good for our nation. And let's get some leadership as opposed to partisanship. And I think we can. If we move in that direction, things will improve. And I'm willing to help anywhere I can, and I know many people are, and that's what I'm looking for.
Chris, really appreciate you being here today. Wise words. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Pleasure.
All right, pleasure. After the break, I'll bring on the head of polling, that is from Rasmussen, to continue the conversation of the assassination of Charlie Kirk and the issue of political violence in America. What is he hearing when he talks to people about where we are? We'll be right back.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Continuing the conversation of this horrific assassination of Charlie Kirk, I'd like to go ahead and bring on Mark Mitchell, the head pollster at Rasmussen Reports. Mark, nice to see you today. Look, you've got a lot of fresh polling right in front of you that just came up as we were sitting here chatting, waiting to come on. So why don't we dig into that? Because then I've got a question for you, and I want to ask you, you've been polling it, but welcome back to the program. You've been polling for the last couple of days on this. What's the latest?
Well, what a week. And I'll tell you what, the polling is all kind of stagnated for about 2 months. But just this week, I feel like America is moving and changing. And even before this horrifying thing with Charlie Kirk, I felt like that murder down in Charlotte was a really big deal. The way that it changed the narrative and how people discuss things on Twitter. We've gotten to a place where the dialogue is just completely different than you would have even expected a week ago. There are people talking about, we even saw Fox News talking about per capita black crime, violent crime statistics. So America is changing very rapidly, and then this whole thing happens. And so there's been very limited polling that we've had since this is going on, but we have 2 nights of new overnight data. And I can tell you that President Donald Trump's job approval rating has not changed. It's holding up. It's -3 points right now. But what has happened is right direction polling has dropped 3 points just in 2 days, driven by Republicans plunging 6 points and independents by 5. Democrats are the same. Now, people could say, oh, what does that mean? Oh, well, we're not happy with Trump. No, this is people's I think this is a visceral reaction to the state of America. And we've been, as you know, following Right Direction for a very long time because it set records coming into Trump's second term. It's been mid-40s this entire time. So for it to drop down close to 40 immediately with only 2 out of the 5 nights, I think this is a big movement. I think this is a gut check for America. Now, we also have the first night back of a 3-night set of Charlie Kirk polling. it could change a little. It'll probably change a few points, but just directionally speaking, the numbers are stunning. We have nearly 70% of American likely voters being very concerned about political violence in America. Another 20 couple percent somewhat. That number's almost 90%. Then we have, how concerned are you that there will be more political killings in the next couple of months? 50% roughly, very concerned or very likely. Another 34% somewhat. So we're in the mid 80s there. It just keeps going on and on. What's to blame for this? Is it access to firearms? Is it access to mental health? Nope. The plurality answer is 45%. This is because of the violent rhetoric. That's the number one answer. Only 30% say access to firearms. And then this final one, this is, do you agree or disagree with this quote? I think it's a Donald Trump quote. It's long past time for all Americans in the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. 50% strongly agree, roughly 30% somewhat, 80%. You know as well as I do from following polling that you don't get 80% numbers. So America, despite
hold on, Mark, I want to jump in there. So that was a Donald Trump quote.
I think it was, yeah. Don't quote me on that. But I mean, strong language. People do not like the idea of political violence. So the problem is that what we're seeing now is all of these ghoulish, demonic human beings on Twitter,
celebrating this.
On TikTok, celebrating this.
And let me ask you about that, because here's what we've been watching for the last 48 hours or more in this office, in this studio, and in coordination with all the folks across the RAV universe. And that is a large number of people posting going, I don't know who these people are that are celebrating. I can't be associated with that. I'm not really political. Yeah. I'm going to go to the right. I'm going to go to the right. I'm going to leave the Democrat Party. I've seen post after post after post. White people, black people. It doesn't matter who you are. Big, tall, fat, small. It doesn't matter. Right. They're like, I want nothing to do with these people celebrating and dancing on the grave of Charlie Kirk. They're completely offended by it and repulsed by it. Is there any polling on that?
Well, I mean, with the numbers that we got there, with 80% of people agreeing with that statement about not wanting political violence, I'm sure there's a majority of Democrats, too. We're probably going to see a number in the 60s or 70s. Now, there is the uncomfortable truth that there's about 25 to 30% of this country that is probably just gone. And it's not all Democrats. It's a lot of independents and some Republicans. It's a lot of younger voters. But we've seen this before in other questions when we asked, is it understandable that Luigi Mangione executed the CEO of United Healthcare based on the high cost of, and it was 28%. 28%. Now, it's a lot of people, but it's not all the Democrats. Now, we don't have any more Charlie Kirk polling back, but we do have this one we did a snap poll on Irina Zarutska after people, because let's not forget the fact that 3 days ago, we did not have a White Lives Matter movement in America, and we do now. And so I think people's opinions are changing very fast. And there's a lot in this poll, but the one number I want to point out is that we've been polling on capital punishment. And 5 years ago, only 49% wanted executions in America, 36% didn't. Do the math, that's net plus 13. Now, we asked in this particular situation that if convicted, should DeCarlos Brown be executed? 60% yes, 20 no. So it's moved 27 points towards execution. And of the people, now a lot of those people haven't even seen the picture or heard about the story, but of the people that saw the photo of the killer on the train, 73 to 14, including a lot of Democrats want this to happen. Literally a majority of every demographic, a plurality of Democrats, 48% to 28%, want this guy executed. Even people who say that our country is too soft on crime, by a plurality, want this guy executed. I think that represents, plus the change in right direction number, the beginning of a move towards justice. Yes.
Yeah. Mark, I got to leave it there. A lot of great information. Thank you for sharing all those fresh numbers with us. Brand new here on America's Voice Live. Mark Mitchell from Rasmussen. Thank you. Coming up after the break, another shooting reported, this time in Colorado at Evergreen High School. He got lost in the confusion. We'll have details coming up.
People are being given 20 days to move their savings out of bank accounts. just because of their political views. In fact, a conservative billionaire in Washington, who you know very well, was forced to transfer hundreds of millions of dollars. Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. If they can debank billionaires for their politics, what's stopping them from doing the same to you? This is why I've always advocated for the one asset that can't be debanked: gold. Click below for a free info kit on gold IRAs from my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, while paper currencies and banking systems failed, gold has preserved wealth. Even billionaires are learning this lesson the hard way. Don't wait for your own 20-day notice. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs.
Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be seeing this. Most men over 40 look into the mirror and see this, when they could be using this. Particle 6-in-1 Face Cream for Men, the first of its kind anti-aging cream designed specifically for men. Fights eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to receive 25% off your entire order. Plus, we've got free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee. www.ParticleMen.com. Because seeing is believing.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
All right, we continue now. Evergreen, Colorado, also in turmoil as an active shooter ravaged the hallways and targeted students at Evergreen High School. Happened the same day of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. The Jefferson County Sheriff recounts that first responders were deployed to Evergreen after reports of an active assailant were called. Further developments confirmed that one student remains in critical condition, one discharged from the hospital, the shooter dying from a self-inflicted wound. From this to the murder of Irina Zarutska, as well as the assassination of Charlie Kirk, crime is an issue along with political violence from the left, as we just heard from Mark Mitchell. 80% or 90%, I guess, opposed to it. Many more think that it's going to continue. And joining me to discuss this is the president of the Conservative Caucus, Jim Pfaff. Jim, nice to have you here. Sadly, I think we've crossed into a place where political violence may not be acceptable to the vast majority, but it's not a surprise to the vast majority more either. And that's a bit of a sad place to be today, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. And listen, I don't know that it's prudent to blame people on the left for this directly, but indirectly, and I was just reviewing some stuff today, the constant strain of Trump's a fascist and the hateful rhetoric and really going back into the Biden administration, where you've got an entire censorship industrial complex that was built up that thankfully was broken both when Elon Musk bought Twitter and now into the Trump administration. But the reality is that the Democrat Party, in my estimation, is not an American party. They really do and have, and when I say Democrat Party, I don't mean all the voters. I mean, Trump got a lot of Democrat voters last year. But when I'm talking about the people that are elected officials and the leaders in that party, they have invested themselves in delegitimizing their political opponents to very scary levels. And I look at what's going on in Brazil just yesterday, and you see that there's Jair Bolsonaro was thrown into prison. They wanted to throw Donald Trump into prison. Democrats are very serious about it, not just shutting down their political opponents, but eliminating them politically wherever they can using illegitimate means. That leads to violence potentially.
In all these violence, I played a montage here earlier of the rhetoric, of the vile rhetoric of people celebrating online the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And let me tell you something about that. I've seen it over and over again. People are repulsed by it, right? People are repulsed by it. I do have a bit of news here that just popped up, and we're going to be watching this. An evacuation potentially underway as police are scrambling to clear out the neighborhood around around the killer's home, or the suspected killer, if you will. Police present having there. It's happened in the last 15 or 20 minutes. We'll keep an eye on that. But the vile rhetoric, it begins with labeling somebody, Jim. They're a Nazi. They're a white supremacist. They're a fascist. It starts with labeling people because then you dehumanize them. If you dehumanize them, then they just become a target. And that's what we saw on Wednesday, right?
I entirely agree with you. And, you know, the real key to how this sort of problem didn't develop in the 80s and 90s is more related to the fact that we didn't do so much of that labeling. We just had differences of opinion. I don't think that what we want is unanimity and bipartisanship. I think that's an illegitimate approach to take in a society where you're going to have people with differences of opinion. What you cannot do in a free American republic is shut down opposing ideas. You should never use illegitimate means. We've had problems with how we do our elections right now, which I agree with Donald Trump, need to go to same-day paper-based elections, get rid of early voting and unsolicited mail ballots. And but you know, when you work kind of twist the system to benefit you, as they've done entirely in California, by the way. Republicans are useless in California anymore. Then what you cause is something that is greatly harmful. It's very third worldy. I mean, the Democrat Party, again, I just repeat, I don't think they're not an American party. They delegitimize their opponents if they can.
That's right. Dehumanize them and take away the humanity. Right. And that's why they dance on the grave of Charlie Kirk, you know, after only a few minutes. Jim, got to run. Really appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thanks. Good to see you, Steve.
We'll see you soon. If you're stressed about back taxes, maybe you missed the deadline or your books are just trashed, well, the IRS cracking down, penalties add up fast, 5% a month, 25%. If you just don't file, but there is help. Tax Network USA can take the burden off your shoulders, stop the spiral before it gets worse. They've helped thousands of Americans, whether you're an employee, a small business owner, or haven't filed in years. It doesn't matter, no problem. They've seen it all and know exactly how to get it cleaned up. With direct access to powerful IRS programs and expert negotiators on your side, Tax Network USA knows how to win. You'll get a free consultation, and if you qualify, they may even be able to reduce or eliminate what you owe. More importantly, they'll help protect you from wage garnishments or bank levies. So don't wait for the next IRS letter. Please don't do that. Call 800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAB to talk to a real expert at Tax Network USA. Take the pressure off. Let Tax Network USA handle your tax issues. It is the right thing to do, and you'll finally get some sleep tonight. All right, coming up after the break, Republicans continue to face criticism and ridicule from the IRS, this time for showing unfair bias toward conservative organizations trying to file for tax-exempt status again. More on this coming up.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, and your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take a shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever. Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Well, there is other news, believe it or not. The IRS is an institution all Americans have to deal with begrudgingly, and we all seemingly get a fair shake, but sometimes things are not all they seem to be, as Republicans seem to face the IRS wrath more often than not. But just recently, an IRS aide made by the name of Holly Paz fired due to an internal investigation that found her showing unfair bias against Republican organizations when they tried to file for tax-exempt status back in 2013. Institutions like the IRS should meet the benchmark of neutrality, but that fact goes out the window as some people, including top IRS officials, will go to extreme lengths to defend this blatant and biased treatment against conservatives, and they get a lot of trouble for it. Here with me to discuss is the CEO for the Alliance for IRS Accountability, Chuck Flint. Chuck, nice to have you here. Look, the IRS targeted people intentionally, the government using the weight of its ability to say no. Boom, just reject it, right? And these organizations were left in limbo, some of them for years, some of them never approved, right?
That's exactly right. And all that I did was make comments. I was interviewed about it and said that those individuals, such as Holly Paz, were unfit for government service, that they placed a cloud over the IRS. And I had a high-ranking official from the IRS go right to my personal social media page on LinkedIn and also my company's, and accused me of fear-mongering, saying that this was all a farce, in what was clearly an attempt to just harass us and and intimidate our organization from doing what we're doing, which is exposing abuses at the IRS and helping individual taxpayers.
Yeah, how were these people allowed to stay there? This goes back to 2013, 12 years back, right? And we knew this was going on during the Obama years. We heard account after account of this, right, Chuck? I mean, this is not new, but how is it still going on? How are these people still in their jobs? Because this is not the only one. Call me a little bit jaded, but I'm going to guess she's not the only one.
She's not the only one, and there are a lot more of them that are probably still over there that just haven't been located. And I'll say that I think some of it has to do with the unions. Some of it has to do with just a lack of focus on the IRS and how important it is. Steve, people forget that the IRS holds one of the singular greatest powers in the federal government outside of the ability to incarcerate, and that's the ability to audit people. And it'll make the hair on the back of people's necks stand up every time they get a letter from the IRS. But honestly, I would really just like to thank this woman for showing everybody why it's so necessary that groups like the Alliance for IRS Accountability exist, because the work is important and the IRS needs to be exposed.
The IRS does need to be exposed. Look, I hate paying taxes. I think everybody does. I got audited about 10 years ago. An audit, by the way, that when it was done, they owed me money because it was just a compliance audit. I was told it was a random thing. I don't believe that it was random, but that's what I was told. Anyhow, when you go in front of the IRS, they have all the power. You, the taxpayer, have basically none, unless you've got a whole army of lawyers. I don't. It needs to be fair. It's got to be a fair and level playing field, Chuck. I'll give you the last word here, but it's imperative that we clean out this corruption. I don't know what else you would call it. It's political corruption impacting nonprofits. Last word to you.
It is, Steve, and it's the appearance that matters more than anything else. We have to get rid of the rot at the IRS so the public can have confidence that when they get approached by the IRS or they have an interaction, that they're being treated fairly. And that's the only way that this is acceptable to get rid of and to end. That has to be the goal. And that's where we need to be with the IRS. All of this political targeting and the bias, it's completely unacceptable. It's been unacceptable for years. And that's why we exist, is to focus on this.
Yeah. Greatly appreciate you being here, Chuck. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
All right. If you haven't noticed, gold has been on the rise, surging. Inflation jumps when you hear the national debt is over $37 trillion. Do you ever think, maybe now would be a good time to buy gold? I think about that every day. Whether as a hedge against inflation, peace of mind during global instability, or just for sensible diversification, Birch Gold Group believes every American should own physical gold, and so they created something special. Until the 30th of September, if you are a first-time gold buyer, Birch Gold is offering a rebate of up to $10,000 in free metal on qualifying purchases. To claim eligibility and start the process, request an information kit now. All you have to do is text America to 989898 plus. Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and you're still eligible for that free money. $10,000 of free metal. Birch Gold, the only precious metals company I trust, as do tens of thousands of customers. So make right now your first time to buy gold and take advantage of up to $10,000 when you buy by September 30th. Text America 989898. Claim your eligibility and get your free information kit. Again, text America to 989898. All right, after the break, we'll have a story that reminds us just how wonderful America still is despite everything that's happened this week. Plus your answers to the America's Voice question of the day. What should Charlie Kirk's legacy be? We'll be right back.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galina. She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
All right. Free speech is one of the key tenets we have here in America. The ability to engage in discourse and express our views freely, whether we agree with each other or not, is undoubtedly something we should strive to defend. No one knew that better than our friend Charlie Kirk, who always sought to gain the perspective of opposing voices by giving them the chance to engage no matter how much they disagreed. Charlie said, "Come on up. Let's have a conversation." That's why he was so special. Charlie's values of family, freedom, and most importantly, faith, drove every fiber of his being. And his refusal to concede in his mission of offering a different perspective and uniting people, even in the face of imminent danger, is something to marvel at and respect. As we remember Charlie Kirk, and we continue to see the fruits of his labor as we will, we must also remember to keep his values of courage and faith alive. It's what he would have wanted us to do, of course, to keep going, to be steadfast. Charlie will never be forgotten, and I offer my sincerest condolences to his family in this trying time. As far as what makes America wonderful, I think everyone here would agree that fearless individuals that believe in this country and believe in God, like Charlie Kirk, would be high on that list. High on that list. Here's your question of the day. What should the legacy of Charlie Kirk be? Home Helper is the voice of the youth generation. It's a good answer. Line 3317, this generation needs to pick up the mantle with no fear and run with it. Engine says to follow the way, to know the truth, to live the life of Jesus, our Redeemer, the Son of God, the Father, who, with the Holy Spirit, comprise the Holy Trinity. Freedom always writes, a man of faith who brought dialogue of common sense instead of advocating for violence. A political activist who helped kids see God, family, and country as America's future. Great answers today, my friends. Really appreciate you being here and spending time with us. Watching breaking news, an ICE officer severely injured during a traffic stop in which an illegal tried to run him over. He was shot and killed. We're also seeing a lot of information come in from the neighborhood where this killer lived. Apparently some sort of evacuation going on. Bowling coming in now. We're not evacuating him. We're airlifting him into the program now to make sure we can continue coverage right here. Eric, nice to see you.
Good to see you, Steve, again, under trying circumstances. It's been a rough go around here, and I suppose all around the country at the moment. A lot of heart pouring out for Charlie. Yeah.
It's been a week. I don't know if you saw earlier, I had Mark Mitchell on here from Rasmussen, who's become a good friend of me and this network. And he said what I have been seeing online, maybe you've been seeing this too, Bowling, a lot of people saying, I'm a Democrat, or I'm not particularly political, but I'm seeing these people celebrate the death of Charlie Kirk, and I want nothing to do with that. I mean, people are appalled. Some of these people are dancing and laughing and cheering, and the one guy's we shot Charlie in the neck, and they're singing with a bullhorn. I think this is going to backfire on those people. I think that Charlie's going to be bigger in death than he was in life. It's a terrible price to pay, but I think he will be magnified. And the hard work and the seeds that he planted will sprout and bear fruit. That's truly what I believe, Bowling.
Steve, you and I were live on the air when we had to make the announcement that the assassination was a successful assassination, killing Charlie Kirk, and there was a lot of tears. I for whatever reason, I've been through a lot of trauma myself, Steve, and I kind of skipped the grieving moment and went right to anger. I was just at that moment. And still am, and a lot of people took a minute to pray and I just went right to they're gonna wish they hadn't done this. They did it for a reason. They took Charlie out because of his success reaching into young people's hearts and minds, and they're gonna wish they didn't. They thought they were going to change the course of history in a way towards them, towards the left, and what they've actually done is invigorated the movement that Charlie started.
No question.
It will continue in multiples, in droves. And we played a soundbite yesterday of Charlie saying, take one of us down, 10 will come at you even stronger. And that was prescient. That was from June of 2024. June of 2024, almost like he saw this coming. All right, Steve, thank you. Thank you. We'll take it from here, my friend. All right, folks, Friday, 4 p.m., markets are closed. Just take a quick look. This is not something we want to do, but something we should do. We will get to Charlie Kirk in just a moment. I promise you. Dow down 273, NASDAQ the other way, up a little bit, up about 100 points or so. Gold up a good amount, $3,684 now. Gold sitting, oil up a bit, and very good news in the crypto markets. If there's anything we can say, good news is about Bitcoin, 116,000, almost 117,000 now. Ethereum, 4,600, pushing back towards that 5,000 high. XRP and others. CRO, you guys asked about CRO, said we're going to talk about it, flat to down a little bit. All right, let's take a listen. Do we have a soundbite, right? Mad Dog or Ben, do we have a soundbite of President Trump? Yeah, let's roll a soundbite of Trump from this morning on Fox and Friends.
I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody, right? In custody. Everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor. Everybody did a great job. Father went to a U.S. Marshal, who was fantastic, by the way, and the person was involved with law enforcement, but was a person of faith, a minister, and brought him to a U.S. Marshal, who was fantastic, and the father convinced the son, this is it. And again, I'm always subject to be corrected, but I'm just giving you based on what I'm hearing.
Yeah, like I said, that was President Trump this morning at Fox and Friends saying that they believe they have Charlie Kirk's murder. Joining me to discuss the latest on Charlie Kirk's assassination is the acting chief executive officer at the United States Agency for Global Media, Kari Lake, who has posted on X that not even his death can stop the seeds that Charlie planted from growing. Kari Lake, thank you for joining us. My dear Kari, these circumstances are rough, a lot of broken hearts, certainly around here. Arizona, Charlie lived in Arizona, you're in Arizona. And you give your reaction, and we'll dig a little bit deeper into, what are we, 48 hours or so after the assassination. But just give us your first reaction.
We're so proud to say that Charlie is in Arizona. And even though he's born in Chicago, Arizona has a lot of transplants. And I believe that Charlie Kirk is Arizona's favorite son. And we're proud of him, and we're proud of what he accomplished, what he built in Arizona. And it may have been, started in a small garage in Chicago. He moved it to Arizona, but this is worldwide. This is worldwide. Charlie Kirk not only is a political icon for what he accomplished in especially waking up a young generation, and frankly, their parents and grandparents, but more importantly, what he did as an evangelical. He never planned to become an evangelical, but his faith was so strong. He and Erika's faith was so strong that he started to work to spread the good news of the gospel. And as he did that, more and more people were showing up, and he brought so many people either back to their faith or for the first time had them opening a Bible and professing their love for Jesus. And I was talking to a friend of mine who was involved in the transition team for this administration. And Charlie was very active in the transition team as well. And as they were working really hard trying to build President Trump's administration, Charlie was in the room with him, and he said, I wrote it down. He said to my friend, "Hey, Colton, do you know that Jesus is your Lord and Savior?" And Colton said, "Well, yeah, of course I do, Charlie." But he was always looking to make sure that souls were being saved, because what really matters is that moment, as he said, when you have that final judgment. And I believe that moment when Charlie met God, met Jesus, that it went well for him. Mm-hmm. And so Charlie's legacy is massive. It's massive when it comes to this political movement turning point. It's only going to grow bigger and stronger. What he's left when it comes to bringing people back to faith is something we could never measure. And then his two children are his legacy. His little daughter, Gigi, and his son, who's just turned 1. Beautiful pictures of Charlie with his kids, and his wife, his amazing wife, who we all love, Erika. That is the legacy that he will leave. And I know that even though they're so young and they may not have a lot of memories of their dad, there will be so many people around them constantly reminding them how incredible and important their father was and how much he loved them.
All right, let's turn to, we have a soundbite with Kash Patel and the governor of Utah. I believe it's the governor. Can you roll that soundbite, please?
At approximately 8 p.m., where at my direction, the FBI released a never-before-seen video of the suspect. We also released new images to the public of the suspect. And just last night, the suspect was taken into custody at 10 p.m. local time. In less than 36 hours, 33 to be precise, thanks to the full weight of the federal government and leading out with the partners here in the state of Utah and Governor Cox, the suspect was apprehended in a historic time period.
And so the way it went is Trump this morning on Fox and Friends announced that they had a suspect in custody. No one had heard that before. There was supposed to be a press conference at 9 o'clock. That was delayed because Trump stayed on with Fox and Friends. Past that, they waited. And then they announced that the suspect is, I'm not even going to say his name, is a 22-year-old male. There he is right there. That's the guy. And now it is the task of finding the motive, Carrie. And this is the real, and for me, I was here, we did this live. We delivered the horrible news live right here on this show about 4:15 or so on Wednesday. For that man to get away that fast, it just felt like there were more than just one deranged lunatic with a rifle. It felt like there was more people involved. What are your sense? What are your thoughts? What are you hearing?
If there were more than one person involved in this, whoever took out the life and took Charlie from us seemed to be a trained sniper, somebody who was very good with a weapon, who knows how to operate one. And so I don't know any particulars other than what we are hearing from Kash and the investigation, and I wouldn't even want to speculate right now. But I do know that the constant name calling that has been happening, calling Charlie and his followers and frankly MAGA folks who love our country Nazis and Hitler and racist and xenophobic and you name it, that affects people, especially young minds. It starts to seep into young minds and they start to build hatred. And Charlie didn't have a hateful bone in his body. He wanted to debate. I mean, I can't think of anything less violent than talking and debating. And, so I think the tone coming from the other side has been so vicious that it's affected so many young minds. And I don't know what was going on in this young person's mind, but it must have been filled with absolute darkness and hatred. And that's heartbreaking for me because I don't want to see any young person filled with that kind of hatred. So,
and I posed this question Wednesday when this happened. By the way, I'm on the board of TPUSA, and I'm just livid. I'm sorry. I'm pissed. I'm not grieving right now. Stages of grief. I just fast forward right to anger, and that's where I'm sitting. And I think whoever did this, if the motive was to change history by taking out a very a man who's mistaken, because this will only encourage 100 Charlie Kirks going forward. Anyway, I digress.
I agree with you. I believe Charlie was destined to be a president, and maybe sooner rather than later. I think he was going to be the youngest president of the United States. He had not only the incredible common sense ideology, a love for country, he had the mechanism to make that happen. He put on so many of the Trump rallies through Turning Point Action. He has the ground game, the army of patriotic young people and their parents and grandparents who are political activists thanks to him. They know how to knock doors. They know how to get politically involved. He has the social media to do it, and he has a media platform that is hugely successful. That's a threat to a lot of people. That's a very big threat. And let me tell you, the nasty, evil people that in some ways run our world, If they could have stopped President Trump before he ran for president, and they could go back in time and do that, you better believe they would have stopped him. And I think they're looking at people who have the potential to be a second Trump type and a younger generation, and they don't want people like Charlie. They don't want people like Charlie to be around.
Carrie, I'm going to ask you this, and I pretty much asked every guest since this happened. How can we coexist when one side would rather murder and eliminate the other side than to have a respectful, elevated debate about the things and the way the country should go? How are we supposed to coexist with that side?
Well, what we do is we don't let them shut us up. We don't let them silence us. These people who are cheering at Charlie's assassination are depraved and despicable. Their soul is gone. And so we don't let people like that silence us, keep us from loving our country and doing what's right. We can never allow that to happen. And so I think, trying to kumbaya with somebody who has such a dark soul like that is wrong. We have done nothing wrong. This movement is built on love for country. It's built on love for one another, and it's built on patriotism. And there is not a darn thing wrong with that. The people who've been messaging and falsely messaging us and saying that we're hateful and we're bad people, that is where the problem lies, and that's got to stop. And that's the legacy media who has been trying to make President Trump, people like Charlie Kirk, even myself, non-persons, just try to create such a false character assassination by putting out false personality traits that don't exist to make people hate the MAGA movement is disgusting, and it's got to stop.
All right. Let's do this, Carrie. Can you stay with us for the break and come back, and we'll talk a little bit more about the aftermath of what's going on. All right, folks. Carrie Lake will come back with us after the break. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
He is a voice of reason out there that has been gunned down for daring to be an American, to tell the truth, to believe in free speech, and to believe in this country.
Charlie loves his family dearly. He loves his country dearly.
Please pray for the Kirk family. This is a really devastating thing that happened.
We must all pray for Charlie Kirk, who has been shot, a great guy from top to bottom. God bless him.
He believed strongly that we could solve a lot of our differences with just a good old-fashioned conversation.
He was shot for speaking the truth. He was shot for speaking his mind. He was shot for defending the Constitution.
John Solomon's reporting on Just the News that he's passed. Yes, is this what I'm hearing? Yes, can I get it here?
Yes.
Yes.
So my prayers are for Erika, for her children, for his family.
I pray that his parents would feel that presence of the Lord that only the Lord can fill.
We cannot let all the great things that Charlie Kirk did be wasted because of some act of violence.
He didn't hate people. He didn't even hate liberals. He just hated intolerance. And it is a painful irony that he may have died at the hands of some intolerant person.
He was fighting not just for his own young children, but for all of our children.
When America needed a hero, God sent us a Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk is a casualty of the political war going on in this country. He was gunned down in cold blood. Gunned down in cold blood. And you have to have steely resolve about this.
Yikes. Leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home systems. Don't worry, be warranty.
Yep, your worst nightmare. Your car broke down. Now you're worried if it's going to cost you a fortune in repair bills. Unless you already called Car Shield, the legit #1 auto protection company in the country. When you're protected with a plan through Car Shield, the process is smooth like ice and done in as little as 3 steps. 1. First, the tow truck takes your car to the shop. The cost of towing, covered when you got a plan through Car Shield. Next, you probably need to get around while your vehicle's being repaired, right? too. Plans through CarShield have rental car options too. Then comes the best part. 3, when you pick up your vehicle, you don't have a big repair bill to worry about. CarShield administrators get your covered repairs paid directly to the shop, so you're back on the road with no worries. Call now to get an affordable plan through CarShield for your vehicle before it's too late. When you call CarShield, whether you got a small problem like a power window motor that could cost a few $100s, or a big problem like an engine or transmission that could cost you thousands of dollars, you're taken care of. CarShield is the #1 auto protection company in the country, and their administrators have paid out more than $1 billion in auto repairs. That's billion with a B. CarShield is the choice that gives you the CarShield guarantee. Your rate never goes up, and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Look, it's inevitable. As your car or truck ages, the parts and components are gonna fail. It's not worth the risk. Call CarShield now.
Waiting until your car breaks down is too late. Call CarShield for coverage on up to 5,000 parts and get the CarShield guarantee, where your rate never goes up and your coverage never goes down, no matter how many claims you have. Call 800-653-8201. 800-653-8201.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
All right, let's bring back the acting chief executive officer at U.S. Agency for Global Media, Kari Lake. Kari, I threw it at you before the break. I said I was pissed. I skipped the grief and went right to I'm ticked off about this. I think there's a lot of people who may be feeling the same way. And I'm
with you. I'm with you on that.
I know, but I'm hearing so many people on our side saying, well, they win if we get too mad. I'm not suggesting violence. I'm suggesting the left is all about being violent. They're the ones who are killing conservatives and saying, oh, but the guns, right? Immediately. Meanwhile, it's always the Democrats. How do we do something in between with not exacerbating violence, but we don't walk through life like, if you keep letting them do it to us, they're going to keep doing it to us?
Well, you're right about the violence. Antifa, I mean, we've seen our streets burned down. We saw our businesses burned down, churches burnt down, statues toppled. BLM, the Black Lives Matter, was only about was actually a very racist thing to say Black Lives Matter, all lives matter, and we saw the violence there. We saw the violence all the time, and so much of that was just rent a mob that the Soros folks paid for. And I think I think with President Trump in office, we are doing what we have to do to stop that violence. He's stopping violence. He's deporting people who are here illegally. We're doing the things we need to do based here in Washington, D.C., with President cracking down on this and throwing the book at these people. But we've got to have politicians locally that are going to do the work. And frankly,
here's a good question, Kari. Here's a very good question. I don't mean to cut you off, but are they going to expedite this trial and, if conviction, death penalty? Like Utah has the death penalty. Trump said he would advocate for the death penalty if it were a federal crime. They're going to haggle who's going to hang this guy. I mean, whatever it is, can we not let him live for 17 more years and spread his propaganda BS before he gets executed? I'm sorry, I'm mad, but you're in the belly of the beast. You have access to these folks. Let them know.
Very angry.
Let them know we want to expedite this trial and execution.
And I deeply believe in the death penalty. And frankly, I would sign up to be the executioner in this case. I would happily sign up to do that. Because if this man is indeed guilty, and hopefully it doesn't drag out through a very long process like we've seen before. We want speedy trials and swift justice. Mm-hmm. Erika and the two small babies deserve that, and frankly, this country deserves justice. And when you start having true justice, not a slap on the hand, cashless bail, throwing criminals back out onto the street, when you start having swift justice, and I'm talking about the kind of justice that we saw happen in the Caribbean, where off of the coast of Venezuela, when President Trump and the Department of War took out a bunch of drug smugglers that are intending to kill hundreds of thousands of Americans with their disgusting drugs. When you have swift justice like that, that's how you send a message. That's how you stop these hateful lunatics, because we are sick of it. We are the peaceful side. We are the side that is preaching common sense, protecting our children, protecting our streets, making them safe again. And if you notice from the other side, they don't want that protection. They want the thugs to run on the street. They want the illegal aliens coming in who are trafficking children. They want them here. They're always pushing for violence and crime. And we've had enough. And so what I think we do is we continue to support President Trump's efforts to crack down on crime, and he's doing a good job of it. And I know that the president's going to take this seriously. I know Cash is taking it seriously, and we'll see very swift justice and hopefully the death penalty before too long.
Yeah, and it's hate crime, no question about that. And those have a tendency to get escalated and elevated and pushed to the front of the line. So hopefully we get that. Carrie Lake, thank you. On that note, you're a great person. You're a great patriot. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Eric.
All right, folks, our next guests were in the crowd in front of Charlie Kirk during Wednesday's assassination at Utah Valley University. Brandon Russin, he was with us yesterday. He joins us again, along with his friend Stephen Taff, who was also at the event. Brandon and Stephen, thanks for joining us today. And I asked Brandon in the break here real quick, and I'll let you see it's something important to say. I said, how you doing, Brandon? Because yesterday we asked you how you doing. You're still pretty shook up. And how you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing a little better. I think we're both doing better. It comes in waves, reliving that, replaying it in our heads. But I think that we have some closure now, knowing that the assassin was caught and is being put on trial, and we're excited to hear the outcome of that.
Okay, Stephen, let's Brandon gave us a pretty poignant play-by-play. Tell us where you were, Stephen, what you saw. Just give us a sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I was right next to Brandon. We were shoulder to shoulder, watching, a common hero of ours, Charlie Kirk. And like I said, we were both excited to be there. And when we heard the shot, I thought it was fake. I couldn't believe it was going on. I had just moved back to Utah about a couple of weeks ago, and I was excited. I came from California, of all places, and so excited to be back in a place where a common political belief system is the majority here. But when I heard the shot, like I said, I thought it was fake. I couldn't believe what was going on. It took me and Brandon a couple of seconds to really process what was really happening, that Charlie Kirk had been shot. And it was just... my senses kicked in, fear kicked in, all of these things kicked in. I hit the ground, and from there we kind of just tried to get out.
So there was a guy, and Brandon mentioned this yesterday, and we have a little bit of a video. I don't know if we have that. Cue it up if you have it. The video of the guy celebrating this right next to you guys. And if we have it, your thought? Did you see this guy? Did what he was doing trigger any sort of like suspicion or emotion? Because how do you cheer when someone, and by the way, the assassination, if you haven't seen it, folks, it's brutal. Brutal. And you guys were right there, a couple of feet away. So yeah, tell us about the thought of that moment, Stephen.
Yeah, no, Brandon touched on it yesterday. I saw his interview, and I think I blocked it out of my mind initially.
This guy right here, this clown right here.
Yeah.
This clown. Charlie's been whisked off the stage. By the way, I'm positive he had already passed by this time. It was just seconds after. Yeah. And this guy's, and here's my thing, Stephen and Brandon, I'll ask you guys again, because maybe you have 24 hours to think about this, Brandon. He is looking back exactly towards where that bullet came from. I mean, exactly towards that. If you play it just one or two more frames, you'll see it's over, like right there. He's looking right back, and that shot came from that area. Correct me if I'm wrong, either one of you guys.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah.
No, go ahead.
You're spot on. He's looking back at, almost exactly where the shot was suspected to come from.
Could be
Terrible.
could be just a coincidence.
Of course.
But I just remember seeing that and not initially knowing that Charlie had been killed when I was seeing this man.
I'd like to point this out too, guys. Folks, watch. This guy's standing up. Everyone else is fearful they're the lie, right? At that moment, you hear a gunshot, you realize Charlie's been, assassinated or attempted assassinate. You hear, and you're all down on the ground, right? But this clown decides to stand up and make himself, if it were a bad guy, if this was still an active crime scene, active shooter, he'd be the biggest target. I mean, the killer just put a bullet through Charlie's neck. This guy made himself a huge target. I mean, is there something I'm missing?
I have no idea, but what I do believe is that this man should be investigated at the very most, and at the very least, his employers should see this video and have an evaluation about whether or not to continue his employment.
What I want to do, guys, I want you to think about this a little bit, and we're going to go to break and come back with you. Think about what led up to this. Did you notice anything? Did you see anything when you're walking in, anything suspicious? And then we now know the identity of who they believe the suspect is. Hate saying his name, but the only reason I'm going to say it, we're going to show his picture, is because if you guys saw something or know him or know anything about him, he lived in the area, Tyler Robinson, lived in the Utah area, the Utah Valley University area, I guess. Think about that over the break, and we'll come back to you in 2.5 minutes.
Sure. Thanks, Eric.
I talk to a lot of young people on campuses, at our events, on my radio show, podcast, and social media. Said differently, I visit college campuses so you don't have to. We're talking to so many voters that know it is time for change. They know that something is wrong. America's future is a series of choices. Our current state of slow motion national decline is a choice. Today is our 2-year-old's birthday. And I look at my daughter, and that is my why. For those that are parents, you know exactly what I mean.
There is no mountain that stands tall as your faithfulness, and there's nothing else I'll ever need. All of my days, your mercy follow me.
If the people want it, the people get it. And we, the people, take back America. God bless Arizona, and thank you so much.
Guys, if you plan to retire in the next 20 years, or if you've already retired, I have a message for you that you need to hear. Central banks, BRIC nations, and our allies are pumping trillions of dollars back into America, but every dollar they send could make your savings worth less. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and I just want you to be prepared for the future. So protect your hard-earned savings with gold. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group offers you the safety net of gold with the tax advantage status of a retirement account. To see how it's done, click the link below to get a free info kit on gold IRAs. This kit reveals why gold IRAs are exploding in popularity, so do it now. What do you have to lose? It's free and there's no obligation. Click the link below to get your free info kit from the Birch Gold Group.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
All right, let's bring back Brandon Russin and Stephen Taft, who were front and center, right in front of Charlie's booth when he was assassinated, Charlie Kirk. So, guys, I posed the question: did you see anything unusual on the way in? Did you see anything usual when you were there? I saw a bunch of, pride flags and signs on a catwalk overlooking something. Couldn't really tell because I wasn't there. Difficult to see anything else unusual, any people unusual. And then I would also like our control room to put up. And again, I hate saying his name, but Tyler Robinson is the suspect. The governor of Utah said Robinson was not a student at UVU, but he was living and has been living for some time with his family in Washington County. Give us a sense of if anyone has any idea what this guy was all about. So I'll start with you, Brandon.
I of course, I personally don't know him. I've never seen his face until today. I do have questions about, I know that they interviewed a roommate, and so I'm confused about the correlation there. If they said he lives with his family in Washington City, but he has a roommate, so I guess I want that clarified eventually. But other than that, I mean, it's clear from the engravings on I believe it was the bullet casings or something like that were very clearly indicated his motive.
So here's part of the problem. Yesterday, Wall Street Journal reported, Wall Street Journal, mind you, big media organization, lots of reporters, reported that there was some engravings about, anti-fascist comments and pro-transgender comments. That proved to be wrong. So we got to be a little careful there. I'm not sure if there were engravings. There may have been, but let's, just so the folks understand that we're just reporting what we're hearing from someone else. And Brandon, staying with you just for a minute, did you see anything that caused any sort of suspicion in your mind throughout, before, during, or after the assassination?
I apologize for my camera situation. Besides this guy that was standing next to us, no, I didn't see anything suspicious. I think the crowd, the protesters who had the flags and were shouting curse words and things like that, they were not suspicious to me just because I figured that was going to happen. But this guy next to us, I know obviously he's not the shooter, but I'm not alleging anything. I just think he should be investigated. But I don't know. What would you add to that?
Yeah, no, I just showed Brandon a video just on the break here of a panorama I did. And I've looked just to see if I can see anything on the roofs or anything of help. But I did get a clear view of this guy who's cheering after the death of Charlie Kirk. And he, beforehand, this is right when Charlie came out and greeted the crowd. Everybody's going crazy, right? We're excited to see him. We're all cheering. We're clapping. He is straight-faced, arms crossed like this, just looking, almost waiting in anticipation, not speculative, but just straight-faced, no emotion. And looking back, it's chilling. It's thinking that somebody would cheer for death ever. Doesn't matter who it is. Doesn't matter.
So begs the question. Now, do you guys know do we have the video of the Kash Patel released video of the shooter walking after he shot? And then there's a lot of speculation. What did he do? And he literally puts the gun on a strap, climbs off the roof, jumps a good 10 feet, probably maybe even injures his leg, because there's other video of him walking maybe with a little bit of a limp. So now assassination happens, crowd realizes at some point shots have ceased and everyone starts to flee. There's anything else that was going on? What's going on in your mind right now? It went with all that. It's got to be mind-boggling, almost surreal.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Very, very surreal. I couldn't believe I was in that situation. I think Brandon feels the same. We both got up and we're like, hey, we need to get out of here. We grabbed our stuff. I parked pretty close. I was fortunate to get a good parking spot. Brandon got there early and got us a decent spot. And
I'm showing the video. I'm sorry, guys. That's the video I'm talking about. There is post-mortem shot. Watch, he jumps from a good 10 feet and he kind of checks his leg there for a little bit and then runs off. And there's video of him later in a neighborhood limping a little. And some people are speculating that he had put the shotgun down his pants, which doesn't sound logical to me. I think he may have hurt his leg or something. Anyway, the man's caught. But this was planned, guys. This was planned. Brandon, I'll take you. The thoughts of where are you now? Let me put it this way. So I'm angry. I'm really pissed off. How about you? What's your emotion, Brandon?
I'm angry as well. I'm absolutely heartbroken for Charlie's family. I think those are my greatest emotions right now. I'm very emboldened to speak up now, to carry on what Charlie believed in, his legacy, and spreading the message of the gospel of Jesus Christ as well, which was his highest calling and priority. I think I would say that tops all my other emotions, is that empowerment to do that. But I am angry as well, and wanting justice for Charlie and closure for his family, although it will be a very long time before Erika and his children are able to heal from this, maybe never fully, completely. I want that justice to be served so that they can have some sort of closure.
Yeah, I'll give you, Stephen, the final word on what's your emotion right now?
Yeah, right now, I'm with you. I'm infuriated. I'm mad at this entire situation. But I'm with Brandon. Charlie Kirk's legacy does not stop here. It lives on. It lives on through us, people who are at this event. It lives on through you and so many people that knew him. He stood for what was right, and he never wavered. One of our leaders of our church says, "Blessed are the peacemakers." Charlie was a peacemaker, and he wholeheartedly believed in what he stood for, and specifically for Jesus Christ, for open debate, the First Amendment. Again, these things are what our country is founded on, and he's going to be remembered through that.
All right, guys. Inspirational message from both of you. Appreciate you both. Brandon, Stephen, appreciate your time. And something comes up, you remember something, you want to see something, you want to bring something, you give our producers a call. We'll get you back and talk about it again. In the meantime, take care of yourselves. You guys saw a horrific, historic event. Really, these will be in history books. This event that you witnessed firsthand, 10 feet away, will be forever ingrained in American history, forever. Brandon, Stephen, thank you both for your time.
Thanks, Eric.
All right, folks, a little bit of a tough turn here, but I wanted to tell you about something. I got The Edge starting next week. We're putting it together. It's going to be very, very big. It's going to be great. I just want you to take a little look at this. We're going to get back to the voicemails probably next week. It just doesn't seem like the right time to do this right now just yet, but you can feel free to call me anytime anyway. I still listen to as many as I possibly can. In the meantime, The Edge starts next week. Here's a little taste.
Baseball, I came here. Wall Street, every second, pressure. Every decision, a bet. Some guys broke, some ran. I didn't. Pressure's not the enemy. Weakness is. You either rise through the fire or get left in the ashes. That is The Edge.
Thinking about travel? Think AMAC. AMAC members have access to special money-saving discounts on hotels, car rentals, cruises, and more, so you can save money on every adventure. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to saving money on travel and so much more, think AMAC.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
And for the past 100 years, Shriners Children's has become family to millions of kids. But it's only possible because of people like you.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball. Because of people like you, I can play the trombone. I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go online to loveshriners.org, you'll help make all of this possible for kids like me. Like me. Like me. When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
All right, so we got him. And who is he? Well, he represents all that is wrong with America, an America that the left has created, radicalized, and become hateful and violent. Their words, their vile hatred, they incited this moment. He is just the cog in the world the left has created, and it will take a lot more than we got him to put an end to it. Here's plenty of misrepresentation right now on the left, as usual, false claims that Charlie Kirk was a racist and that somehow his rhetoric and behavior led to his own assassination. They're all lies, of course, all of them being proven wrong. They're trying to rationalize violence and murder. That's what the left does. That's how sick and twisted these people are. In a now deleted post, Stephen King, yeah, that guy, Stephen King, the author and movie guy, Stephen King, told his nearly 7 million followers on Wednesday that Charlie Kirk advocated for stoning gays. After a justified uproar and backlash at a disgusting lie, King came out with this, and I'm quoting, "I apologize for saying Charlie Kirk advocated stoning gays. What he actually demonstrated was how some people cherry pick biblical passages." His apology tour continued. He responded to every single person who demanded he retract such an incendiary statement, but the damage is done. Words matter, folks, especially to twisted psychopaths looking for a reason to become a terrorist. After the New York Times took something Charlie Kirk said totally out of context, they quietly retracted it, admitting that Charlie was reading a quote that wasn't his, which was then followed by his critique of it. It's really disgusting. The corrections, no one even remembers the corrections. They remember the original content, New York Times. But think about how much power the New York Times still holds over the Democrat Party they seem to represent. They're hell-bent on destroying the right, framing the right as anti-Semitic, racist, fascist, and you know what? Their followers, their readers, their listeners, they listen. More importantly, people with guns listen. Lunatics with screws loose who have guns listen to the leftist nonsense. None of what they say is true, but it makes the left feel somehow justified in murdering someone in cold blood for no other reason other than a disagreement over politics. Are we surprised at all? Even when the former president of the United States actually spreads hate and violence and bigotry, they refused to admit it.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans represent an extremism that threatens the very foundations of our republic.
And yet, despite being a supposed threat to this country, it was a MAGA Republican who was murdered by public execution as he exercised his God-given unalienable right to free speech. While they spray bullets and violence and hate, we have remained peaceful. The Swampsters responsible for the kind of violence we saw on Wednesday, the kind we've been seeing for years, are now saying all the usual things. Political violence isn't the answer. It's time to unite. They said the same things after Butler and the attempt on President's life again in West Palm Beach. Oh, and the second attempt in West Palm Beach. Right. That goodwill lasted, what, maybe 2 days, or in the case, less than a day, this case at least, as evidenced by this embarrassment to America.
There are a lot of people who are out there talking about him just wanting to have a civil debate.
Complete rewriting of history.
Yeah, there is nothing more effed up, than to completely pretend that his words and actions have not been recorded and in existence.
Are you out of your mind? That's a United States Congresswoman representing the American people. Are you out of your mind, Minnesota? Dump her ass. Mind you, this is less than 24 hours, she said that, from the murder of Charlie Kirk in broad daylight. That disgusting comment came from Ilhan Omar. Vilifying their opponents, slander and defamation all comes from the top, and it trickles down to the leftist masses. In April, a poll found that 55% of left of center respondents said that it was at least somewhat justified to murder the president, President Trump. 55%. 48% of those said the same about Elon Musk. They really think that violence is the answer. Poll both sides, 55%. Listen to this young man, now the president of the Oxford Union, where Charlie debated students just a few months ago, and he stands there condoning the violence.
At times, there is simply nothing else that can be required other than violent retaliation. And this is a view I wholeheartedly agree with. The view that some institutions are too broken, too aggressive, too oppressive to be reformed. Like cancers of our society, they must and they should be taken down by any means necessary.
See that last 4 words, 5 words, 4 words? By any means necessary. They're a cancer. They must be eliminated by any means necessary. The left is desperate to build a both sides narrative. But I only see one thing. I only see one side doing the murdering and the other side getting murdered. Meanwhile, since Charlie Kirk was assassinated, no one has had to board up stores and buildings. I haven't heard of a Nike store getting burned down and looted. Have you? The streets aren't on fire on Main Street, USA, are they? We opposed the Black Lives Matter violent summer of love. We didn't call for the deaths of those involved, though. We just found out that the founders of that movement were robbing everyone blind, filling their coffers with the money guilty white people were throwing at them. Right now, social media is not filled with people on the right celebrating those who have died on the left. We're not sitting here wishing any of them harm. And yet these animals are celebrating the death of a peace-loving conservative. No, this is not a both sides issue, leftist, progressive. I have no interest in meeting violence with violence. I'm not saying that. But I sure as hell am not absolving the left by agreeing with their lies and deflection. It was not Charlie's fault he was assassinated. Absolutely no way. They created a raging nation. Agree with them or die. It's that simple. Agree with them or risk it. Or we'll take a few out and maybe they'll change the rhetoric on their side. We'll just kill a few. Maybe the rest of them will calm down and not be so vocal about their views on America. There were no assassination attempts on Biden, on Kamala, on AOC, on Chuck Schumer. List goes on. There are no assassination attempts on any other prominent voices on the political left. Those who oppose gender ideology do not call for the death of those who disagree with them. That's not what we do. This is not a both sides issue. They can't say it is. They can't spin it like that. I spend every single day pointing out their policies, their words, their agenda, their hypocrisy. And you know what? I fight them with their words, with truth. And that could be enough to get someone like me, I don't know, the next target. I'll leave you with this. when in 1968, RFK addressed a group of people who worked on his campaign right after Martin Luther King Jr. was shot and killed in Memphis.
What we need in the United States is not division. What we need in the United States is not hatred. What we need in the United States is not violence and lawlessness, but is love and wisdom and compassion toward one another.
This is not a both sides issue until the left loves this country more than they hate us on the right. And that, folks, is the truth. Okay, switching gears here. When inflation jumps, when you hear the national debt is over $37 trillion, you ever think maybe now might be a good time to buy some gold, whether as a hedge against inflation, peace of mind during global instability, or just for sensible diversification? Birch Gold Group believes every American should own physical gold, and so they created something special. Until September 30th, just a few days from now, a couple weeks. If you're a first-time gold buyer, Birch Gold is offering a rebate of, get this, up to $10,000 in free metals, gold or silver, on qualifying purchases. To claim eligibility and start the process, request an info kit right now. Just text the word America to 989898. Plus, Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and you're still eligible for a rebate in free metals of up to $10,000. Birch Gold is the only precious metals company I trust. I use them. I have them send it right to my house. It goes right into a safe. And by the way, so do tens of thousands of their customers. So make it right now your first time buy to go of gold and take advantage of a rebate and get this up to $10,000 when you buy by September 30th. Text America to 989898. Claim your eligibility. Get your free info kit. Again, the word is America. The number is 989898. Just type it in the box where it says the address, put 989898, and then in the box where it says what do you want, you say America, and they'll take it from there. All righty, something's coming. We know all about it. We've been talking about it. One more time.
After baseball, I came here, Wall Street. Every second, pressure. Every decision, a bet. Some guys broke, some ran. I didn't. Pressure's not the enemy. Weakness is. You either rise through the fire or get left in the ashes. That is the edge.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Oh. Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes, of course I found it. No, I need that.
Summon Dale.
Who's Dale?
A real human.
I'm Dale. American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
I need my phone back.
Fix it over video chat with American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Man, Charlie, I remember when we were starting these out, and
it was like that.
You know, it was like this. It was like your average
first 3 rows.
It was like your average political meeting where there was like 12 people in a room, and this is awesome.
This, in my personal opinion, was the most over-the-top Trump event that I've ever covered.
This is the #1 boots-on-the-ground operation in the country. We're working directly in harmony with the Trump campaign. It's been vetted, it's been cleared, it's been blessed, as you can see there, and we're going to try to win this thing. No guarantees. It's what we do that matters.
Mr. President, I can tell you this room is 100% with you, and we have your back. God bless you. We really do. Thank you.
You're going to rest easy, my friend. Rest easy. Hey, folks, the new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to the broken healthcare system. The reality is, however, that there's only so much the government can do, and that if we really want to make America healthy again, it starts right at home with each and every one of us, and that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from Wellness Company doctors all the time on this network, and you know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits, but also kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks, by the way, to assist in the proper use of those medications. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss drugs, and so much more that can help you stay healthy and live a longer and more satisfying life. Make America healthy again starts right at home. Do your part. Protect the health of you and your family. Go to www.twc.health/voice today and order. That's twc.health/voice. Use that promo code VOICE and get 10% savings. All right, yesterday, busy day for the President Donald Trump, as 9/11 typically is. He was at the New York Yankee game last night in blue, New York. Take a listen to the reception he got. Pretty cool. That's very, very blue New York. Of course, with Trump in the building, the Yankees had to play one of Trump's favorite songs. Take a look at our president bringing light to a very dark week in this country. Sound up. Ball game. Good for him. Good for him. Good for him. Let's skip this Hakeem Jeffries one. I'm sick of Hakeem Jeffries. Let's do this one. Jimmy Kimmel gave his 2 cents on the senseless murder of Charlie Kirk and the disgusting response that half of this country had to the news. Of course, he would never hold the Democrats solely accountable for anything, so he tied Republicans and Trump into his opening remarks. But listen.
We're still trying to wrap our heads around the senseless murder of the popular podcaster and conservative activist Charlie Kirk yesterday, whose death has amplified our anger, our differences. And I've seen a lot of extraordinarily vile responses to this from both sides of the political spectrum. Some people are cheering this, which is something I won't ever understand. And we had another school shooting yesterday in Colorado, the 100th one of the year. And with all these terrible things happening, you would think that our president will at least make an attempt to bring us together. But he didn't. President Obama did. President Biden did. Presidents Bush and Clinton did. President Trump did not. Instead, he blamed Democrats for their rhetoric.
Oh, police. I mean, Kim, are you out of your freaking mind? Are you out of your... It's not both sides. This is not both sides. It's liberals, progressives, lunatics, killing conservatives for our views. And then you go ahead and say, blame the gun. Let's take guns away from everyone. Oh, is this week over yet? We got next week. Warren was up next. Put the slate up. Charlie Kirk, rest his soul.
Transpired here these last 72 hours.
Von Hilliard, thank you. Everyone, please stay close. And joining us now is criminologist Casey Jordan. Casey, so much happening so quickly here this morning. We're learning as well from our own reporting that there's no indication of a prior criminal record. This is according to searches of state national public records associated with the person, Tyler Robinson, and his date of birth. One of the most striking details that we learned from this press conference were, again, about those bullet casings and the inscriptions, "Hey, fascist," the words Bella Ciao, the words, "If you read this, you are gay." What do you see as the significance or what the message is that he's trying to communicate here?
Really, I would need to actually see these words in the way that they are on the bullet casings in the gun to make a proper interpretation. But just knowing what those words are, I'm kind of overwhelmed with how immature it all sounds, and that there is no really chronic theme. I think Brandy really nailed it. You have to make of it what you want, because, it's like sees bulges. If you're reading this, you're gay. Catch this fascist, or hey, fascist, catch. It's like the rantings of a really immature child. And we really need to learn a lot more about what was going on in this accused shooter's life when all of this was happening. Was he in a rabbit hole? Did he have no job? Did he have no purpose? How did he become such a consumer of hate? That his family reports he was talking with hate speech about his feelings about the victim just at the family dinner the night before. We get the impression he didn't live at home because they talk about the Discord messages with his roommate. But they also confirmed he is not a college student at the university where the crime happened. So I will be very interested to reconstruct what was going on in his life. Did he have a job? Did he go to school? Was he fired from a job? Did he apply to jobs and he was not, hired? Did he, have just smoldering hate? Mostly my takeaway is that the writings on the gun and on the bullets really emulate everything we just saw a few weeks ago in the Minnesota Catholic school shooting. So I don't think this has been a long-term plan. I think it probably was hatched when this alleged shooter heard that Charlie Kirk was coming to the area, his area, in his backyard at a university that he could easily access, pass as a college student there, go up on the roofs. I mean, I have to tell you, I teach at a university where I see students going up on the roofs all the time. So he had a lot of access to the venue, and he blended, and he knew he would blend. But I do think that this was something that just hatched when he found out that this man that he harbored hate for was coming to his area. And since we just had that school shooting in Minnesota, I think that is probably what inspired it.
Chris, we have a cursory sketch of this suspect, but there's a lot that we don't know that we'll want to know in the coming days. But what we do know is that he did not attend the university where the shooting took place, but he did attend Utah State University for one semester, the university confirms, before dropping out. His parents own a stately $600,000 six-bedroom home in suburban Utah in a mostly Republican area, but he's not registered with any particular party. He's listed as unaffiliated. And so we don't know much about his upbringing or what kind of person he was. We're left with essentially what authorities have told us, that he expressed animosity for Charlie Kirk and that he seems to be marinating in meme culture based on the engravings that he allegedly put on the ammunition, and including an anti-fascist song and messages. And we know that, according to authorities, he shared with his roommate messages about hiding a rifle. So there appears to be strong evidence linking him to this crime, but there isn't a lot of information right now about why he did it, what kind of person he was. We don't know whether he had any mental health issues. There doesn't appear to be any criminal record, but criminal records are incomplete in this country. It's difficult to know just hours after an incident, but he doesn't appear to have had any significant interaction with authorities. Look, a lot of people will make a lot of this, that he was on the left and this is being called a political assassination. But what we've seen time and again with mass shootings and other kinds of violence is that we've seen alienated people who become radicalized online. Sometimes they become radicalized to terrorism. Sometimes they become radicalized to right-wing violence. In this case, it looks like he was radicalized on the left of the political spectrum. But there's a lot more we need to know about his mental health and state of mind before we can make conclusions about what the motive here was and what was really going on.
From 2018 to 2024, assailants with hard right or white supremacist or related ideologies were responsible for the plurality of political homicides in the United States. 2020, though, for the first time in years, this quiescence ended, and we started seeing from the left wing and from the limited information that's out today, it looks like, with some of the statements that were made and some of the symbols, that this, at least I'm classifying it personally, as a suspected left-wing extremist motivated homicide. And we saw for 2025 great diversity, starting with January 1st with the violent Salafist jihadists killing 14, which is one of the larger events in recent years. So that kind of stacked it in one direction. The last thing I want to say is we're also seeing in this particular defendant or suspect, Robinson, appears to be in a more organized an organized folder, if you will, from the hard left. But we're increasingly seeing people with amorphous motivations, psychological distress, and unclear or multiple hatreds motivating their attacks. So we have a rot going on here, which is not just against individual political camps, but against our democracy as well.
County Jail, an official there tells CNN he is being held without bail on multiple initial charges, including aggravated murder. He is expected to make his first court appearance on Tuesday when formal charges are filed. Sources say Robinson initially was talking to investigators, but that he stopped cooperating this morning after getting a lawyer. The end of the manhunt coming a day and a half after Charlie Kirk was shot in front of a crowd at Utah Valley University. As the search stretched on, police released this video showing the suspect jumping off the roof, where he is believed to have fired that fatal shot. And in this video obtained by CNN, you can see someone matching the suspect's appearance walking into a neighborhood near the university. All of that leading to a confrontation that's almost unimaginable. A law enforcement source tells CNN that a man in southwestern Utah saw these photos and recognized his own son, Tyler Robinson. He confronted him and his son confessed. Our source says that Robinson's father called a youth pastor who contacted police, and that led to Tyler Robinson's arrest late last night.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose?
If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Friday, 12 September in the year of our Lord 2025. I think our morning show began to have the impact that we feel is necessary in this entire process. Many stories about it. The Daily Mail of London just put up a huge story a little while ago, and if we can put that up with the appropriate headline, from our morning show about our belief about law enforcement and the FBI and all of it, and particularly the fact that we took umbrage with the self-congratulatory nature of all this. And we're big believers and supporters of law enforcement. But two things that irk us, and I think irk the American people, and I think people are kind of getting tired of it, is no real preventative, nothing really preventative, everything performative before the fact. That we hear that, these mentally deranged kids or these transgender kids have been identified, or maybe the FBI has been noticed or local law enforcement has been noticed, but it turns out nothing's happened, or they go to the house a couple of times. And there's been issues, but because everybody's so politically correct and kind of tiptoeing around it, they walk away. Or in this case, this hasn't been confirmed, but it might have been some people had seen this guy in action and motion. And this makes sense because the timeline itself, we have to get the timeline right. And we have to make sure that we actually have the shooter and not an accessory to this. So the self-congratulatory nature of the of law enforcement. Oh, and that says two things. The other thing is when, after it's over, good God, like down at the university, there's tanks everywhere and half-tracks and Humvees and, people are up-armored like they were at the Catholic school. You had something look like it looked like more troops than you deployed to the border, or when the Germans are whining about they have no troops to put in Ukraine, it's the brigade they've got up in Lithuania. Everybody's running around and they're all swatted up, and everybody's a cowboy and they got guns and communications, and they're doing all this after the fact. And today, please, for law enforcement in the future, just cut out the, our partners. I hate our partners. They're not partners. They're not your partners. They're other law enforcement. They got a job to do, local, maybe state. Maybe there's interagency. That's all fine. They're not partners. They're paid to do this. This is the structure of law enforcement locally, law enforcement state, how it interacts with the Fed. We get it. It's complicated. You guys do it. A good job. All of it. Of course, in the movies, it's always the renegade cop and everybody's against them and all that. I don't want to hear any of that. It's all crap. It's all nonsense. We're in a war now. We're actually been in a war, but we got to stop the crap. Also, I just think, and this is why law enforcement, not this goofy governor who's completely woke, and it was Arnold Schwarzenegger called him girly man. He's a girly man. Wants to have a kumbaya. So the Daily Mail had my take on law enforcement, and I think shortly they're going to have my take on, if I understand what they're doing, is a lot of people were like shocked but supportive of my takedown of Cox. Mediaites got the lead story. It was the lead story here. Cox is the politician America needs at this moment. Well, if that's the case, that's the America that's going to lose and not be America anymore. Because no, Cox, we're not going to go out and sing Kumbaya. We're not going to hold hands this afternoon, and we're not going to have a barbecue with Democrats. Not going to happen. You've seen this over and over and over again. Here they take a gentle soul. Remember, Charlie Kirk is a gentle soul, a good and decent man that would go into these hellholes of universities and hold himself out to debate ideas, what university is supposed to be about, and to try to organize the information and the facts into kind of like, Aristotelian arguments, to actually treat these people like they care about reason. That's what Charlie would do to kind of try to raise them up. to play to their better angels. And what was Charlie's reward for that? Charlie Kirk was executed. Executed. He was shot like a dog for being one of the great young men in this country. So, Cox, contemplate that before you try to sell the crap you're trying to sell. The reason the country's in the shape it is Republicans like that you've put in office over and over and over again. And what do they want to do? They're afraid of the media. They're afraid of the donors. They're afraid of the money. And they're afraid of the media. And they will kowtow. They will break. You want to have certain defeat? You want to lose any chance of making America great again? Follow guys like Cox. Simple. Direct. Designate Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. Freeze their bank accounts. Declare martial law in Portland. Shut them down, round them up, and go kick down some doors today. Perp walk them, chain them up, and take them down to federal prison. Short break.
What's up, America? The folks sitting with me here today are real-life mechanics. We're here to get to the bottom of why car repairs are so expensive and why CarShield is America's most trusted auto protection company. Let's get to it. How long you been a mechanic?
I've been doing this for about 30 years. Every day's a different experience. Every day's a different adventure. I like to make sure everybody's happy, the customer's happy, the car's done right.
So why are vehicles out of warranty more likely to break down?
The manufacturers are very smart. They designed these cars with an end of life. It will fail as the warranty expires. Say over 60,000 miles, it'll start breaking down.
They're going to break down, definitely. Just a matter of when.
When somebody has CarShield, what's the experience when they come to you?
You drop off your car, we verify your concern, we notify CarShield, usually get an instant approval, put you in a rental car, and get you back on the road as quick as possible. I show them what it would cost if they didn't have CarShield versus if they did, and they can't believe how many thousands of dollars they're saving on this repair and how easy it went through, and the deductible is pretty much all they have to worry about.
How has being a mechanic changed since you guys started?
Most challenging parts about being a mechanic is keeping up with technology these days. That's the hardest part. As these new cars come out, it's new software, new tooling, is a constant evolution.
Technology has totally changed from just the basic, everybody could fix a car 30 years ago, to today. You need so much education, background, computer knowledge.
And there you have it. No other company protects drivers like CarShield. The bottom line is, if you're driving an out-of-warranty car, you could be putting yourself at risk of paying thousands for car repairs. Call CarShield before a breakdown happens.
Get covered repairs paid. Call CarShield now for your free quote and to lock in your rate with their price lock guarantee. Call now. Call 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188. 800-202-9188.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists, and we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hello, America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
And my preferred pronouns are he, him, and his.
I think there's still much that we can do to protect women's sports, and also to send a message to trans kids that there's a place for them and that they belong, and that's really important to me, that they know that. Look, I just these kids they're just trying to stay alive. There's a reason none of them are playing sports, and so I just think there's a better way, and I hope that there will be enough grace in our state to find a better solution. He said, optimism is a vice. It's this idea that good things are just going to happen. And he said, in the history of the world, good things have never just happened. He says, I'm not optimistic, but I am hopeful. And hope is the virtue that sits between the vices of optimism and pessimism. Hope is the idea that good things are going to happen because we can make them so. I still believe in our country. And I know Charlie Kirk believed in our country. I still believe that there is more good among us than evil. And I still believe that we can change the course of history. I'm hopeful because Americans can make it so.
The group of Turning Point with Tyler and Andrew and the other great team that Charlie's built, they will go on and they're going to do great things, and probably greater things they've done before. But a Charlie Kirk's like an Andrew Breitbart. These individuals come along once a generation, right? They're not everyday people. And they targeted this guy. They targeted him. The family said right there, Matt Boyle. And look, I'm just sick and tired of law enforcement, with all the resources we put into it, to come up and say, we're working in partnerships, we're great, we're communicating. The public assumes that is happening. We should get to the chase, cut to the chase, and give the public content about exactly what happened, the timeline of how the guy turned himself in, about the family, about more details, and about accessories to the crime in the Discord channel, and go into and have a governor up there that has no earthly idea about Antifa. Doesn't really matter. We had the FBI director. Could we not get up there and talk about what this symbology means? Because the left is not going to get off the hook in this. All these reports coming. What do you mean we're a war banner? What are you talking about this? They assassinated Charlie Kirk in cold blood in a targeted exercise that took planning. And now we're going to sit here and let's have some groups. Let's get together and have a group hug. They take out Charlie Kirk, and let's just sit down and have a group hug. Let's have Antifa over for a barbecue this afternoon. How about that? Antifa, can you Charlie, the gentlest and nicest individual in this political world, who would sit there with a microphone and say, I can convince you through ideas. I can convince you through the force of my argument. Not violence and anything. He was the happy warrior. That's who they took out. Who could be more accommodating than Charlie Kirk? Who could be nicer than Charlie Kirk? Who could be more accessible than Charlie Kirk? That's why they murdered him. In cold blood, assassination, and this was an execution. And now you get the symbology of this, and we're just going to have this press conference, and okay, fine, and let's go. It's time to us to bring the unity together. No, they always want the unity after they do something horrific. Well, they ain't getting unity. And there shouldn't be unity. We should get answers on this to drill down with people that know it and present to the public exactly what his affiliations were, who he talked to, and round up the accessories. And now more than ever, I don't know why we're not putting down Antifa, at least, at minimum. Okay. You saw at the beginning the cold open. Now they're going to try to confuse you. You know, we really got to think about this. We're so uncertain of what this guy was. No, this was 100% Antifa affiliated, Antifa adjacent. Antifa's burning down Portland every night, stopping officers from ICE officers doing their job. They've taken control of Portland. They never really gave it up. And in Trump's first term, remember, it was Bill Barr and these people. The reason Bill Barr and they had to fight against President Trump had this huge fight in his first term, they're all guys like Cox. This is why I say the conservatives and the Republicans and all that, it's the reason you're here, folks. There's not a little bit of evil. It's overwhelming evil. You have people, and Cox, you think, oh, they're so generous. No, they're boys and girls. Divine providence, the Holy Spirit, at your conception, picked it. Boys and girls. Boys and girls. And the fact that you condone it and bring it along and nurture it, oh gosh, let's get the pronouns right. And they're all they want to do is, fulfill themselves. You build this mental disease and then they get twisted and they think the world's against them. And you know what they do? They end up taking a high-powered rifle and putting through a slot in a church and gunning down little kids. And the mom and them, get the hair and read. Oh, we don't know what the motive is. Remember that? We still don't know what the motive is, the transgender guy, the dude. We don't know his motive. Oh, except in his manifesto, which now law enforcement, because President Trump's in charge, puts out right away. In the manifesto, just read it. He says, I've been brainwashed. I hate it. I hate myself. The last thing left is the hair. Has not Brandon Showalter and the doctors we've had on for years walked you through the agony of these people because the pharmaceutical companies and everybody and the psychiatrists and the psychologists, and look online. Charlie Kirk was a transgender hater. He had to die. We laugh and ha, ha, ha. Charlie Kirk. These are sick, twisted, evil people. They've been formed into evil people because the parents and the people around them let that formation happen. And now you have Peter Baker and you got Katie Britt. It's time for unity. We need unity and peace. No, we do not need unity and we don't need peace. We need them designated as domestic terrorist organization. We need to go to Portland to declare martial law. We need to shut it down and stop the crap. Roll them up, take 1,000 of them and put them in a pin in Portland and start arraigning them. No more activity of stopping ICE. No. And go get the financing. Take the case that President Trump talked about today, the RICO case with Soros, and just put it in terror financing case. How about that? Act Blue terror financing case. And roll them all up. Are you kidding me? They're going to shoot these little kids in school and then assassinate Charlie Kirk, and now it's time for unity. Now it's time, what we need to do, play Katie Britt, because this is the mentality of the Republicans. Let's play it.
Before I start on the issue at hand, I want to echo what you've heard from my colleagues. Political violence has no place in America. What we saw yesterday, and everyone saw it, is sickening. It is disgusting. It was a political assassination. And all of you sitting in these rows have a duty and an obligation to call it that. You know, when I'm thinking about Charlie, obviously his faith was the most important thing in his life. His wife, his children, our prayers are with them. But he influenced countless Americans and people across the world. My kids being amongst those groups. Talking with them last night, talking through this with them last night, it's just unthinkable that this is happening in the United States of America. And so the time for unity, the time for peace, it is now.
They may not be the majority, but the louder voices in our politics are, of course, engaging in blame for one another and ratcheting up the rhetoric rather than ratcheting it down, talking about the radical lunatic left and the left is evil and the left is this and that, while ignoring the fact that, of course, violence has played out across the political spectrum in recent years, whether you count the assassination of the two Minnesota lawmakers, Democrats recently, the burning of the Democratic governor's mansion in Pennsylvania, January 6th, the attack on Paul Pelosi, and so
all these. Hey, baby, that's what they got. I had other people like Baker today calling me it's Walz. The guy was a Walz appointee. And we still don't know all the facts about Shapiro, the setting on fire. That's the example they got. You've been killing people time and time and time again. These transgender radicals. And Katie Bird, we're not calling for political violence. We've never called for political violence. We're calling for actually people in charge to have a whole of government. You did a good job on the J6 Patriots, 1,000 of them. You rolled up and kicked down the doors and dragged into prison grandmothers. Tina Peters got her in prison right now, want her to die in prison. You got the men praying the rosary. You got the traditional Catholics. You got MAGA. Oh, but now it's time, after you've murdered and assassinated, now we got to take down the rhetoric. Screw you. Designate them, because once you designate a terrorist organization, you're going to find out the journalists working with them, the politicians working with them, and the money that's working with them.
Hi, it's Christina again. Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower that's safer at a price you can afford with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel. And now they're bringing you this special TV offer. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Jacuzzi bath remodel has a design you'll love at a price you can afford.
Literally, they came in the morning, did the demolition, and installed our bathtub in 1 day. I definitely wish we called jacuzzi a lot sooner.
Okay, so tell me, what are the 2 most common reasons people are calling jacuzzi bath remodel right now?
Well, maybe they're just tired of the old, worn-out eyesore of a bath. Often they have dated colors, tiles that might be cracking and fading, or impossible to clean grout. Christina, did you know that the average shower has up to 300 linear feet of grout?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of scrubbing. So that's definitely one of the reasons people call. And you'll love that the new bath or shower just rinses clean and resists mold and mildew. Now, another big reason people call is they've been feeling uneasy stepping over that tub to take a shower. And we're here to help with a safer, more stylish shower that you'll love and is custom designed for you.
Every time I stepped over my old bathtub, I worried I might fall. I don't have those fears anymore. Jacuzzi bath remodel gave me a gorgeous shower that's safe too.
It was done in the same day. We did not have to wait. It is amazing.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer, and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
It's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
You can go from this to this, and from this to this, or even from this to all this in just 1 day.
I did not like my bathroom before and was embarrassed by it.
Yes. This is unbelievable. It is stunning. I can't believe it.
Time is running out to take advantage of this special offer. When you call right now, we're waiving all installation costs with our Christina Across America offer and no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Call now to schedule your free, no obligation in-home design consultation. You can create your new bath or shower customized just for you, installed in just 1 day from the most trusted name with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. Call now.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Right there, we're looking at a live shot of the perpetrator's house, or what they say is a perpetrator or part of the conspiracy. I don't know. Law enforcement not telling us things. Certainly like to have a press conference and have somebody step to the microphone that's in law enforcement and give us some facts. Part of the engine room says the whole story is BS. They took out a future president and a pillar of Christian American values. They took out the best. And the reason he was the best, he accomplished so much. And this is why you have huge gathering in Hyde Park in London, Hyde Park Corner, the free speech place, massive in London right now. Let's just keep it right there. Associated Press has a... Charlie was a gentle person. He was tough, and he was focused, and he was determined. Everything you have to do to kind of make it in this greater world, and particularly build a huge organization when there was nobody thought he could do it. Nobody thought we could get to the youth. Nobody thought we could do it. And Charlie Kirk changed the arc of American history. It was exactly what Donald Trump needed at the exact time Donald Trump needed it. And Charlie Kirk, for someone to do that in their 20s, who basically started with no money in his parents' garage, is like, you have to go back to the revolutionary generation to see somebody like Charlie Kirk, to Hamilton and Jefferson and these folks that were in their 20s when they led a revolution against British tyranny and formed this new republic. A republic, I think, now that's the longest-lasting republic, I don't know, I think we're as long as Rome, the Roman Republic, forget the empire. And Charlie Kirk always did it wearing his Christian values on his sleeve and was out there. So that's the best of the best. How many people like Charlie Kirk come along? How many? And look how he raised people up. Look how he trained that team. Turning Point's going to do tremendous things going forward because of the team Charlie left, the institution he built. Who does that? Oh, by the way, and never really took any money, right? He didn't take a big salary out of it, make some money from the media stuff, etc. But he could have gone to Silicon Valley and been a billionaire. He didn't. He did this because he understood in this time and place, this is what the country needed. He saw a vision, and people laughed at him and mocked him. And remember, Charlie was not he was not a pro-Trump guy. He was more of a Glenn Beck and a Ted Cruz guy at the beginning, as many of the people at Breitbart were. Remember, I went to a little choppy water over at Breitbart until we set things right. Yes, we did. But Charlie Kirk is a populist nationalist. What do I do every day at 1 minute to noon? 2 hours of populist nationalism served up hot. How many times have I said that over the years to toss to Charlie Kirk? Ecclesiastes, what is it? It's a time and a season for everything under heaven. And there's a time in a place for assisting and giving comfort to the widow and to give comfort to the children that are now fatherless. And if you've ever seen those pictures of the daughter running in the studio in Fox or running anywhere to see her, as soon as she sees her dad, it's heart-rendering. You see the pictures, all the pictures they got of Charlie and the little boy and all of it. It's heart-rendering. And there's a time and place, and that is now, to comfort the widow and to comfort and nurture the children. But there's also a task of honoring the work he did in the way of holding people accountable for what they did to him, and shot him down like an animal on live TV. We will not let that go. And no Katie Britt, and no Peter Baker, and no all the politicians, and no Cox. We're not going to sing Kumbaya. We're not going to say it's a time to bring people together. You know why? One side has to win here, and one side has. What are we supposed to bring together? What are we supposed to talk about? Well, Charlie actually had some good arguments. What are you supposed to do with these people? Have you read? Have you looked at the internet? Have you looked at what they've said? Do you look at what they stand for? Do you see Portland every night? Do you see what's happening in the universities where Charlie went to combat it at the center of where the most pus is under the scab that he was trying to drain in a gentlemanly and Christian way? We must use the entire we got it, folks. We worked for years for this. We're kind of in charge. It's time now. And, Pam, I don't know what to say. I just don't know what to say. Why are you at the Yankees game last night? Who's got time for a Yankees game? President can do it because he's there to do bigger things and to present to the people, hey, I'm here in this tragedy, boom, a thing for Charlie Kirk, and to let him know and basically sit there. He's up there, I'm sure, getting feedback today as he's spending all day up there with about Ma'am Donnie and what is going on in New York. And President Trump said, hey, I'm going to think this thing through. He's going to meet with the Qataris. President Trump has got the weight of the world on his shoulders. On his shoulders. But people should do their job. And at DOJ and FBI, let's turn the entire DHS, let's turn the entire apparatus. What did I say at Turning Point when Charlie was nice enough again to invite me again? And I gave the speech in Tampa this summer because we love doing the summer program. And I actually told him afterwards I thought Tampa was a tremendous venue and we should continue there. And then do the one in Phoenix right before Christmas. But in Tampa, my remarks 100% focused on the work at hand. And the work at hand is with everything else we got going on, the wars and the economy and getting commercial and getting the trade deals and the tariffs, everything we've promoted and worked on with Navarro and all these people, Scott Besson, for years and years and years. We said the number one priority is if you don't take apart the deep state, you're taking apart the administrative state, but you don't get to the deep state part of it. All of this is going to be for naught. They're going to unwind all of it. And they're going to come at everybody with a vengeance. So you have to do it, and you have to do it now. And you have to move with alacrity and urgency, and that we're burning daylight. Immediately. Like today. We have to designate, and President Trump can do it with a scratch of a pen. An executive order that designates Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. We'll start there. Let's just start there. You got all kinds of things you can go. Let's just start there. Boom. And then we go after terror financing. We can get into their bank accounts. We can get all social media that's promoted them for years where they suppressed everybody else. All those demons around President Trump at the table the other night, they're all demons. All of them. They're suppressing they've suppressed all of our voices. Particularly people came up and tried to take down Antifa, and particularly after George Floyd, they took it all down, suppressed that, and promoted the George Floyd stuff, the George Floyd messaging. Think of what you, the audience, think of what, with President Trump, you saved the country from. That's where the country's going. Remember, all these people are taking knees. Nancy Pelosi, they're on their knees to this. Like they're worshiping a God. Like they're praying to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Remember that? Remember, they're in the halls of Congress. They talk about a sacred space in January 6th, and oh my gosh, in the Holy of Holies, these patriots came in and soiled it. Think of what you did. You knelt to it. You knelt there and you knelt to it and you prayed to it and you worshiped it. A false god. And look in Bethesda and look at all the elites, all the white elites on their knees. They were on their knees. You think those people should run anything? Well, I don't. And you've seen it again. And no, we're not going to sit here and say for unity, and we're not going to say, we ain't toning anything down. We want them designated a terrorist organization, and we want the FBI to kick down doors like they kicked down the J6 doors, and they kicked down the traditional Catholic doors, and they went into the guys that have 5 and 6 and 7 kids, and with 20 FBI cars, and dragged them out like animals, and chained them like animals. And took Peter Navarro, whose greatest crime is trying to bring jobs back here to the United States of America, and they took him off a plane at Reagan Airport and turned him on tarmac and chained him like a dog, chained him like an animal. So no, we're not going to sit here and just say it's fine and let's do kumbaya. No, Cox. You told social media is a cancer. You are also a cancer. And you're a cancer that's metastasized in the political process. To pat people on the head, and all we have to do is sit down and talk. No. What are we supposed to talk about? Oh, Charlie Kirk was a good man. Charlie Kirk was a Christian. Charlie Kirk, they know that. That's why they slaughtered him. That's why he was executed. If you do not understand that, you don't understand the moment in the history of this country of where we are. And we have control of state power. Why is Soros' son walking around New York City? Why are all these foreigners putting money through ActBlue, or this foreign billionaires putting money in here to destroy our republic? Why is there even an organization that can get in there and have a group chat? First off, why is everybody in the Discord not rolled up and arrested? Well, now Discord as a company says, hey, we don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. I'm just some civilian. But when I see the kid running off the roof and jumping down, I don't see a gun. Maybe it is. I don't know. I'm not a professional in that, but I'm just sitting there as a basic, stupid Mick civilian. I go, yeah, I don't know. Didn't he say in the Discord that get the gun, it's going to be the trees? And then they say they got the gun from the trees. Well, where's the gun? Maybe slow it down and show me, because I'm a simpleton. Just show me. And the grandmother, of course, I don't know. The grandmother's saying, hey, the kid never touched a gun in his life. We don't know. I don't know. All I can tell you is the shot that said he came up, and they said he got there at 11:53, and I saw 11:49, a couple minutes. That doesn't give him a long time to set up and kind of, for Tage Gill and for guys that are stone cold killers and defended our country by being trained by the best in the world, right? I can see Tage Gill. I see those guys that can do it. I don't know. Some kid up there, and it didn't look like that easy a shot. Maybe it was. 200 yards. We had the angle of the building out. Charlie's under a tent. People in front of him. I don't know. And please don't say you caught him. In the headlines, they caught him. Oh, we caught him. I want to thank all of our partners. I want to thank all of our law enforcement partners for the catching him. You didn't catch him. His parents turned him in. Short break. Tage Gill on the other side.
'Cause we're taking down the CCP. Spread the word all through Hong Kong. We will fight till they're all gone. We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Start Half of your kids, just like me, are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, and your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take your shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Number one is very simple. The deep state must be destroyed to free the American people. Is there any question about that? Is there any question about that? We have to destroy the deep state, and this is elements of the Pentagon, the Justice Department, the FBI, the CIA, certain elements that work under DNI, those 17 intelligence agencies, also parts of the State Department, the USAIDs of the world. That inner apparatus controls the government, and when President Trump tries to do something, they're always trying to thwart his actions, right? You see the leaks. When Homan's sending these brave men and women into Los Angeles to do these raids, like the raid about the children trafficked to the marijuana farm to work, they're lying in wait for him. They're lying in wait for the agents. They got weapons to shoot. How does the protesters? Because somebody inside leaked it to them. Somebody inside leaks it to the media. That's the deep state every day. It must be destroyed. We're not free. The second resolve is quite simple. You don't give the deep state the consent of the governed. Therefore, it's your responsibility to destroy it. It's a sacred duty and a responsibility of the American people, American citizens. No cavalry is going to come and save you. No foreign country is going to come and save you. No Deus ex machina is going to come down. No fairy dust is going to appear. You have to do it yourself, correct? It's our responsibility. And number three, whoever is not with us is against us, right? If you're not with us, you can't be neutral in this. If you're with us, you're with us. If you're neutral, I don't know, then you're against us. This has to happen. And President Trump, I think you're going to see, and when he's identifying these prosecutors, he's going after it. He's going after who set up Crossfire Hurricane. He's going after the Russia hoax. He's going to go after the 2020 election and how it was stolen and who's responsible for it being stolen, right? And I hope he gets to January 6th. You got to get to January 6th. When I was in prison, you had these January 6th people that had just walked by the Capitol. And what were they? They were sitting there in prison for nothing more than supporting the President of the United States.
There's a time and place for everything under heaven. And there is a time and place, and that's happening now, to nurture and comfort the widow. And the orphans in this case, or the little children with no father. And the young employees over at Turning Point. But there's also a time and place for this, and this is now. Now. Not tomorrow, not the next day, now. They gave that speech in Tampa at Charlie's gathering in mid-July. Little did I know that 60 days later it would be relevant to the assassination of one of the greatest young men of his generation, in cold blood execution. The investigation, not just of what happened in Utah and who was the shooter, how did it happen? Details, second by second, we have to know, we must know. We owe it to Charlie Kirk, to Charlie Kirk's work, to Charlie Kirk's life's work, to honor him like we honor our war dead. Because Charlie Kirk, and I hate when I say this, they were all over me the other day. Oh, Bannon says he's a war casualty. He's a war casualty in this war to save the greatest country in the history of mankind. And I told you for years it was going to come to this. I told you it was going to come to this. And now that they're murdering at a rate of, the kids every couple of weeks, prominent figures, and trying to intimidate you, and taking 2 shots at President Trump, now they want to have unity. They always want unity when they're caught or they're losing. You designate them a terrorist organization, then all kind of good things happen. You start subpoenaing telephone records, text messages. You go to the telephone companies like they went on us and took all our stuff. Fine, do it. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. See the interconnection. See who's financing them. See who's contacting them. See what politicians are working with them. See what media types are working with them, and then we ought to round up the media types that are working with them as accessories. This is doable. And if you want to avoid a civil war, it needs to be done today. Use the powers of the state. We happen to be in charge. You that lifted President Trump on your shoulders when he had every reason in the world not to do it again, and he came back and said, I'm going to do it. We must do it because we cannot allow to stand the big steal, the 60. And look at the people against us. Number one, they stole it, then lied about it, then crushed and tried to send us all to President Trump, too. Then they knew they had somebody that had no mental capacity. When he's there, didn't have it, and they covered that up. And then tried to run him again until he epically failed at the debate. Are you kidding me? Look at what these people have done. Look what they've done to our country. Look what they've done to our children. And you want to sit there and say, now it's time for unity? No, we do not want unity, and we will not accept unity. We will only accept victory. And when the Katie Britts of the world and all these rhinos start talking about victory, then we'll start listening to you. All we care about is winning. Why? Because that's what's going to save our country. What did Charlie Kirk give his life for at the age of 31? Why does Charlie Kirk's son not have a father? Why does that precious little daughter not have a father? Why does the grieving widow grieve? If you're prepared to accept that, you're prepared to give your country over to the most evil people on earth. This is a test from Almighty God. You're either with us or you're against us. As Christ says, if you're lukewarm, we'll spit you out of our mouth. We'll take a short break. Tage Gill, Dr. Bradley Thayer will join me on the other side.
Mama, look.
It's just like our new house.
Warranty! I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Clogged AC coils? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? Ta-da! If AHS can't fix your covered item, they'll replace it, no matter its age.
A warranty is smart.
Oh, a happy family.
Is that us?
Too much. American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854.
Good evening, America. Welcome to the Friday edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to you, as always, from the nation's capital as we end a tragic and, in many ways, frustrating week. But there is some good news. 2 days after the assassination of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University, Utah Governor Spencer Cox and FBI Director Kash Patel announced this morning that they had identified and apprehended the suspected shooter, 22-year-old Tyler Robinson. We learned that from authorities that Robinson was taken into custody after a family member of Robinson reached out to a family friend who then contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office in Utah to tell them that Robinson had confessed, or at least implied, that he had committed the shooting. A family member also said that Robinson believed Kirk was, quote, full of hate and spreading hate. And that would make sense with the reporting today around what was found inscribed on the ammunition that the shooter had used. There were anti-fascist and anti-Nazi slogans such as, "Hey fascists, catch," and other messages in the same vein. Robinson is expected to be charged with aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm causing serious bodily injury, and obstruction of justice. Utah County Attorney Jeff Gray plans to file charges on Tuesday, with Robinson's first court appearance to be at 3 p.m. that day. Now, we'll have much more on this all throughout the show tonight, and let's bring in now my amazing host, Amanda Head. Amanda, what you learn in the inscriptions and other things, that this is a man, seems to have come from a good family. They go to church, they have a job, but he slinks into this gaming world where they have these anti-fascist games. He's on social media, on anti-fascist sites. Maybe he's in a school system where there's a teacher or two talking anti-fascist, and we've immersed these young people, some of them vulnerable young people, into a culture that makes them see that it's righteous to shoot someone if you disagree with them. I don't know how we end that poison, but we've got to.
Yeah, I mean, I, along with the rest of the newsroom, we were all scouring social media posts before they started getting taken down. And I mean, for all appearances, he had a relatively happy upbringing, went on trips with his family, and then something just switched. And I think we've got to get to the root cause of that, like you were saying, with some of our guests tonight. But I want to, in the wake of all of those disgusting social media posts and all those videos celebrating Charlie's assassination, gosh, I still can't get used to saying that. The State Department has a message for foreigners who are posting like that as well. And here's what Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau posted on X earlier today. In light of yesterday's horrific assassination of a leading political figure, I want to underscore that foreigners who glorify violence and hatred are not welcome visitors to our country. I have been disgusted to see some on social media praising, rationalizing, or making light of the event, and have directed our consular officials to undertake appropriate action. Please feel free to bring such comments by foreigners to my attention so that the State Department can protect the American people. And judging by all of the comments under that post, which has over 9,000 so far, many Americans have not been shy about sharing the hateful posts of some foreigners who are in the country celebrating the assassination. And in Chicago, we have reports of a driver plowing through into ICE agents during an enforcement operation. The suspected driver is dead after driving into a group of ICE officers who were reportedly attempting to stop the vehicle. One officer ended up discharging his weapon, killing the driver. Now, the vehicle impact also injured an officer who was dragged a significant distance, and that officer has been hospitalized. So, John, I think it's time to hand it over to you, and so you can bring in our first guest of the night, because I think she's going to have a lot to say about all this.
She does. It always does. We always enjoy bringing her on. She represents the great state of Iowa. Congresswoman Marinette Miller Meeks. Congresswoman, great to have you on the show.
Great to be with both you and Amanda, so thank you for having me on.
We are honored to have you on. We need some wisdom. We need some answers. I think we all feel hollow inside after experiencing this week and going through the roller coaster, but this is becoming an all too familiar pattern. A young man becomes a shooter and a murderer, an assassin, and then you go back into his life and he's in the social media realm, he's in the gaming world, he's on Discord, the gaming chat site, and they seem to be surrounded by these anti-fascist messaging, which are these far left messages that basically say your enemy, it should be mortally taken out, and then they act on it. How do we break this cycle? Because we've had a little too many of these to see, to live through.
Well, first and foremost, we just had a hearing in Energy and Commerce, and one of my last statements that I made, and this was on AI and the safety of AI, and this is following on the heels of two individuals who were using AI platforms in order to connect and get advice. And so, number one, they're not psychologists, they're not counselors, they're not social workers, they are not your best friend. And younger people are very trusting of the internet, of electronic mediums compared to older individuals. And my comment there was that any groups, whether they're advocate, whether they're nonprofit, whether they're schools, that undermine the relationship of children with their parents are doing tremendous harm to our children. So that, schools that say we don't have to inform parents, and we're not going to inform parents of whatever it is, that you really do harm the student. And then secondly, it's adults having access to phones, to the internet, but not seeing that they have a different frontal lobe development, different judgment, different foundation than giving this to very young children and its addictive potential. So I think one of the things that I heard Charlie Kirk had said was that when all the world seems to have devolved into chaos, and I'm paraphrasing, so this is not an exact quote, it's time to unplug, be with your family, be with your faith, get off of the internet, and reconnect back with that human connection, which brings all of us together. And following on the heels of both Charlie Kirk's assassination, but then the 24th anniversary of 9/11, I really think that we need to remember that we're all Americans. There is no place for political violence in our country or in our culture. That is not what we do in the United States. That's not how we resolve conflicts. I condemned the shootings in Minnesota just as much as I've condemned the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So on either side of the aisle. And so, and we have a level of responsibility as members of Congress, as elected leaders, and that's to try to bring down the temperature. And so I don't ridicule or call people names when I'm in hearings. I don't demean my colleagues. I may disagree with them vehemently on their policies and their positions and on what those policies and positions may lead to our country or their effect upon our country, but I try to stay away from a personal attack, and I think it would behoove all of us. And it's why I had to respond as a member of Congress when I was alerted by someone who's not a flamethrower, who's not bombastic. They're just a reasonable person who called me or contacted me about a posting by one of the school teachers at a high school. Mm-hmm. And I first had to verify that it was real, that it wasn't Photoshopped, that it wasn't AI manipulated. And when found out that it was real and hadn't seen anything come out from the school district, made a very simple post that I thought that it was disturbing content, and that for those who educate children, that I was very concerned about that type of content being posted. Fully support individuals' free speech rights, but I think that that there are certain groups of people that bear a greater responsibility and a greater standard in conduct than other individuals. And so, and that I put out that I was going to talk to the superintendent of the school and the principal. Did not ask for this person to be terminated, did not ask for them to be doxxed or anything like that. Simply wanted people to know that it was being addressed. Bring down the temperature. Don't go out, in an outrage and try to do something in the school system. But, let the process work. The process worked, and the individual has been terminated. And I'm not happy about anybody losing their job, but I just think that we need to be mindful that with the internet, with social media, that people somehow feel that they can let their innermost thoughts be conveyed, but there are no consequences to that. Once you convey those innermost thoughts and you're in an insular community or an echo chamber, sometimes people then act upon that. And you feel this support of other individuals, but it also gives other people in the public the right to react to your conduct and your behavior. So that wasn't true prior to the internet and social media.
Right. Congresswoman, there's another aspect of this that I think we have to examine through that human lens that you were talking about. When we came to the show tonight, I was talking about how our newsroom was scouring social media, and I was on the Mother's Facebook page, and there were already some very, very wicked comments on there about this woman. And obviously the son should face justice, however the state of Utah and a jury of his peers see fit. But for the parents, the father had to effectively turn in his son for execution. How should people who are supporters of Charlie Kirk, supporters of free speech, supporters of Turning Point USA and what it stands for, how should we all handle this?
Well, how would Charlie Kirk have handled this? Charlie Kirk would not have gone after those parents who I can assure you are grieving, who are heartbroken. Mm-hmm. And, I, as a parent, I could say, what did I do wrong? What didn't I do enough of? How could I have prevented this? So these are parents that are heartbroken, and there should be no place for attacking these parents. Certainly not with the mother of the Newtown shooting, Sandy Hook. There's not. We should remember that these individuals are people too, and especially given that the father had done the right thing. Remember, there are other parents who actually sent their child away or sent them to a foreign country to avoid, facing the consequences of their actions, and how very difficult that is for a parent to do. So I would say, please, Charlie Kirk would not have done that. He would not have asked for you to do that. He would have asked for the person he interacted with to step up to be the next leader. And the best thing you can do for Charlie Kirk and his memory and the legacy he left behind is to ensure that legacy can go forward, to engage in conversation, to engage in debate, to engage in discourse, because what he was most about was free speech, and not free speech that was inflammatory or that was derogatory, but this engagement to how do you persuade people, knowing facts and going forward and engaging with them. So I would say that's the best thing people can do to honor Charlie Kirk and his family.
Yeah, wise words. Congress seems to be careening at the behest of Democrats to a government shutdown. It seems to be what Democrats want. There's a lot of unfinished business, including the Farm Bill, which is so important to rural America. Give us a sense of where things are and how you would like to see this end in a good spot for the American people.
So first and foremost, I would say, what's best for the American people who may be relying upon these funding for our military, for our people in Customs and Border Protection, is that the government stay open. Most people don't know that it doesn't save money by closing the government. It actually costs more money, and then you have to reopen the government. And do you have the votes to reopen the government? So it is one of those things where we're working diligently to, we don't have a supermajority in the Senate, so that does require that we work with the Democrats. As we saw, Senator Chuck Schumer was really blasted for not shutting down the government earlier in March. So they're looking for a reason to shut down the government. We're not going to give them everything that they want, but there is some pathway for compromise and for doing the right thing by the American people. And that is keeping the government open, making sure we're funding our military, especially we have military abroad. We have National Guard troops in Iowa that are in the Middle East, making sure that their families have enough money to live on. So I think it is very important for us to work through this process, but we're not going to give Democrats everything they want. But there does need to be some compromise as we go forward in all of our appropriation bills. And quite honestly, we have 3 of our appropriation bills that were passed by the Senate this year. And from my time in Congress, that's the first time it's happened.
Yeah, amazing. Congresswoman, always an honor to have you on. You always have wise words. I think what would Charlie do is a good question we would all ask when it comes to the freedom of speech. It's a great honor to have you on there. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, and you all have a great evening.
You as well. Thanks so much. What a great interview. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to take a closer look at Israel's strike against the Hamas leadership in Qatar earlier this week. President Trump was not very happy about it, nor was much of the rest of the world. We've got a great guest to discuss that right after these messages.
Hello, friends. Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back, everybody, to Just the News, No Noise. Earlier this week, Israel carried out an attack against Hamas leadership inside the nation of Qatar in the capital of Doha, and President Trump was not very happy about it, saying that attacking a sovereign nation and an ally of the United States does not advance Israel or the United States' goals. So joining us now to break it all down, all the way from Doha, the capital, of course, of Qatar, the advisor to the Qatari Prime Minister and the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Majed Al-Ansari. Sir, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Amanda, John, thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely. It's our honor. And as we speak right now, our nation's leaders are having a discussion. Tell us what you think is transpiring from that.
Well, John and Amanda, I can tell you very clearly, we are overwhelmed by the solidarity, the support, and the generosity of the United States in standing with Qatar in this difficult time. The Prime Minister has met with the Vice President and Secretary of State, and he is set to meet with President Trump very shortly to explain to him exactly how this transpired in Doha. And if you allow me, John, in the beginning, let me say that it's very important to paint a very clear picture. I'm a father of 5 beautiful girls. My eldest, if you believe it, just started university this year.
Wow! Congrats!
Thank you. I was coming home exactly at 3:46 when the bomb started, and you could have heard the bombing throughout Doha. And I just remember that my daughter was in university, so I immediately called her, and she was told to take shelter at the university. And the neighborhood where the bombing took place is called Al-Qtaifiyya. That neighborhood is a diplomatic neighborhood with 13 embassies, 7 international schools, including, by the way, an American school where American kids were studying at the time. And obviously they all had to take shelter at that time. And as a father, you can imagine my feelings at that moment. I didn't know what was happening. I was getting reports from everywhere, and the people in Doha are not used to being bombed in the afternoon. It's not something that happens in this part of the world, and therefore it's very important for those who are talking about this to understand that this was a residential area with countless schools, nurseries, embassies, and I had to call upon the next day, the ambassadors who were living next to it to make sure all of them were okay. And at the end of the day, what we realized is one brave member of our internal security force, who, by the way, in the past guarded in another detail the U.S. Embassy, and the U.S. Charge here told me that they knew him personally at the embassy, was killed in the attack. Sadly, he was 22 years old, and you can see the pictures, of course, of the burial that took place yesterday with His Highness hugging the brother, the very young brother of the Badr al-Dosari, who was killed in that attack. So it's a traumatic time for us here in Qatar. It's not a simple thing. It didn't. My children, I still have. I was just, with my children, trying to explain to them what was happening to try to make them feel safe again.
Yeah, no, that is. Qatar didn't attack Israel. Was there any warning from the Israeli or U.S. government that this would be coming, or was it a complete surprise?
The complete surprise here is that a great ally of the West, sometimes called the greatest ally of the United States, would attack another ally of the United States, a state that was designated by the U.S. as a major non-NATO ally, a state that is a NATO partner under the ICI format since 2004, a state that hosts more than 10,000 servicemen and women servicing proudly here in Qatar, a state that has helped in the past bring about peace with the United States in Afghanistan. We worked very closely with the Trump administration in the last administration to make sure that President Trump achieves peace in Afghanistan. He was able, through the Qatari mediation and through the presence of the Taliban political office here in Doha, to end the longest war in U.S. history in Afghanistan and to bring peace to a region that didn't see it for decades. And we were hopeful that through President Trump's proposal, which was on the table, that was bombed in that attack, that President Trump would be able also to bring peace again to this part of the world through Gaza. And we were completely surprised by this attack. We had absolutely no warning. President Trump told His Highness very clearly that he was not consulted nor informed and nor coordinated with regarding this attack. And immediately as the U.S. got wind of the attack, Qatar was informed, but that was sadly 10 minutes after the attacks took place.
Wow.
Sir, Qatar has been an integral mediator when it comes to the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Does it at all affect your incentive to want to help out in that effort and to be that key mediator?
Amanda, let me tell you one thing. It will take more than the bullying tactics of Prime Minister Netanyahu to change the DNA of the Qatari people. We have always believed in peace. We have always been a peaceful nation. And we have always been a force for peace. You can find it in our constitution, the talk about mediation being a way of doing foreign policy for us. You can find it in our history, in our national identity. That will always be there. It will be very difficult for thuggish behavior to steer us away from that cause. But obviously, now we know very clearly that Prime Minister Netanyahu was not negotiating in good faith. Now we know very clearly that he was leading us on, that he was wasting not only the time of the people who were working on this, the efforts, the tireless 24/7 work of everybody who was working on this in Qatar and Egypt and the United States, but he was also wasting lives as we go along. And now that these lives that he has wasted include, sadly, a Qatari life and another member of the ISF, the Internal Security Forces, now in critical conditions. And we are praying for his health. And other three were also wounded, and we are still tallying the human cost of this attack on this residential neighborhood.
So I want to ask a little bit, after October 7th, the Qatari government rolled up the Hamas leadership's offices, shut them down, and then at some point they reopened. I want to ask tonight two things. Did the Biden administration ever ask you to turn any of the Hamas leadership over to the United States for prosecution for October 7th? And did they ask you at some point to allow the Hamas leadership to reopen their offices on the ground after the October 7th massacre?
Let me tell you one thing. We've been mediating at the request of the United States at the time, the George Bush administration in 2006.
That's right.
We've been mediating between Hamas and Israel since 2006. We have been able to bring back so many hostages. We have been able to bring the region back from war so many times. You know, we have seen so many difficulties in these mediations, but we continued. We soldiered on, and we knew all of it had a political cost. Right. Since October 7th, we were never asked to expel Hamas officially. We were never told to stop mediating. At the complete opposite, when we decided to suspend our mediation and we asked the Hamas leadership to leave Qatar because there was no purpose for them being there, we were asked by the Biden administration at the time to bring back Hamas to continue the mediation. And the Trump administration, even before coming to the White House, was heavily engaged in the mediation process. Actually, the last ceasefire was accomplished because of President Trump's resolution, because President Trump decided that there would be a ceasefire. Right. And the proposal that was on the table now was the proposal of President Trump to end this war once and for all. So we heavily work with the United States and with the Trump administration over this, and we will continue doing these roles on different issues like the DRC and Rwanda, like working over Venezuela, like working over Iran, and all of these issues. You can only have peace between adversaries. You don't make peace between friends, and therefore we're always ready to help the United States in talking to their adversaries and accomplishing peace wherever it can be.
Yeah, Ukraine and Russia too. I know you worked very hard there as well.
Yeah, advisor to the Qatari Prime Minister, Dr. Majid Al-Ansari. Sir, thank you so much for being here, and thank you for what your country is doing in the efforts of peace.
Thank you for having me, John.
Yeah, great honor. Thank you, sir.
All right, everybody. Next, is YouTube TV punishing Univision over platforming President Trump? Yeah, well, we're going to talk to the CEO of Univision about that, possibly next.
Hey folks, if you're a homeowner like me, you need to listen to this. In today's AI and cyber world, scammers are stealing home titles and your equity is their target. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on one document, use a fake notary stamp, pay a small fee with your county, and boom, just like that, your home title has been transferred out of your name. And that's when the problems begin, because they start taking out loans using your equity and even sell your property. And you're not even going to find out it's happened until you get a collection or foreclosure notice months later. That's a nightmare, right? So when's the last time you checked on your home title? Well, if you're like me, the answer is never, right? You need to do something about that right now. That's why I've partnered with Home Title Lock, so you can find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code JTN at HometitleLock.com, and you'll get a free title history report and a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title, urgent alerts to any changes that might happen, and if fraud does happen, they'll spend up to $1 million to fix it. That's a good deal. Find out why I trust Home Title Lock. Go to HometitleLock.com and use the promo code JTN. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code JTN.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's anti-kibble breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back, America. Earlier this week on Just the News, we had a pretty extraordinary story, an internal memo from Univision laying out the fact that YouTube television doesn't want America's largest Hispanic network on their main package anymore. Now, you would say, was this economics? And the answer is no. Is it politics? The answer is maybe. And we have the perfect answer to help us, perfect guest to help us walk through what that answer may be. He's the CEO of Univision, a good friend. In fact, we spent some time together at the Latin Grammys last year. Daniel Legre. Daniel, good to have you here.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it.
All right, this is a head scratcher. You've got the most influential Hispanic network in America, the most fastest growing network body of viewers in America, and YouTube TV suddenly comes along and says, "Hey, we don't want you on anymore." What's up with that?
Yeah, I have to tell you, it's a real head scratcher. When you and I met, we met right before the election.
That's right.
And we are so close to the Hispanic community.
Mm-hmm.
We are the largest Spanish media company in the world, but obviously have a tremendous presence here in the United States, both in terms of national, local TV, as well as radio and digital. And leading up to the elections, Hispanics looked to us for information. We knew how it is that they were leaning. It was clear from us, based on our information, that the Hispanic vote is no longer a purely Democratic vote.
Right.
It's an issues-led vote. And in so many places around the United States, if you look at LA, the number one news network in LA is Univision. Not Spanish news network, news network.
Right.
ABC, NBC,
Yep.
CBS. So Hispanics turn to us, when you got fires in LA or floods in Texas. So we are really the trusted voice and the trusted platform for Hispanics. And for YouTube TV to make a decision literally a month before our distribution deal expires, and they come to us and they say, we no longer want you on the general market package. And just to explain what that means, it means that there's an $83 bundle that includes, right now, the 5 major media companies. We're one of the 5. Obviously includes ABC, CBS, NBC, and Fox. They, for the last 4 years, have been distributing our network, have been highlighting that Univision is available on the platform. And they've actually grown the number of Hispanics on that platform. It's based on Nielsen ratings, about 8%, 9% or so of their YouTube TV subscribers are Hispanic. And now they're doing, in my view, a bait and switch. And they're imposing a Hispanic tax on the Hispanic market, which is you pay $83, but if you want the Spanish content, you're going to have to pay an extra $15, 18% Spanish tax. And yet at a time where the Hispanic market is so important, not only in terms of demographics, but also politically, that's why it's such a head scratcher to me.
It is indeed.
And the nature of the way they came at this does not seem like a good faith effort. But I want to rewind to election season, because it's not like Univision held a very, very friendly, glowing interview with President Trump. You guys gave equal voice to a lot of candidates, didn't you?
That's absolutely right. We made a very concerted decision about 2.5 years ago that we are going to be the trusted source of information on both sides of the aisle for the Hispanic community. And we brought President Trump on in late 2023 for an interview. We also had President Biden at the time did an interview. So we gave equal access time. And then we were the only network to have both President Trump and Vice President Harris do town halls on our network, because they know that that's the best way to reach the Hispanic market. So to categorically remove us off that general market package and imposing that Hispanic tax is the wrong thing to do for a community that is important. It's growing, obviously politically very important, particularly as you lead up to the midterm elections. And it's also a demographic that, to impose a viewing tax on them, it's just the wrong thing to do.
Yeah, and if I read the memo correctly, it's like $750,000 of revenue they get from the Hispanic community. That is a big pile of money for YouTube. They put it in jeopardy. Now, in that memo, there are some suggestions about politics. Now, I know you're in the table, you understand this, but do you think there's some political element to this? Because it doesn't seem on the economics, this is a good decision for YouTube.
This is not a carriage dispute.
Yep.
This is not about how much are they paying for distributing our network on their general package. This goes beyond that. The way I look at it, this is a business driven by ideology that is driven by the algorithm. This is a company that has become so big that they essentially can manipulate what people see, what people do.
That's a good point.
And they started with our programming. They brought Hispanics on, to your point, $750 million a year that they generate from this Hispanic market. And then to turn around and say, oh, and now we're going to remove your trusted source, your trusted voice, and impose this tax. You know that the algorithm is working for the benefit of Google, not necessarily the benefit of the audience.
So frustrating.
We saw this in the election, but we also see it with political involvement, even to present day, that Hispanics in the last election, they broke big time in the other direction for President Trump. Do you think that YouTube and their parent company, Google, blame you for that?
Well, because we are such an important component of the Hispanic community. We are the roots of Hispanics here in the United States. Actually, this year we're celebrating our 70th anniversary.
Wow.
We started with a station in San Antonio, and we grew to what we are. That we know that we are the pulse of Hispanics, and when we speak to candidates, we say, show up to our network, be authentic, come talk to them, and we know that if they do, they can convince them of their policies, of the requirement to vote for the individual candidate, and to silence that, particularly with the unfortunate assassination of Charlie Kirk. The silencing of a voice is not the way to go. You know, this country was built on openness of ideas, openness of access, and not causing economic harm to people who may have a different point of view. And as Univision, we represent the voice of Hispanics, and I will not stand by that.
You guys do a great job at it.
You're fighting hard at it, and I think it's so great. You mentioned something, I wondered this myself, because Google has a history of monopolistic behavior, whether it was in the browser market, but it seems like they lured everybody onto the package, and now they're the kingmaker, and they can do what they want. Is there some of that sort of predatory behavior you see here? Because it does feel, I think your ad used the word discrimination against Hispanics. It feels like they lured them in, and now they're going to whack them with something because they have the power to do it.
I'll tell you what I find very ironic. A day after they told us they were going to drop us off the general market, we receive from YouTube an award for our news that we had. It's called their Diamond Award for 10 million subscribers on YouTube. No other Spanish news channel has been able to get that. So on one side, they benefit from getting Hispanics onto YouTube TV. Now they're turning around and imposing a Hispanic tax, and they're also now making money off the YouTube main website, you know, because we have the 10 million subscribers. So for me, you know, this is a economic discrimination. And that really is unfair for such an important constituent.
Yeah, pretty amazing. I'm just going to say this, when the lottery is up to like $2 billion recently, I was going to call you because you called this election right on the money. We did an interview about 2-3 weeks before, and you said Hispanics are going to vote on the issues. They're not a Democratic bloc anymore, and they're listening to President Trump, and we're going to see what happens, but people are going to be surprised, and it happened exactly the way. How did you have that sort of vantage point? It really is because you're engaged every day with your audience, right?
We have radio stations everywhere around the country, local TV broadcasting as well as national. We are the pulse. We're close, so close to our community. We know what really matters. And that's why candidates actually want to come onto our platform. And to silence Univision is really silencing the Hispanic vote.
On election night, I was on the media platform right next to a Univision reporter, and it was incredible coverage. She did an amazing job.
I'm very proud of the work that our news team does.
And we know that commitment's real. You and I have had a lot of great conversations. You really are committed to keeping that network in the middle, and I think that's such an amazing thing. And it would be a disgrace if the consequence of that is someone discriminates against Hispanic viewers. So I hope they get this result. I hope they get the message.
I hope so too. This is important for our democracy.
There should be more American networks down the middle.
That's
Goodness
right.
gracious.
Yeah, it'd be a good thing. Daniel, as always, what a great honor. Thank you. I know how busy you are. To have you here is a great honor.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
That's our friends at Univision. All right, folks, time for a quick commercial break. Just think about this. YouTube just is kicking off the #1 Hispanic station in America. It's a mind number, but we'll have more after the break.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Cooking rice just isn't nice. Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch. 1, add the white cup for rice. 2, add the blue cup for water. 3, click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is Perfect Cook technology that surrounds the rice with controlled heat for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops, and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook, or undercook, guaranteed.
And rice is just the beginning. Make mac and cheese, frittatas, oatmeals, soups and stews, even ramen dishes. And with a ceramic, ultra non-stick interior, cleanup's a breeze.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system with the steamer tray and 1, 2, 3 recipe guide, all for just $39.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. We'll even ship your entire order free. Order now.
1-800-575-5956.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Welcome back, everybody. Just a quick programming note. We are getting word that Erika Kirk, of course, Charlie's wife, might be speaking soon. So if she does, we will absolutely go there. But on that topic, we're going to stay on the life and the legacy of Charlie Kirk, because he left an indelible mark on the conservative movement and on America, especially in his passion for sharing the conservative message with young people on college campuses. So with us to provide a little more insight on how important Charlie was to America's younger generation are two campus reform correspondents, Michael Duke, who is a student at Fordham University, and CJ Womack, a student at UCLA. Guys, thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you for having us.
Absolutely. I want to get both of your responses to this, but CJ, I'll go to you first. The last election, the youth vote swung for President Trump in absolutely historic numbers. I think that Charlie Kirk had a lot to do with that. Do you agree?
You're 100% right. Charlie Kirk almost had everything to do with it, because he reached out to the younger generation, Generation Z, my generation, and he taught us the very principles that set America's foundation: free speech, debate, talking to each other without violence. And that's why you saw, the Generation Z swing in Donald Trump's favor, was because Charlie Kirk was the one who was out there on the college campuses. He was the one that was talking to us. While society and higher education shut the door in our face, Charlie Kirk was the one that taught us, no, you have the debate, you talk to people who disagree with you. And that's the way that he swung my generation towards the conservative side.
Beyond the generational change, I know that Charlie personally impacted each of you two gentlemen. I'd like for each of you to weigh in about just how he affected you personally as you were going through your journey as students and becoming young men and joining the civic discourse of politics in America.
Yeah, well, Charlie Kirk, the legacy that he has is immeasurable. And the mark that he has on my life is also immeasurable. If I was not invited to go to a Turning Point USA event where Charlie was speaking in my home state of Arizona, I'm from Scottsdale, Turning Point is based out of Phoenix. If I did not go to that event, I don't think I'd be as proud to call myself a conservative. I would not be sitting in this chair today. I would not have my passions for politics and passions for being a conservative. And I think even further than that, I learned a very important lesson from Charlie, which is that I saw that he was going into the belly of the beast on some of the most liberal campuses. And I said to myself, if he can do it, he's a conservative, I can do it as well. I went to Fordham University in the most socialist place in America, in New York City, and I wanted to do exactly what he did. And I am very happy to say I'm going to continue speaking out, being proud of being a conservative, and carrying the torch as best as I can.
Great.
Michael, I'll stay on you because you're from Arizona. I had someone comment on one of my social media posts saying that her daughter was a waitress at one of Charlie and Erika's favorite restaurants. And, it's very easy to be on. It's very easy to be polite and to be professional and to do all the things that you espouse when you know the camera's rolling. But when you're out at a restaurant with your family and it's just your casual life, that's when you really see someone's true character. And that was Charlie Kirk. He was always on. He was always nice, wasn't he?
He really was. I've had the pleasure of having met him before he was assassinated the other day, and I can say he is a man of incredible character that I am very happy that he had the ability to leave that mark on students like myself, on students like CJ. There is so many students in America, so many young people in America who he has had such a positive impact on. That is going to be his legacy. Turning Point USA is not going anywhere. Charlie's videos are still out there. Every word that he spoke, every lesson that he has to offer, and his entire mission is still very much so alive, and it's up to us, and I challenge students like myself, carry that torch. Who is going to, now that he's gone? It is up to us. Yeah. Charlie, he fought for our seat at the table as Gen Z students. He gave us everything. He gave us the chair, the table, the placemat, and the plate. Mm-hmm. It's time for us to sit down and start going at it.
Yeah, well said. CJ, we see in the shooter that we now have and the inscriptions on his ammunition that he used to assassinate Charlie, this dark world that he apparently was roaming in the gaming world and in Discord, in the social media. It seems like there is a concerted effort to drag young Americans into a dark place. That dark place's message is, if you don't agree with me, I'll cancel you, and if I can't cancel you, I will kill you. And I think those chilling words and the inscriptions give us a little word into the lingo and the mindset. But how pervasive are these approaches to young people to drag them into that dark place, that anti-fascist, kill your political enemy mindset that clearly this assassin had?
Takes you into a very dark place, and it's happening on our college campuses, right? I, like Michael, spend a lot of time as a conservative in a blue city in Los Angeles, and we're seeing it. We're seeing it firsthand. And it comes from our teachers. It comes from our leaders. It comes from the people that we're supposed to be looking up to that are feeding us this venom inside the classroom. And again, God rest his soul, credit to Charlie Kirk. He's the one who pulled us out of that. He's the one who took us out of the classroom and into the plaza, into the quad, to have conversations when people inside the classroom were feeding us absolute nonsense. So at the end of the day, we need to take a hard look in America at our college campuses, at our education system, like Charlie would have wanted us to. And I just have a simple message. This venom is not going to stop us. We're not going anywhere. Gen Z is not bowing down. We're not backing up, because Charlie Kirk, he would have wanted us to keep fighting. And that's exactly what we're going to do. And we're going to do it in Charlie Kirk's name. We are Charlie Kirk now. And if you thought that a bullet was going to kill ideas, if you thought a bullet was going to kill principles, you were wrong. And we are not going anywhere. We are here to stay. We are here to fight. And we're fighting for Charlie now.
I know you are.
Right.
CJ Womack, Michael Duke, you guys are a fire for your generation. Thank you so much.
Worthy
for being
successors
here.
to Charlie,
Absolutely.
I would say.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you both.
Good guys.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, everybody. After the break, Father Frank Pavone is going to be with us to break down the terrible tragedy of Charlie's assassination. You know, why bad things happen to good people. But let's send you off on a positive note and get a word of faith from him before we head out for the weekend. That's on the other side of this break.
Fellow Americans, did you know a war is being waged right now for how you spend your hard-earned dollars? Over 100 countries worldwide are preparing to switch to a digital currency. Now, this means cash will be replaced by money governments can monitor and track. This tracking makes it possible to collect data from every purchase you make and the ability to decide what you can buy and when you can buy it. What's more, your assets can be frozen or even seized. I'm appalled at such an assault on financial privacy. My friends at Swiss America have a report called The Secret War on Cash with an action plan to protect your financial privacy. So please, call or text the number on your screen for a free copy. With the growing reality of a government-backed digital currency, the time to act is now. So call or text the number on your screen for your free Secret War report.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back, everybody. One thing that nobody can dispute about Charlie Kirk was his relationship with the Lord. He was never shy about his faith, and he spread the message of the gospel to a whole generation of young people. And this faithful servant of God was taken from us far too soon. So with us now to talk about that and how to deal with so much evil in the world is the director of Priests for Life and the national co-chair for Pro-Life Voices for Trump, Father Frank Pavone. Thank you so much for being with us.
Oh, it's so good to be with you, Amanda and John. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Great to have you.
Frank, you know, in difficult instances like this, I know that the king has not moved 1 millimeter off the throne. Unfortunately, the enemy has captured people on Earth, principalities. He roams free on this planet. So it seems to me that with the death of Charlie Kirk, that we as believers, that should inspire us even more, inflame us even more to spread the message of the gospel.
Well, the phrase that's been going through my mind ever since this happened is from John's Gospel: the light shines on in the darkness, a darkness that does not overcome it. And this is, we wonder, why there are these battles? Why do good people get killed? And, why is this a constant dynamic in human history? Well, it's because that's exactly what we see. When Christ comes into the world, light is coming into the world. Some prefer darkness instead. If you prefer darkness, then the only thing you can do is snuff out the light. Light and darkness don't coexist. It's either one or the other. And so that's why it's not enough for people to say, live and let live, let people have all these different ideas. Yes, we can have all different ideas and live at peace. But if we're going to live in peace and unity, there's got to be something that holds us all together. And the problem we're facing right now is that whatever you want to call them, the radical left, the Democrat Party, and then there's all these kinds of forces going on now that are not just arguing with us about matters of prudential judgment, but they're rejecting those very fundamental principles that hold us together in the first place. And these are the kind of things that Charlie debated. Is there such a thing as truth? Are we or are we not subject to a moral law, outside of our own whims or our own ideas? Is a man, a woman, a baby, a baby? Unless we can have some kind of foundation like this that we all agree on, then we've already reached the point of being as divided as we possibly can. Some people say, oh, well, some of the rhetoric is divisive. And no, it's not about divisive rhetoric. It's about recognizing that we're already as divided as we can be. And the only path forward is for people like the ones that you were just interviewing, these inspiring young people, to give witness to that truth. The light shines on in the darkness, a darkness that does not overcome it, and you give witness to that truth, and that's the only thing that people can rally around and have unity. And that's the not only the consolation, because that light has conquered the darkness, but that's also the commission.
Frank, it's one of my favorite moments a few years ago now, that Charlie was giving a talk somewhere and he spotted you in the audience, and he always loved a rebel, I could tell. Tell us a little bit about that little moment when he shouted you out from the audience. You were going, I think, through your little brouhaha with the Pope, but he thought that was pretty cool, didn't he?
Well, he did, yeah. Charlie and I had a great relationship, and we often spoke about the church. He asked me a lot of questions about Catholicism. And, of course, we always talked about the fact of what I was just saying now. He said, look, when it comes to these people on the left, we're at war with these people. And so they always try to cancel us. So the talk he was giving on that occasion was about the cancel culture, and he was giving all kinds of examples of people being targeted by the January 6th committee and the DOJ. And then I was there in the audience, and he said, and then we have Father Frank Pavone here. He was targeted by the Pope himself. He said, I want to have enemies like Father Frank has. It was a funny moment, but of course, a fundamental truth that, when you see people being canceled, and of course, for us as Christians, it starts with Jesus Christ himself. I mean, the crucifixion was a cancellation, an attempted cancellation, and the death of every martyr in the church, same thing. And yet we have a saying that comes down to us from the early church: the blood of martyrs is the seed of Christians. And again, I go back to the two young gentlemen that preceded me here on this program tonight. That is a modern day evidence of that long old saying. The blood of martyrs is the seed of Christians. In other words, people see somebody dying for the principles that they stood for. And, that image of when Charlie was shot, he had a microphone in his left hand and he had the word freedom on his shirt.
Yeah.
So that's the symbol right there of the light that was shining in the darkness. And when you have something that you believe in so fiercely that you're willing to take risk, face danger, be canceled, and even be killed, then other people say, well, if that's worth dying for, it's worth living for, and it's worth fighting for, and it's worth believing in. And so it's an inspiration then that leads to others willing to give their lives as well. And that's, I'm convinced, that's what we're seeing right now. We're going to see it more and more in the days, weeks, and months to come.
Absolutely. Father, in another gospel, the Gospel of Matthew, I think it's chapter 5, it talks about how rain falls on the just and the unjust. And good things happen to bad people, bad things happen to good people. But one thing we know is that God can turn anything for good. The enemy is paying attention, and he is going to pounce in situations like this to exploit it. But we can take this opportunity to turn this for good, can't we?
And we will. And you know, we only know evil because we know good. When people wonder, you know, why do I have pain? Because, you know, my friend has been taken away, my loved one's been taken away. You wouldn't know that pain if you didn't know the blessing of the life to begin with. Yeah. So God is the source of all good. He doesn't create evil at all. We create evil by turning away from him and by attacking the good. And the consolation here is that, you know what, if we feel the pain of this, it's simply because we love and we know truth, and that makes us vulnerable. But that's also when God can be closest to us. Where is God in the midst of this darkness? He's right there in the middle of it, saying to us, you have me, I am all you need ultimately, and I am going to restore you and one another to each other in the life to come. He has conquered death already. Praise God for our faith.
Amen, amen. And Scripture talks about over and over that he is near the brokenhearted. And for everyone out there, we know that the Lord is with you. And Charlie, his legacy is going to live on. Father Frank Pavone, always a joy having you with us.
You made us feel better, Father.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much.
I didn't think that was possible this week, but thank you so much, Frank Pavone. All right, everybody, that's all the time we have for this weekend. Hug your loved ones. Man, if anything taught me that this week, it's that. All right, everybody, have a great.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
This right here is confidence in a bottle. It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes. And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. Some breaking news for you. It appears tonight Charlie Kirk's wife, Erika, will address the media at approximately 8:15 Eastern time. I'm sure we will have that. The guys at Studio 6B will be covering her comments as she makes them live to the media. And let's all pray for the Kirk family, especially as we follow up this story. First off, I want to be blunt on something, and I want to issue a message to my very good friend, Kash Patel, who is the director of the FBI. Director Patel, please do not ever let Governor Spencer Cox run another news conference. Do not let the governor of Utah hijack your news conference. What I'm learning about this governor was he was really no fan of Charlie Kirk, no fan of the movement to ban men from women's sports, something Charlie Kirk felt very strongly about. In fact, in 2022, Spencer Cox actually vetoed a bill that would have done just that in Utah, ban men from playing in women's sports. There was a rift between these two, yet he hijacks this news conference in an effort to what? Up his profile? In an effort to one day run for president? You don't do that on the back of Charlie Kirk's death. And the truth is, I needed to hear details about this investigation, what the connections were from this suspect to other groups like Antifa. And we didn't get a lot of that because the FBI wasn't running the press conference. The governor was. He has the audacity to now call for unity when we literally have an investigation going on that I'm not convinced is complete.
You are inheriting a country where politics feels like rage. It feels like rage is the only option. But through those words, we have a reminder that we can choose a different path. Your generation has an opportunity to build a culture that is very different than what we are suffering through right now. Not by pretending differences don't matter.
Get him off. It angers me. I don't need a sermon from you. You're not my preacher, Spencer Cox. I need to know, was this deranged assassin suspect, was he tied with Antifa? Was he working with any other groups? I'm still not convinced that he went out and did this alone. He hijacked what should have been the FBI's news conference. And he ought to be ashamed of himself, quite frankly. And you know who agrees with me on this? Our buddy Steve Bannon.
Charlie Kirk was executed. Executed. He was shot like a dog for being one of the great young men in this country. So Cox, contemplate that before you try to sell the crap you're trying to sell. The reason the country's in the shape it is Republicans like that you've put in office over and over and over again. And what do they want to do? They're afraid of the media. They're afraid of the donors.
Guess what? Steve Bannon's not afraid of the media. I'm not afraid of the media. Nobody on this network's afraid of the media. Guess who was on this network until he was shot in the neck and killed? Charlie Kirk was on this network, and he damn sure isn't afraid of the media. And so Spencer Cox marches himself out there with this kumbaya nonsense when literally Charlie Kirk had said we ought to ban Spencer Cox from the Republican Party. He's a weak moderate when it comes to the issues that Charlie Kirk and all of us feel very strongly about. So we didn't get what we needed from this news conference today. And I do believe the governor's office, Cox, hijacked it from Kash Patel. Kash, don't let it happen again, Mr. Director, and I say that with all due respect. Now, it's sad to me we're getting more information from the Daily Mail than we are from investigators in this case. The Daily Mail came up with a picture that is very important because this picture you see, that apparently is the alleged suspect, Tyler Robinson, in the Trump costume there with a garrote around Trump's neck, strangling Trump to death. Now, here's why this picture is important. It's a Halloween costume. It shows you he had this ideology going all the way back to 14 years old. But do you know where the Daily Mail got that photo from? The mom's Facebook page. What kind of mother would approve of a Halloween costume like that, much less post it on the Facebook page? All of it should be very telling. Now to details of the investigation. We told you about how the shell casings had writings on this. Now, this should have been an FBI agent talking about this. It said it's Spencer Cox. I'll play it because the information's important.
Investigators noted inscriptions that had been engraved on casings found with the rifle. Inscriptions on a fired casing read, "Notices bulges, capital OWO, what's this, question mark." Inscriptions on the 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist, exclamation point, catch, exclamation point." Up arrow symbol, right arrow and symbol, and 3 down arrow symbols. A second unfired casing read, "Oh Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Bella Chow, Chow Chow." And a third unfired casing read, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO."
So they got into zero details about what that meant. You listen to MSNBC, they just tell you, oh, it's an immature video game player. Not at all. The Bella Ciao stuff, that's a saying from World War II, from Italy, when they were talking about fascists, Nazis, and it was a song used to push back against that. The OWO is just plain weird. It's from a meme. We've all heard the term furries, probably. Kids who think they're animals and will dress up as them and go around as the same way that a dude will think he's a girl. OWO is a cutesy little thing that you would put, I guess, an emoji-style deal. Hey, fascist, catch. That's clear. And then you got these down arrows. The sequence of them is actually from a video game, and it's how you drop bombs. But those down arrows are also an Antifa sign. And I'd like to know, was this on purpose? Is there a connection to Antifa, anti-fascist, the groups that have been burning down cities like Portland and Seattle and so many other cities across America? I think there's a connection here. There is no doubt in my mind. I'm calling on President Trump to label Antifa a terrorist organization, and I'm proud to say our friend Anna Paulina Luna, the congresswoman from Florida, is filing legislation to do just that.
But this is specifically a leftist ideology that has been calling people like us Nazis, fascists, everything else in between. They reject Christianity. They reject the concept of nationalism. They think that if you want a family, that you're too trad and somehow anti-feminist. They oppress people, use minorities for their own causes to fundraise, and it's a hate movement. Yes. And so there has to be examples made. There needs to be massive punitive action.
But yet we didn't get any of that from the news conference today. What are the ties to Antifa? I believe the killer of Charlie Kirk most certainly had ties. I believe Antifa may be more involved in this than we think, or than we're being led on to know. Well, I want to bring in with me now one of the best experts there is out there about Antifa. He's investigative journalist for Frontlines, Turning Point USA. Jonathan Cho is with us. Jonathan, welcome to the program. And first off, my condolences for the loss of your leader over there at Turning Point USA. And I really hope you and everybody at that organization is coping as well as you can, Jonathan.
Yeah, there are really no words. We've gone through the whole gamut of emotions: anger, shock, mourning, grief. And at the same time, we all know that Charlie would want us to keep going, that this is not the end of a movement, but just the beginning. And that's what we're going to do as we see the memorials, the vigils in the coming days as well. But back at headquarters in Phoenix and all the different bureaus like the ones here in Seattle, we're going to take the time to mourn our leader, Charlie Kirk, but we know that TPUSA isn't just Charlie Kirk. It's, as the saying now goes, we're all Charlie Kirk, right? The far left thought that they could intimidate us, they could bring fear, but instead it's galvanized people, common sense Americans, millions of Americans who are like, enough is enough. So I'm just privileged to be a part of that now, and to just think about my relationship with Charlie. I mean, my goodness, he loves taking chances on people, journalists, independent journalists who may not be getting the opportunities in mainstream media. and he finds these diamonds in the rough. And he's really given me an opportunity as well. Andy No, independent journalist, also said that recently as well when he was getting attacked by Antifa. Charlie was one of the early, influencers out there to talk about it and give Andy a platform. So we have nothing but thanks to give to Charlie Kirk.
Well, both you and Andy are a couple of those diamonds that you talk about, and we're grateful that you come on this program and really the family-style partnership that we have here at Real America's Voice with Turning Point USA. But as you said, Charlie would want us to get down to business here. He'd want us talking about this suspect, the alleged shooter. These down arrows, you're an expert on Antifa. Do you think that symbolized anything? Do you think Antifa played a role in this? Your thoughts now, Jonathan, now that you've had a few days to look at this crime.
Yeah, well, we've definitely been, hearing the speculation, but so far we're going off of what's come out of this press conference, and the governor talked about those arrows. Problem is, we still haven't seen any photos or videos of those arrows, and as you've kind of laid out, it could be these down arrows from a video game called Hell's Divers, which would indicate the dropping of bombs, or it could be the iron front symbol of the arrows pointing down that were used by the anti-fascists against the Nazis back in World War II. So we really have to see these photos or images first to really make any type of determination. But we believe that there is no doubt that this young man, the suspect, Robinson, he was influenced at the very least by far left ideology and the tactics and the violence of Antifa.
You know, when you think about Antifa and what they're capable of doing, the organizations behind the funding of Antifa, how important is it that we find out whether or not this guy had direct ties to them? And if he didn't have direct ties to him, do you think there's any way he was motivated by their rhetoric?
Oh, there's no doubt, especially according to the reporting of The Guardian, a story that just broke. One of the reporters interviewed one of Tyler Robinson's high school pals who said that, out of a family that leaned heavily Republican and were Mormon, Robinson was the one who was always leaning left. And he got radicalized recently, and he was angry about the direction of the country and the politics. And he didn't like Charlie Kirk. This is, again, according to this friend that the Guardian reporter interviewed. And I think it is important to know exactly what motivated Tyler Robinson, because that will determine which direction now the FBI and law enforcement goes. Because as you've noted already, Antifa is a terror organization, but it hasn't been officially deemed one yet. And if it does, that means I think the country law enforcement can put even more resources behind outing the people behind these violent groups.
Yeah, I think this has to happen. I don't even think it takes legislation by Anna Paulina Luna. I'm glad she's filed it. But I think the president could do this himself. And I think he should do it right away. And it's a must. I think the national security of this country depends on it. I'll give you the last word, Jonathan.
Yeah, look, far-left violence is alive and well, and we're talking about it right now. The rest of the country needs to learn more about it, and mainstream media needs to courageously start looking into it and putting resources into outing the people behind Antifa.
Yeah, they sure do. Jonathan Cho, again, our condolences to you and the entire Turning Point USA family. God bless you for coming on today. We appreciate it, and we'll see you again soon, I'm sure.
Thank you, Grant. You're part of that family as well by extension. Thank you so much.
Well, I appreciate that, and it most certainly means the world to me. It really does, Jonathan. All right, turning now to social media. And what I'm seeing is a clear double standard. This angers me. I saw this Instagram post from CBS about how the body of Charlie Kirk would be taken back. If we could put that up, cut 31 on the screen. I saw this Instagram post. Charlie Kirk's body would be taken back on Air Force 2. And I started to go through the comments here. If you could put the comments up on the screen. And as you go through the comments, I'll read some of them out here for you. What a joke. Taxpayer money again. Sad he died. I didn't support the hate he spewed behind his religion. Hate begets hate. Basically saying, he deserved it. F Nazis. Charlie Kirk wasn't a Nazi. Comment 3, death penalty should be public, quick, and televised. He had it. Public, quick, televised. That's a disgusting comment. Rest in hell is another comment. So I was so upset. I went to post a comment myself. And this is what I went to post. Do you believe I got a warning about this? My comment basically read, the leftists on this thread are godless, soulless a-holes. And underneath, I get community note. This comment looks similar to others that have been reported. Learn more, undo. Well, they're going to give me a strike for saying that the people calling for Charlie Kirk's death and celebrating it as godless and soulless. Well, you better believe it is. They're going to call me out for it. This is the double standard as we watch Charlie Kirk be murdered over and over again on social media. Slow motion video of it for our children to see with no explicit or graphic content warning on it. None. And so I'm tired of the double standard. Now we turn to, do we have to worry about this happening again? I believe this is what you call a statement killing. This shooter was making a statement. Don't speak for freedom. Don't speak for the Constitution. If you do, you too will be killed. Well, joining me now is host of the Behavior Panel on YouTube. He's a former military interrogator. Of course, he is our resident body language and behavior expert. We're not going to do body language as we normally do on this Friday, but I want to bring in Greg Hartley to talk about some of this. Greg, welcome to the program.
Thanks, Grant. I think what you said with the statement killing, this is the fourth this year. We're seeing it. These people get their Maslow satisfaction. When I talk about Maslow, Abraham Maslow said in 1943, I believe, that we start off with physiological needs, we move to safety needs, we move to belonging and esteem. These people are satisfying that esteem need at somebody else's cost. And make no mistake, whether you say it's because Antifa recruited him or it's because we've swung the wheel so hard to the left that we are accepting Antifa violating people in the streets. We're accepting all this violence in the name of protest. We have created this monster, and we need to stop this. And if you're on the right, you need to raise your voice.
All right, so when you say esteem killing, are you saying he's doing this to garner attention from those in his community, his leftist community?
Whether it's his leftist community that he's really a part of, whether it's virtual, whether it's imagined, he's doing it because of what it does for him psychologically. Now, forget mental illness. Some people may do it for that reason. I don't think that's the case here. All right.
So the big question becomes now, you say there were others of these statement-style killings. Certainly the attempt on President Trump's life, I think, would fall into that as well.
But those are very different. Those are political killings. This is very different from that. These are statements. Let's go back to Brian Thompson. I had a conversation with someone who said, it might not be right, but it starts a conversation. So I get to punch you in the throat because of that? Because I disagree with you?
Brian Thompson was the CEO of Thompson was the CEO of an insurance company, right? And so statement killing. Also, though, political. Can you not combine the two of political and statement?
Sure you can. This is an act of terror. Anytime you're using violence to influence political outcomes, it's an act of terror. And we're seeing it from that hard left side. Grant, you've been asking me to say things politically for 5 years. Well, you got it. This can't continue. This hard left swing that we've taken is like grabbing the wheel of a car and spinning it so hard to the left you have to correct action. The problem is, and this comes from Eric Hoffer's book, The True Believer, people invested in society are less likely to be adamant and to get out and to make a lot of comments because they don't want to be hurt. They don't want to lose everything. It's time for you to speak up. You have to have a voice. You have to be loud at this point and say that has to stop. Call it terrorism. Call it whatever you need.
Yeah. You know, one of the ways people can do that, I was at the gym the other day, and I overheard people, I don't want to say laughing, but chuckling about Charlie Kirk. And I interrupted them. And I said, that's someone's father you're laughing about. And, of course, they wide eye, and that was the end of that. And I move on down the road. But that's a way of being bold and outspoken that you don't have to do it by coming on Real America's Voice or holding a bullhorn on the corner of the street, right, or you know, going to the local convention and getting up on stage and speaking. There are other ways to do it, aren't there?
Yeah, and let me tell you, there's only 3 levers to moving people. That's trust. People who trust a system don't undermine it. If you undermine the system, then people will act out violently and try to burn it down. Hope, meaning you make these people believe there's no hope by demonizing the people on the other side, much like we're calling a guy who is patriotic and talking about God a Nazi. And then the last one is compassion. Compassion causes you to act less. And what you did there is mention something that shows compassion and slow the aggression of the action they would take. The problem is that we don't control that anymore. We're letting that narrative run free, and it's out of control. Freedom of speech is one thing. This is not freedom of speech.
This term fascist, okay? When I look at the definition of the fascist, and I pulled it up before, they talk about a dictator and autocracy and forcible suppression of the opposition. Most of it seems to me their side. They act like fascists, yet they call us fascists. This term has been going on against Republicans for decades and decades. Why, Greg? What is their motivation using this terminology?
Well, who can argue with killing a Nazi was a good idea in World War II? That's the whole idea. If you demonize a person, you take away their humanity, it makes it easy for you to punch them in the face or do whatever you want to them. These guys who do these political killings have demonized a person. It's much like when you get into a terror organization in the Middle East and they demonize somebody because of belief and go after them. It's the same ideology, same mindset, same way of getting esteem within that organization.
It's fascinating stuff. I guess my last question for you is, does this end? Or do we see these, quote, statement killings amped up? Do I have to worry when I go out October 19th to our town hall event in Orange County, California, that there could be someone who wants to make a statement killing? Do other conservative commentators speaking in Florida on a stage someplace have to worry? Is this going to continue?
I don't think it gets better, and part of the reason is this. People have this in their hand, and they're communicating back and forth, and you don't ever know what sets a person off to go do this. People are unstable in odd ways, and sometimes they're not insane. They're just unstable and have poor underpinnings, and I think you should be very cautious. I think anybody who is spouting anything you're saying or I'm saying should be very careful.
Yeah. Greg Hartley, sorry we have to have a conversation like this. Usually we love our body language segments, but it's an important conversation. And your insight, your military background, intelligence background, interrogator background is so helpful for us as we unpack all of this. So thank you for coming on tonight.
Thank you, Grant. Hope next week's happier.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have some fun on Friday night doing our body language segment. Remember, Greg's website is readbodylanguage.com. His YouTube show is, of course, The Behavior Panel. I urge you to watch both of them. So we talked about how Charlie Kirk says he would want us to keep doing what we're doing. Well, I will tell you that we are not going to forget the stories that need to be talked about, the ones the mainstream media is forgetting. Go ahead, guys. Put it up there. Irina Zarutska. That's a story I will not forget. I've got a story about an illegal alien that did something horrific in Dallas. Horrific. We're going to talk about that because we're going to keep pushing back. That's what Charlie would want. In Irina Zarutska's name and in Charlie Kirk's name. It's next.
Thinking about Medicare? Think AMAC. Medicare can be complicated, but AMAC makes it simple. Our licensed agents provide free, unbiased guidance to help you find the plan that best suits your needs. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Medicare and so much more, think AMAC.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
And for the past 100 years, Shriners Children's has become family to millions of kids. But it's only possible because of people like you.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball. Because of people like you, I can play the trombone. I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go online to loveshriners.org, you'll help make all of this possible for kids like me. Like me. Like me.
When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back, everyone. I'll tell you what, we will not forget the stories that are very important to real Americans like all of you out there. Like the death of Irina Zarutska, the brutal murder on that North Carolina train in Charlotte by a deranged lunatic who never should have been out of jail. This is video of a vigil that took place this week. In about 10 minutes from now, in Charlotte, North Carolina, there is another very large vigil that will take place for that young, beautiful woman as we learn more about her life. She was planning on spending the rest of her life with her life partner. This was a picture of them together, and unfortunately, he will not ever get to make that happen because that animal took her life. One of the Republican leaders in North Carolina spoke out about this, and this is what he had to say.
This did not have to happen in our city. But this is what happens when you have weak, incompetent, and feckless leadership. The suspect, DeCarlos Brown, violent criminal, history of robbery with a deadly weapon, was let back on our streets. And why, you ask, was he let back on our streets? Because Mayor Vi Lyles and Teresa Stokes, an unelected magistrate, care more about their leftist ideology than they do about the safety of the people taking the light rail.
Magistrate, by the way, with no law degree. How in the world is that allowed in Charlotte, North Carolina, or anywhere in this country? Now, you want to know how proud this woman was to be in America? That's her moments before she died, by the way. She was this proud. Her parents say, no, we're not flying her back to Ukraine. Listen to the U.S. attorney describe his interaction with Irina's family.
After Irina's death, the embassy in Ukraine called and said, we'll help you bring her home. And her family said no. They said she loved America. We're going to bury her here. So I think we can give her an America to be proud of. As Mr. Barnacle said, something here is broken, and we're here to fix it.
Well, let's say a prayer for Irina Zarutska's family, and say a prayer for everybody involved in the prosecution of this case, that they get justice for her and that animal goes to prison or goes to meet his maker. Whichever they find is okay by me. All right, there's another horrible case, an illegal alien in the United States, a Cuban illegal alien, can be seen on video chasing down his boss. This is moments before he used a machete to chop his boss's head off. Not only, and if you have kids at home, cover their ears. Not only did he saw the head off with a machete, he kicked the head twice in the parking lot. In front of the man's wife and children, the illegal alien picked up that head and put it in the dumpster. Covered in blood, he walks down the street with Dallas Fire Rescue quietly following him, and police ultimately pick him up and arrest him. Of course, he was here illegally. Again, we will not stop telling you these stories. I want to bring in now RAV correspondent Ben Berkwam, who's a guy who covers these stories every day. Ben Berkwam, welcome to the program. All right, Ben, I've got to ask you, when you heard this story in Dallas, here's another illegal alien wreaking havoc on people living here peacefully in America.
Yeah, it's sadly the trend that we see. And, you know, if you look at this, if you dig a little deeper, this guy has been in trouble with the law multiple times. In fact, he was in ICE custody earlier this year in 2025. He was left out on surveillance, basically. He had to be monitored. And then he goes and does this. The reason that happened, you would say, well, why the hell hasn't he been deported? Because Cuba refuses to take him back. These are the kind of things and the kind of people that open borders leftists have let in. And when we don't have diplomatic relations with a country, that's what happens. They say, no, we don't want the criminal back in our society. So he beheads somebody in our society. And this is the very people that the left that were out there when I was in Chicago, just got back this morning, I was in Chicago with, that they were trying to protect these illegal aliens that are criminals, and half the time they don't even know why they're out there. They don't know who ICE is going after. Now they're down there trying to burn down Chicago because ICE, Border Patrol, in a joint effort this morning, had to shoot and kill an illegal alien who ran over a Border Patrol agent in Chicago. Now they're protesting that illegal alien being killed for trying to run over a Border Patrol agent. This is the divide that we have in our country. It is good versus evil. And if you don't see that, if you can't differentiate between who's good and who's evil, anyone who would saw the head off a person, and the media, by the way, the local media down there, Grant, says he stabbed this guy until his head came off. I mean, just the language these people use to neutralize, Ben, and said nothing about him being illegal.
In the piece that I read from the local media, and I'm broadcasting from Dallas, I know these people very well. I used to work in local media here. It wasn't until the last paragraph they said he was here illegally. They had a giant long story until he says, oh, he's being held. And they don't even say he's here illegally. He's being held on an ICE detainer.
Yeah, I know. This is the problem. The media is culpable as these leftist NGOs that are inviting this in. When they neuter the language to make it sound like these are just, even to this point, where this guy chopped somebody's head off, and they're going to try to downplay how they describe it so it's not so horrific. No, you need to say it exactly how you said it, Grant. This is the horror, and as you said, we don't want kids listening to this. We don't want kids having to see it. But same thing with Charlie Kirk. Sometimes you have to see those images to realize the demons that we're facing. And that's what we're up against. We are up against demons that want us, if we believe differently than them, dead. That's what we're up against. And we have to accept that reality in order to face that threat and confront it.
Look, you were talking about this illegal alien. There's video of this illegal alien being arrested after there's the smashed car and the smashed truck that he crashed into, one of those tractor trailers, and ICE agents have to go after. This is happening all across the country. 20 seconds, Ben. Finish it up for me.
Yeah, the organizations that invited the invasion into our country, these NGOs and these politicians and the media that gave them cover, they need to be prosecuted because they are the ones that are providing cover for illegal aliens in our community today. They need to be prosecuted.
Yeah, they sure do. Ben Berkwam, great work all week, too. Your coverage of Charlie Kirk was really great, and it hit home with a lot of people, especially us here at RAV. So thank you for that, Ben.
Thank you, Grant.
Absolutely. All right, folks, listen to me. Of all the cell phone providers out there, only one stands for freedom, and that is Patriot Mobile. And I know they're doing some special tribute stuff for Charlie Kirk as well. Patriot Mobile's right there with Turning Point USA just about every step of the way. I can tell you for over 12 years, Patriot Mobile has fought for our rights. while offering exceptional nationwide service across all 3 major networks. And that's important. You choose what network you want to be on. Join hundreds of thousands of Americans supporting causes they believe in by switching to Patriot Mobile. It's easy. Activate in minutes. Keep your number, phone, or upgrade. Their U.S.-based team is ready to help. Call 972-PATRIOT or visit patriotmobile.com/RAV. Use the promo code RAV for a free month of service. Switch today. All right, California voter rolls are so corrupt that even a dog was allowed to vote. Well, they were notified about this. Is that dog still on the voter rolls? We will get to the bottom of that next.
Hello, my friend. Pat Boone here. You know our country's under financial assault like never before. Our government has put us $34 trillion in debt. The interest alone's more than we spend on military defense. And what's worse, other countries no longer believe the U.S. is a safe place to invest. There's a growing international movement to dump U.S. dollars at a record pace. Some economists say this may signal the end of the dollar. Now, these countries are instead buying gold, and I'm suggesting you do the same. My friends at Swiss America have been helping Americans like you and me for over 40 years to buy physical gold and silver for delivery to our homes or held in our IRAs. I've trusted Swiss America for nearly 25 years now, and you can trust them too. So don't wait. Call or text the number on your screen today for financial peace of mind in these troubling times.
Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes!
Summon Dale!
Who's Dale?
American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Welcome back, everyone. I want you to take a look at this picture. This is a dog with an I voted sticker. That dog is from Orange County, California, and apparently in 2021 actually got a ballot through, if you can believe it. This is a picture of the ballot with the dog's name on it. I believe the dog's name is Maya Jean Yorix. So how did investigators find out about this dog voting in California elections, getting ballots sent for the governor's recall election and all these things? Well, the dog's owner, Laura Lee Yorix, posted it proudly on her Facebook page. Not thinking this is a big-time crime? Well, it is. And she was charged with that crime, I believe. So now we've got a situation where we have non-humans on ballots in California. So you would think you'd pass a measure in Orange County. Hey, let's make sure we remove all non-humans, not even illegal aliens, non-humans from the voter rolls. Do you believe in Orange County? The Democrats vote against this. This is one of the Democrat county commissioners' reasoning why.
I, of course, want to remove every non-eligible voter from our voter rolls. That is not in dispute. I, of course, want to remove every non-eligible voter from the voter rolls, especially those who don't support my core values, okay? That is not in dispute.
Well, then why did you vote for this? I don't know. I can't explain it, quite frankly. I want to bring in now to discuss this, founder and director of the California Election Integrity Initiative, Shiloh Marks is with us. Shiloh, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me, Grant.
Shiloh, I understand. You went to Orange County. We were talking on my radio show out there a couple mornings ago to check and see if Maya is still on the voter rolls. Can you report back on what you found?
Yes. Maya has been removed from the Orange County voter roll, which is this story. I thought it was a joke at first, Grant, honestly, that there was a dog who was actually active on the voter roll. And so, yes, I can confirm the registrar of voter confirmed that the dog has been removed.
All right. The worst part is this dog actually voted in one election. One election, the ballot was rejected.
Yeah, it's the strangest. Like I had to read the actual article that the district attorney is the one who published it because it made no sense. It was like, wait, is this a joke? And so I think what this shows is that election integrity, and as far as the voter rolls, we are so far from being even, common sense would be a good start for the voter rolls. And so this is interesting to say the least.
Let me ask you, because Chairman Don Wagner, who's on that board we just talked to, a Republican, wanted to match jury rolls. And if someone checks non-citizen on the jury form, that you would match that then to the voter rolls. And it would be clear that if you've got a conflict, if you're not an American citizen, you can't vote. Again, the county commission voted no. The county board of supervisors voted no on that. What is the problem that you're finding as you go from county to county to county to try to get people to clean up their voter rolls?
Yeah, and specifically in Orange County, there seems to be this very, very strong sense of entitlement. Even so much so, Bob Page, when Harmeet's office asked for records, specifically of illegal non-citizen voters, he basically just said no. And so thankfully I can say that I spoke with DOJ. Court starts on Monday. And so Orange County specifically is going to go up against the resources of the federal government, led by our fearless leader, Harmeet, in the voting section. So I'm very excited to see basically, to answer your question, Grant, a lot of these counties in California, they don't think that they have to follow federal law. And so the success that I've had, I'm not arguing, I'm just reminding them of what federal law says as far as the maintaining accurate voter rolls.
Okay. You now have a series of lawsuits going on around California as well. Can you explain these lawsuits? And it really seems to me, Shiloh, it's an awful shame that you've got to sue counties to get their voter rolls in order.
Yeah, it is. And so I'm not a lawyer, and I just basically figured out the bare minimum to file lawsuits. And so I filed 8 lawsuits right now. There's 5 that are active. And really it's the first step in removing voters, which is getting the records of the ineligible voters in the county. And so all of my lawsuits are centered around seeking the aggregated totals by which Congress set out that counties and states have to report. And so, yeah, I think it's disheartening to people that you have to do so much work to just do something that's so common sense, which is keeping the voter rolls clean. And so that's what we've seen. We saw California just led the country in removals. And so the inactive voter was at 4.9 million in California. It's down to 2.3 million today. And so California is cleaning the voter rolls.
All right. Is that because of Gavin Newsom, or is that because California is being forced to do it?
It's not because of Gavin, I can tell you that. But what I can say is, you have to speak with each individual registrar voter. I started sending out basically, it's called a statutory notice of violation, which is specifically to the maintaining of voter rolls. And so I use their own self-reported data to the EAC, and I basically just put the last 6 years worth of data and ask them for their current voter roll totals of ineligible voters. And around the same time, they started removing them. And so, it's about time. Judicial Watch, they set the precedent for this. And so I just copied Judicial Watch's lawsuit and then sent it into 57 and 58 counties.
Look, that's the teamwork that we need to have happening amongst conservative groups and organizations. I know you're a small organization. Tell me, where can people find you? And if they want to help you out, I imagine you could use the help, money, maybe volunteers. What can they do?
Absolutely. All the above. ShilohMarks.com, ShilohMarx is where you can find more information on how to get involved.
All right. Do you mind me telling people who your dad is, Shiloh?
Please.
Your dad is Victor Marx, who is one of the great heroes, goes across the world rescuing sex-trafficked women and children, and has saved so many lives, really. And really a special guy, your dad is. And I see you are following in his footsteps because you're saving a nation by making sure these voter rolls are legit, Shiloh. So thank you, and thanks to your dad.
Thank you, Grant. That means a lot.
Absolutely, and I appreciate you coming on, for sure. Real quick, mail-in ballots are the other huge problem. Stephen Miller, president's chief confidant, I'll call him, talked about this the other day.
The single greatest abuse of voting in any democracy in the world today is the Democrat Party's policy of mass anonymous, unverified mail-in ballots.
It's true. You mail a ballot to every single house without anybody asking for it. It's a recipe for disaster. And what did blue states do? Exactly that. What did they do in 2020? They stole an election. Quite frankly, we don't have Charlie Kirk now because Charlie Kirk saved an election in 2024. TPUSA will pick up where he left off, but we lost a big void on that one. We'll talk more about Charlie's case and some of the reaction to it coming up next. Stick with me.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. Something shocking is happening with gold that the mainstream media won't report. Paper contracts for gold rarely result in physical delivery. But today, billionaires and major banks are demanding actual gold bars at 10 times the normal rate. Why the panic for physical gold? These institutional giants understand our $37 trillion debt means we're on a path to currency collapse. The good news, you can make the same move. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group lets you move your IRA or 401k into gold. To learn more, click below to get a free info kit on gold. Throughout history, gold has endured where currencies fail. Right now, the biggest players in the finance industry are proving this time won't be different. Click below for your free info kit from Birch Gold and diversify your savings now.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value you for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Welcome back, everyone. A lot of questions were asked about the individual who asked Charlie Kirk that one final question about transgender shooters and the so-called coincidence of that fatal shot coming just after that question was asked. Listen to this.
So do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
Okay.
All right. And then the shot rings out. I went and looked at other angles. The gentleman who asked that question clearly doesn't agree with Charlie Kirk. He was rattled by it. He was shocked by what he just witnessed. Well, finally, he spoke out because a lot of people were asking, is it a coincidence? What could it be? I think it was, quite personally, but you decide. Listen to his social media post.
And people have obviously pointed to the irony that the point that I was trying to make is how peaceful the left was right before he got shot. And that only makes sense if we stay peaceful. And as much as I disagree with Charlie Kirk, I'm on the record for how much I disagree with Charlie Kirk, but like, man, dude, he is still a human being. Have we forgotten that?
Thank you to that young man for saying what so many on the left refuse to say over and over again. They don't say it. Jasmine Crockett, is she forgotten? This radical congresswoman from Texas. Has she forgotten that Charlie Kirk is actually a human being? She was on with the Breakfast Club gang this morning.
So don't get mad that I speak the truth and I speak facts, but I literally have never said anything to invoke violence, and I challenge somebody to go and find a clip of a Democrat invoking violence.
Challenge didn't take very long. I got a good crew working behind the glass. I think it took them a couple minutes to find not just anyone invoking violence, but Jasmine Crockett invoking violence.
They expect us to take the punch and say thank you. Well, I am here to tell you, not only are we going to punch back, but we about to beat you down.
These people are delusional. Like, do they not think that their words live on social media? It took seconds. Then there's President Trump. He said this, and he's right about this. Listen.
I'll tell you something that's going to get me in trouble, but I couldn't care less. The radicals on the right oftentimes are radical because they don't want to see crime. They don't want to see crime.
Worried about the border.
They're saying, we don't want these people coming in. We don't want you burning our shopping centers. We don't want you shooting our people in the middle of the street. The radicals on the left are the problem. And they're vicious, and they're horrible, and they're politically savvy.
And they're also have a violent streak that turns to murder all too often. It's not out of line. President Trump was right there. We are radical because we believe in God and the Constitution and protecting our families. Like, that's not radical. It's the American way of life. Not for someone like Dana Bash on CNN.
This is on Fox, and he is being asked on Fox, how do we come back together? And his answer, Kristen, was
the radicals
throwing a rhetorical grenade on there.
a rhetorical grenade. Give me a break. It's truth, and they hate the truth. Do you know why they hate the truth so much? Because it beats them down every single moment of their waking life. So they hate the truth so much, so they go out and kill people who speak it. That's what we witnessed this week. It really is. Leftists have become so disgusting that they're scaring away their own. I hope so. We'll see it next.
But you know, they have professional
Yikes. Leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home system. Don't worry, be warranty.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
You know, Charlie Kirk's assassination has had a profound effect on us all and so many others, including some Democrats. I saw this video and I said, you know what? The end of the week, let's give you some hope out there. Roll it.
As a registered Democrat, all I have to say is the Charlie Kirk shooting just proves that we are the worst, man. My party is the worst. I got people celebrating, hoping that he dies. For real right now. Where's the empathy? Where's the respect, man? It's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Thank you, young man. Your parents did well. We can have disagreements about politics, but we should all be united that human life is precious. The left, not so much. That young man, he's a good kid. And I can't believe a 14, 15-year-old restored my faith in humanity in his own little way after this week. Stinchfield's Army rolls. Try to enjoy the weekend. We'll see you here Monday. Thanks for watching, everybody.
right, 8 o'clock. Live from Studio 6B on a Friday night, September 12th. Glad you're in. Real America's Voice. Slick's here. Rick Delgado, Paul Nolan, Aaron Fran. As always, Harry on the highway. In the house as well. Hope everybody's had a good day, and we're glad you're in. Whether you're watching on Real America's Voice, listening on 103.9 LI News Radio, or watching on all of our socials, we appreciate it. If you're watching on Real America's Voice YouTube, welcome in. Twitter, X, Rumble, Facebook, wherever you are, welcome on in. Patriots tonight. I hope you're having a good day. And I'm just going to be honest up front. It's going to be a tough show. We are expecting at around 8:15 to hear from Erika, Kirk, Charlie Kirk's wife, for the first time. She will make a public statement tonight. We will cover it. We obviously saw her for the first time when J.D. Vance arrived in Utah to load the casket into Air Force Two, which then they took back to Arizona. And obviously, we all saw that footage last night of the casket coming off the plane. For the first time, seeing Erika holding hands with J.D. Vance's wife. So it's going to be a very emotional night for the country, for everybody associated with Real America's Voice, obviously with everyone associated with Charlie Kirk's team, Turning Point, obviously the Charlie Kirk Show, all of their staff and crew. It's going to be a very, very tough night. And we pray that the Lord is with her. Charlie's with her tonight. We know that's a fact.
Oh yeah.
And we will bring it to you, and we'll have reaction from all the guys, and we are going to spend a lot of time tonight remembering Charlie Kirk, the man, and what he did best, what he loved to do, what he was doing this week, obviously, before the tragic incidents of this week happened. And that, of course, is educating and debating and talking, and we'll go through a lot of the moments that we've all kind of picked out. Slick, how are you?
I'm good, Big D.
How was your day?
It was interesting. I ran into this guy in the aisle in the supermarket, the guy sitting next to me, and I let him walk right by me. I didn't even say hello. I just let him. He looked like he was looking around, and I'm like, he just let him keep going. So I saw Delgado today. It was a good day.
Yeah. And he didn't say a word.
He looked lost.
Which I preferred because
I thought he was looking for a UFO.
I didn't want to acknowledge that I knew the guy.
Were you wearing that?
No.
Okay.
No.
I didn't want him. I was wearing Crocs. I didn't want him to see me.
If I was looking for, because I was shopping for bananas, if he was wearing that, I'd have picked him up.
You're right.
Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time.
So good day.
Delgado, how was your day? Other than that,
great that I didn't get to talk to Slick Rick in public.
Yeah.
No, it was a good day all the way around. Kind of took a me day, as they say. Also taking care of my mom. Eye surgery. We were texting about that this morning.
Yes, we were. So she had a little retina problem, Mom. Big D's all about that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm an expert. If you ever want any advice or Mom wants to talk about what the recovery is like, I've got two times I could tell her about.
All right. Very good. Well, this was her second time.
But I think she did the tougher surgery than I did. I was lucky because I caught mine early, and the tears were in places where the gas bubble would work. She, from what you told me, it sounded like she had the banding surgery.
She didn't have a detached retina. It was for cataract, but they also replaced a lens or something. I don't know exactly.
You said she had to lay flat.
Yeah, she's laying flat. She's got to lay flat for the next 2 days. She can start sitting up tomorrow afternoon about 2 o'clock.
That sounds like a retina.
Right, and they said it's because they had to put a gas bubble in there or something to that effect.
Yeah.
To keep it elevated, and whatever you eye people do, I don't know the eye game like Damon knows the eye game.
Yes, I'm an expert.
He knows the eye game.
My eyes are good right now, by the way.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, we obviously will pray for Mom and hope that she comes. It sounds like she's tougher than me, anyway, so she's going to come through probably fine.
The doctor says make sure she doesn't move, and I made sure she didn't move. That's a pillow over her head just to make sure she doesn't go anywhere.
I just don't want to see that. All right, very good. Paul Nolan's here. Mr. Nolan, how are you?
I don't even know how to follow that.
Yeah, well,
Mom had surgery. I have no idea what happened. I saw my buddy in the shopping mall. I ignored him. There's so much psychological issues here to unravel. I don't know what to say right now, Delgado. I just don't even. I'm glad.
I didn't ignore. He ignored me.
I didn't want to bother him. He looked like he was focused on looking for something.
Well,
yeah.
Not on
anyway,
he was probably looking for turnips, something like that. I don't know. But anyway.
Yeah. I had a good day, but I got a cold, and I'm almost happy to have it because my buddy Pat and his beautiful young wife Lena had a baby, so we have a 2-year-old in our life in my backyard party, and this little peanut is so cute, and so she passed a cold into the house, and worth it. The kid is so cute. I don't care. Just bring it on. I don't care. The kid is the cutest little girl I've ever seen in my life. So, but if you hear me sneezing or coughing off camera, just bear with me. And you see D with a plastic shield here. You know why?
Yeah. 6 minutes past the hour. So we believe that Erika is going to speak around 8:15. They put out a statement that says it will. That's when it's going to happen. So we will be ready to cover it in its entirety when she begins to speak. And thinking about addressing the public after what she's been through, and obviously thinking ahead, I can't imagine what she's feeling right now. I think obviously knowing how dedicated they were, and you've talked about this, Paul, obviously what he meant to you because of his strong conviction in Jesus Christ and in preaching that. Obviously, they're going to lean a lot on their faith. She's going to lean a lot on their faith, and I'm sure that's what she's going to talk about tonight. And I would suspect to hear some hopeful vision of carrying on Charlie's vision for the country.
Yeah, I think we're going to hear a positive message. I don't think she's going to relay anything that we've seen online, I'll tell you that much. Unless, of course, you're talking about some of the groups that have gotten together and have broken into song and all that stuff.
Yeah. There have been some beautiful things today that we've seen, besides all of the slime garbage.
Right.
That unfortunately continues at a pace that really is just, I don't know, takes your breath away in some ways.
Well, there's a whole list of people we can get to cancel. We'll worry about that next week. I have made it a point to not pay homage to any of these animals who have to speak in such a psychotic way. I'm just not watching it. I know a lot of family and friends, my brother in particular, he's boiling over it. I know friends of mine are just, they want to reach through their phone screen and smash everyone's face in, but I'm not going there right now. Do I want this guy caught? Do I want him interrogated? Do I want, do I want him to cut off his first pinky finger and then take it down knuckle by knuckle? Yeah, I mean, I want this guy tortured. I'm so enraged by this. So, but I'm not going there right now. Like I said, I'm just trying to stay in the Word. I've been in the Bible a lot more the last 2 days, and I'm just it's just so hard to process. The reality of it is going to be hit me in the chest. I know when Erika speaks tonight, because you see that I posted. Anyone's following me on X, I can't stop. I'm obsessed with posting, and the Turning Point USA video that we have for you guys tonight, you can just see the way these young lovers just honored one another.
Yeah. The White House, actually, Aaron, maybe we could start with that. We got a couple minutes here. We'll keep an eye on that other feed, but maybe we can start with the White House tonight. They put out a short tribute to Charlie Kirk. Let's take a look. We haven't seen it yet. Let's take a look at that.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.
Yeah, so a beautiful tribute from the White House today. And obviously, we should mention at least before we get to this that obviously everybody is relieved that this lunatic has been captured. I streamed obviously this morning with Kash Patel's press conference, and I don't want to spend a ton of time on it tonight. Obviously, people know the details. I'm sure everybody has seen it. And even though I'd like to spend some time, but it's probably not the right night to do it, on the left today, trying to twist themselves into pretzels to make this about somehow he's a Republican, Trump supporter, conservative. I mean, it's just literal lunacy what you're seeing. It's like, okay, yeah, no, we're not going to listen to what the family said. We're going to listen to your 4chan bros who are, flipping through God knows what on there to convince us that this guy's not a radicalized leftist, which is exactly what he is. He may not have been as a child. He may have come from what seems like a pretty stable family. 2 parents, both Republicans, both clearly Second Amendment supporters.
Father in law enforcement.
Kid's a genius. 4.0, aced his ACTs, SATs.
Yeah, got a 34 out of 36 on his ACTs, right, with 99th percentile in just about everything.
And to see the left today try to take this and somehow twist it into, geez, what do you know? He's white. He's parents are Republicans. He's a no. 2 things can be true at the same time. And we listened to actually what they said. And we listened to what the governor said in his press conference today. And we see what the facts so far that they've laid out are. And quite frankly, it's not the flex that you think it is to lay out the fact that the kid had pretty much a normal life with 2 parents, because it just shows you what happens when you get to college and what can happen. Because clearly something happened between the ages of 17 and 22.
Yeah, that's exactly what my takeaway.
Yep, spot on.
He comes from this nice family, smart kid, and goes to school and becomes radicalized.
Yeah.
If you don't think if anyone thinks that's a coincidence, you're crazy.
It seems like it didn't take long either.
We watch it all the time. Well, it certainly doesn't take long. We watch these professors dancing in the streets, dancing in their classrooms. We catch TMZ lying their butt off about, them cheering him getting shot. People are sick in the head. You're cheering someone get murdered. It's just, you're a psychopath.
And as I said yesterday, I think the thing that's the most disturbing of many things are the amount of teachers, educators,
medical professionals,
anesthesiologists, medical professionals, and others who are celebrating this. These are people who work in the community, who work with people, who are supposed to be, in some respects, there to save people. They show up at a hospital. This is the anesthesiologist. How would you?
But you're wearing a Charlie Kirk shirt and he's on you. Yeah, you feel good about that. Yep. You think about it. What do all these people have in common, Rick? What they all have in common? College education.
Yep.
Every single one of them is through the same indoctrination process, which has been going on for 25 years now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We watched the most incredible cultural change at the hands and feet of Charlie Kirk. We saw the most impactful cultural change since Woodstock. We've seen the most impactful cultural change in our lifetime. And it's due to people, really, Charlie Kirk. He was the champion of it.
And what's crazy, too, is when you stop and think about it, this is what always happens to these people, right? We've seen it throughout history. It's not like we haven't been here before.
Yeah, you speak
with the
about
MLKs,
love and unity.
With the JFKs, with
John Lennon.
Anybody who can marshal people strictly through their words of encouragement and being positive and moving moving forward, they always seem to be people don't like that. And the funny part is they're always the non-violent ones who get taken out by what? Violence. From the people who are supposed to be, we're so tolerant, end up being the most intolerant.
Let me just remind the audience that we are waiting for Erika Kirk. I believe she will be doing this from the studio, Charlie Kirk's show studio. The word is that she'll be standing next to his chair, which if you watch the guys this afternoon, what was a really an amazing show. Tough to watch at parts. I give them a lot of credit for getting through it. They did this show